came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through, claiming you're not like the other guys. And only if I could give you a chance, show me that you mean it, we'll feel some type of way.
For your fucking life.
You're my nemesis. Warning. You're my nemesis. Warning. You're my nemesis. 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 Warning. You're my nemesis. Warning.
Hello and welcome into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We have a good one on our hands here tonight, as we do on every Wednesday. We'll kick things off with some Rocket League action, and then we'll transition into some Rainbow Six Siege to wrap everything up tonight. I am Michael Fisher, going to be joined by Peyton Waken Wilkins for the Rocket League portion of tonight's broadcast, and we're going to kick things off with a very good one here. It is going to be Boise State taking on Dickinson State. Dickinson State right now currently sitting second in this NACE group at a 6-1 record. So either team from Boise State is going to be in for a good opponent tonight, Wayton, and I cannot wait to see how things go when we kick things off here.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's always good to come back on Wednesdays, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, just to see some awesome Rocket League from Boise State.
Yeah, and we have seen awesome might even be an understatement, because the things we've seen Boise State do in this NACE league has been absolutely incredible. The blue team right now sitting at 8-0, the orange team sitting at 3-5. So you have to think the blue team all but guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. The orange team maybe has some work to do. If they can get some upsets, they can make something happen. So I'm excited. I'm hoping that it's blue versus Dickinson State, because that would be 1-2. We saw that last week with Boise State taking on the University of Montana, and it would be just right through the gauntlet for Boise State. As we see there, the Broncos taking on the Blue Hawks here in our NACE Skill Shot regular season group play. We are winding things down as the playoffs do start at the beginning of November. So this is where, these last couple of games are very important. As we see there, 12 groups, 11 rounds of group play. So the Broncos still have 3 games left for each squad. They've already played each other in Group A, and then you see there the play-in bracket November 1st. Maybe something that the orange team can sneak into. And then the round of 32 and round of 16, you have to think that the blue team is going to be in that round of 32 sitting at 8-0. So I'm going to be curious to see which team is going to be taking it on, but either way, Wayton, they both need a victory here as we start to wrap up our regular season.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to see both teams play tonight, which is exciting as always. I'm really excited to see if our Boise State blue team can keep up this streak as well, though, because, they're undefeated. They've played the only other undefeated squad so far in their group for NACE, so we'll see if they can continue that streak against any other team they might play tonight.
Yeah, you see the standings right there. Boise State Blues sitting at an undefeated record. Is going to be very interesting to see how tonight's games play out, because as we mentioned, that play-in bracket is right around the corner on November 1st. So it is going to be right there for maybe Boise State Orange to sneak into, and Boise State Blue just probably waiting their opponent, sitting at that undefeated mark. Going to be very, very interesting for them. As we mentioned, we're kicking things off with Boise State and Dickinson State. Fish and Waiting on the call. Going to be interesting. As we said, Dickinson State's second best team. So if it's the orange squad, they're going to have their work cut out from it. If it's blue, they beat them, they pretty much have locked up this group.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a great match no matter which of our teams are playing, for sure, because they both got something on the line here. But I guess no matter what, whichever team we're playing, we're going to see both of them tonight. So exciting regardless.
It's going to be very exciting. So we get Doc's keys to the game for Rocket League. Clean rotations with metered aggression. Communicate your position and then have the follow-up on it as well. And then, of course, as we talk about almost every match, side control is key. It's all brought to you by Count, whose Identity Trust Global Network delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, and enables a personalized customer experience for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. If you want to stay safe online, go check out Count at KOUNT.com for more information, as we're just moments away from kicking off our first of a couple of Rocket League matches tonight with Boise State. As Wayton mentioned, we'll see both the blue and the orange team here tonight as they wind down the regular season. Both teams have played 8 games, so there's 3 left, and we're going to hop right into it. Does look like we're going to be starting with the orange squad of Caden, Circuit, and Thunderama here against Dickinson State. And Circuit's going to push it down. Nice clear back by a member of the Blue Hawks. It looks like that was Mitchell who puts it down into the corner. Caden's going to fall back, and a nice demo onto Nico's going to open things up for Thunderama. But once again, excellent defense by Dickinson State to clear it back on the Broncos side.
Yeah, already we're seeing some good flashiness from both teams so far. We got Boise State using the midfield really well. We can already see Circuit trying to bring this up, centering it for Thunderama. And just look at the speed from Thunder already. Boise State, this is our orange squad we're watching right now, even though they are the blue team. A little bit confusing, but this is the orange squad. The blue squad is with Baynock, Cosmobuster, and Ace Pocket. But yeah, so far it's looking pretty promising for both Dickinson State and Boise State. We're probably going to have a good match here.
Orange squad doing a really good job, especially in this one. Didn't quite see the kickoff, which I know is something they struggled with last week, but they didn't allow a goal, so that's a positive. Nice clear back there by a member of the Blue Hawks, but Caden has it down in the corner, going to try and pop it up above the net. Looks like Thunderama's going to go up, tries to spike it down, but great defense there by a couple of members of the Blue Hawks. They're going to clear it down, and Boise State's got to be ready. You see Nico there waiting for the ball, going to take the shot on goal. Didn't quite get the hit he wanted, but it's a double commit from Boise State, but Thunder's just barely able to push it away.
Yeah, already, even though Boise State was on their defensive half for quite a bit there, about 30 seconds, nothing really too dangerous coming out just yet. They seem to be staying pretty collected on defense, which is always a good sign. And we see there Circuit clearing the way for Thunderama to finish this off. We see him rotating through, getting that final demo from right in front as he's rotating to the back post. Just making it so easy for Thunder to finish off. That is just great team play from Boise State. Everything coming together at that one moment.
Excellent demo, but this is what I wanted to see. This is something they struggled with last Wednesday off the kickoff, and teams absolutely made the Orange team pay, but they win it immediately. Circuit's going to clear it in front. He's got Thunderama in the corner. He's going to take a shot off the back wall. Here comes Caden charging in. Doesn't quite get the hit he wanted, but he's going to be able to pass it back out to a teammate. Mitchell can't quite corral it, and it's Circuit now passing it over to Caden. Going to spike it down. Thunder charging in. Just misses on a shot on goal. But Boise State right now, they have been playing excellently and keeping Dickinson State on their toes.
Yeah, and that's something that we were looking at a little bit before from last week is the kickoffs. And so far from this first kickoff that we saw, it seems pretty good for Boise State. You know, last week they seemed to struggle with it, although they were going against a pretty good team here. And they started off from this kickoff with offensive pressure, and they've kept it this entire time. So, one, they've got the kickoffs on lock, it seems, and they've got some pretty good pressure going on, even though it didn't look like it turned into a goal just yet on this play. It's always promising to see them keeping it on the offensive half, because sometimes, as we talked about a little bit last week, sometimes the best defense is not having to play defense and just keeping that pressure on the whole time.
Yeah, there's only so many times you can make a save, as Tay Henry makes an excellent one. Thunderama does want to keep it alive. Nice demo from Circuit, keeping the aggression up. Can't quite land onto the ball. Tay Henry can't clear it, though, as Caden wants to keep it on the Blue Hawks half. As you mentioned, the Blue Hawks are the second best team in this group. They're sitting at a 6-1 record, so not only would the win here be over a good squad, give some breathing room to the Blue squad, who's just one game ahead of them at 8-0. So a double win for Boise State. They can pull this one off. Just under 2 minutes left in game number one. The Orange squad leading for Boise State 1-0. And it's going to be a nice clear there by Tay Henry. And now the Blue Hawks might have an excellent opportunity, but Caden's going to slow that ball down. Tay Henry still pops up in the corner. Caden can't quite convert, but there is Circuit. He's going to clear it out.
Very nice. I really like how Boise State was just all collected on there. There was no double commits there on defense, despite losing a little bit of pressure. And there was just, they had a single player there for every ball. Whether even if someone misses it, like in this case, Circuit's there to back them up. They're ready, they're backing each other up really well, and they're there for practically every ball. And it's just working out so far, as we see another opportunity opening up right there.
Just off the crossbar, but the demo as well. It's Circuit. What a play from him, carrying that one into the net and giving them an insurance goal when they needed it.
Very nice from Circuit. We see him pop him right above the last defender, and that's a mistake from Dickinson State that we just saw Boise State doing really well with on defense for those few seconds. Is they, instead of having one player go and one player stay back, they didn't double commit, but they had two players back. So Circuit just used that space to his advantage, and then he just styled on them.
Minute left. The Blue Hawks going to need 2 goals here to force overtime. Tay Henry's going to dribble it down, not stolen away, right in front of the net. Caden's able to push it away, and there's Thunder going to follow that one up. He's got Mitchell right on him, and there's Caden, as you talked about, waiting, always having the follow-up. Boise State now in control. Thunder over to Caden. He's going to pop it out the back wall. Spikes down in front of the net. Circuit wasn't quite ready for that, and he's going to run out of boost and just barely keep it away from one member. Now Tay Henry's going to dribble it down. The Blue Hawks starting to run out of time. They've got to find a goal quickly, but Thunder's there to at least contest that shot. All 3 members of Boise State retreat, and there's 30 seconds left for the Blue Hawks.
Now this is still looking really good for Boise State, as we see Dickinson State getting a little bit too aggressive there. Only 24 seconds left, and they had to score 2 goals. Perhaps a little bit, yeah, they had 2 players in the same exact spot there. A little bit of a miscommunication there. And it was really an overcommit, but they didn't really get much out of it. Kind of a high-risk, low-reward sort of situation just because of a lack of communication there.
Right off the kickoff, Thunder nearly puts it in for a 4th goal. The Broncos, you have to think, have all but wrapped up this one. Very hard, if not impossible, for a team to get 3 goals in 14 seconds as it keeps ticking down. So Boise State now going to set themselves up nicely here in Circuit.
Wow.
There is the cherry on top to this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you really need a fourth goal to secure this this game one victory, but this will definitely set the momentum for the next match. That's a nice flick from Circuit over that last defender. You know, he does it. Sometimes Boise State needs a bump, sometimes they don't, and they're proving that bumps and demos definitely do help, but they can score without it regardless. So, looking pretty good for Boise State Orange.
And that one almost rolls in.
Oh,
nice
so close.
save by Tay Henry at the very last second, but still very promising to see the improvement on Boise State Orange, at least on the kickoffs. Well, don't forget that the Rocky Mountain Warfare Redux is coming your way November 6th and 7th. Warzone Duos tournament in part with the Idaho Army National Guard. It is a ton of fun. We had one at the beginning of October, and people wanted another one. So here we go, 6th and the 7th, the run back. If you want to get more information, you want to get registered, Idaho Army National Guard, any of those social media links you just saw right there. But what a start for Boise State Orange. I mean, last week was a little bit rough, the kickoffs especially. It took them about 2-3 minutes to finally find it. In that game against a very talented Dickinson State team that's 6-1 in this group, Boise State Orange absolutely took it to them.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, it started off a little slow. It looked pretty good from both teams, but then it seemed like Boise State just kind of took advantage of the mistakes that they were seeing from Dickinson State, whether it was the overcommits or being too afraid to push, leaving two people at the back post or two people in the same spot in rotation. And they really took advantage of those mistakes, as we saw, especially at the end there with that one overcommit there, where they had two players in the same spot, and then they just boomed it right back, and there was no one back on defense. So really good job from Boise State exploiting those mistakes.
Yeah, and it was something you also touched on last week when we saw Circuit with just an absolutely heroic performance, getting save after save. You said sometimes, you know, you don't really want to make save because that just means the other team's not shooting, and we didn't see very many saves, none from Circuit, because Boise State's offense just controlled the tempo the entire time.
Yeah, they really were just, like as I mentioned during the match, just like you don't need to play, if you don't even need to play defense, and that's fine too, as we see probably a miscommunication on the kickoff from Dickinson State.
Oh.
Yeah, they had no one going for it, and Thunderama, it wasn't over yet, but he definitely worked for it. Did a little weave move, went to the left and to the right, and just totally balled the defense.
I was thinking, like, all right, there's a disconnect, we'll remake it, but no, that was just, as you said, just a pure miscommunication by Dickinson State. Another great kickoff. And boy, once again, there's just no member of Dickinson State there. I almost think that someone's just disconnected because there's no one on the Blue Hawks going for the ball. Circuit nearly drives that one home. You saw Caden go flying over. Finally, Tay Henry showing some life. He's going to clear it all the way down, but an excellent save by Thunderama. And for the first 30 seconds, I don't even think Dickinson State knew they were playing Rocket League at that point.
It was kind of weird. I think they were just like out of focus for a moment there, where they had like so many people just sitting back waiting for Boise State to get the touches. And with how they're playing right now, connecting with passes like that is the last thing you want to do. You want to close the gaps, don't give them as little respect and as little space as possible, and just keep them from setting up those plays in the first place. So far, Dickinson State doesn't seem to be doing that.
Nice save there by Nico to keep it a one-goal game, but there's Circuit and Boise State. The first minute has been all Broncos. Dickinson State, they basically were living on defense, and we talked about you can only make so many saves.
Right. Boise State was just, they had the pressure for that entire minute of the game, and it was only a matter of time before Dickinson State just broke down and ran out of boost or made some sort of rotational mistake, as we saw it happen right there. It really seems that if it's not going back and forth between Boise State and Dickinson State as far as like one touch for blue, one touch for orange, then that's where Boise State really seems to get control. If you're getting two consecutive touches, then wow, they make me eat my words. As we see Tay Henry getting this counterattack here, but yeah, it really, as I was saying, it really just seems to come down to who has the control of the possession there. If Dickinson State fails to cut off one of the Boise State passes, then they have a hard time reading them on defense, and it seems like that's where they really start to fall apart, is when Boise State sets up those passing plays.
Nice job by the Blue Hawks to get back in the game, score their first goal of this series. The Broncos going to look for some insurance as Thunderama's going to shoot it on net. Caden with the follow-up laser beam just off the crossbar. A huge clear down to Nico, who was trying to cherry pick, but good job there by Boise State. They were ready for that one. Thunder clears it down. Mitchell going to keep it alive at near midfield. Circuit not going to put it all the way down into the corner. Boise State back on the aggressive side. Caden shot all the way across the net. He gets one demo. Thunderama's going to pop it up in the air. Tay Henry's back in the fight, and it's not going to. Oh, it is!
Oh my God!
Wait! Oh my! I thought that was in, and then I thought it was saved, and then it ended up going in.
Yeah, that's what I like to call pinball, where it's just bouncing around like that. Circuit hits it into one defender, goes off the crossbar, and then into the other defender, and then in the goal. It's just like that's just unlucky for Dickinson State, really. Like, they probably should have had someone there contesting circuit in the first place, but the fact it went in the goal, that's just unlucky.
Well, Boise State, they'll take that.
What a shot.
Oh, nice. Wow. Oh. All right.
Wow.
Caden's just like, hey, you know what? That shot was lucky. This shot was all skill.
That was just such a nice, delicate touch from Caden. He just puts a soft little shot on net, and definitely a missed save from Dickinson State. Probably should have cleared that one, but still, sometimes that's all it takes. You just put it on net, force the defense to panic, and then sometimes you score easy free goals like that every so often.
Boise State remaining in control. Circuit's going to center that one for Caden, but Tay Henry's going to steal it away, and he's going to have his second just open net clear of the match.
Yeah, we see, I think that was Tay Henry just cutting off this mid pass here, or a little bit of a lack of positioning from Caden there. Probably should have been in that upper mid position, but instead it gave enough time for Tay Henry to cut off that pass, get some sort of counterattack there. So Boise State, they just kind of have to focus on, if they're going to be there for the pass, then be there early, and if you're not, then you got to cut your losses and play defense a little bit. As it seemed like Caden was pushing up a little bit late there. But I mean, we're just back and forth at this point. Boise State got the early lead, and now it just seems like they're going, Dickinson State scores, Boise State scores, just back and forth here as Caden just putting on a show with these crazy, delicate shots.
Boise State gets it right back to make it a, once again, 3-goal lead, 5-2. We're barely 2 minutes in to game number 2. The Broncos leading 1-0 right now, and we have had an offensive slugfest here. And Circuit might add another one. Totally juked out the goalie, but unfortunately the crossbar there is there to make the save. Thunderama.
Thunder. Wow, just all the pressure coming together right there in that moment. We see the panic from Dickinson State. You see lack of a 50 there, and then Thunder puts on the shot, and it's just, at that point, you just see the defenders pre-jumping, trying to get back in time, just guess where he was going to place it. But at that point, it was too late, and now Boise State has a 4-goal lead, and it feels like this match is almost over, but we're just now approaching halftime.
Yeah, game number 1 was just a back-and-forth defensive slugfest as Boise State almost gets number 7. Nice save there by Mitchell to keep Dickinson State with a very, very bleak hope here. 4 goals in 2 minutes, not unheard of in Rocket League. Nice bump off onto Tay Henry twice by Circuit, opening up the middle of the map. Now it turns into a bumper car fiasco as Tay Henry might have another opportunity, clears it down to the corner, doesn't have any boost available, but he's going to do a nice read on it. Unfortunately for him, all 3 members of Boise State have retreated, and they immediately put the pressure back.
Yeah, it's a good job from Boise State. Again, staying collected there. That's something that we're not really seeing as much from Dickinson State, as we see, like, it's either a double commit or they're afraid to commit, and they have no one pushing that. Like right there, another mid pass that just no one was there to cut it off for Dickinson State. They were just kind of huddling up in front of net. It's like they don't have experience trying to read those passes as Circuit just clears out the defense, but somehow Mitchell gets back in time to make the save. Circuit just took out 2 of the defenders, and there's just one guy left all alone, Mitchell, but somehow he pulls it together and makes the save as just the last man left for Dickinson State.
I thought I was like, all right, that's the easy goal number 7, but a huge shout out to Mitchell for not giving up on that one, keeping his team. Like we said, the hope's just barely there, but as every second ticks by, they get smaller and smaller. Boise State's going to hop up here. Thunderama not going to be able to connect on that one. Circuit going to get demoed in mid-air, and Boise State, unfortunately, not going to be able to find their 7th goal.
Yeah, but still, they maintain pressure here, and we see another shot from Thunder, forcing a panic save from Tay Henry as Circuit's going for the double tap, and Thunder finishes it off. And that's the pressure from Boise State that Dickinson State is just struggling to read here. You see Circuit going for this double tap. They had someone trying to read that aerial, but they just don't have the experience yet. And Thunderama finishing that off perfectly, working as the cleanup crew for Boise State Orange.
Boise State now leading 7-2. Have to think they're going to go on to match point in this best of 5. As Boise State is comfortably leading right now, and once they're just keeping the pressure on, let's make it 8. Wow. Caden's got a hat trick now, and Boise State, they are feeling themselves this game.
Yeah, they are piling on the pressure. The kickoffs are working well. They are doing a good job of rotating on offense to not really overcommit too much, but still maintain the pressure and keep it on the offensive half. And Dickinson State is just, they're crowding themselves, messing up in rotation, panicking on defense as soon as Boise State gets a shot. And even it seems that even when Boise State misses one, the panic is just so prevalent for Dickinson State that Boise State doesn't even have to worry about a counterattack.
30 seconds left. The Broncos potentially looking for goal number 9 here. Caden's going to pass it back to Circuit. Nice job there by Mitchell contesting as Dickinson State still going all in here, trying to prevent 9 and maybe 10 goals scored against them. Thunder wants to carry this one in on net. Mitchell's going to miss in that ball.
Oh my gosh.
That was a very generous goal, I'll say.
Yeah, Thunder definitely, it seemed like he messed up a little bit mechanically with that setup. He didn't even get that second touch, but at that point, it seemed like Dickinson State just respects their mechanical ability so much that even when they make a mistake, it's just as surprising at this point. So and that's something that works out a lot in good teams' favor is when you're so good mechanically and you're outclassing your opponents, sometimes even when you miss, it can fake out the other team just by accident. That's what you call faking, even if it wasn't intentional. So we like to pretend it is.
And as time nearly expires, Circuit's going to ensure not only did the Broncos hit 10, but now all 3 members have achieved a hat trick here in game number 2. And Boise State, there's not much to say about this performance besides the fact that they were dominating.
Oh yeah, I mean, whenever you see a double digit on the scoreboard, that's how you know there was definitely some domination going on. But still, Dickinson State, they did manage to find 2 early on in that match before they seemed to fall apart in the second half. So it'll be interesting to see how they take this information and try to apply it to the next game when they have time to regroup.
Boise State and Dickinson State here in the NACE Skill Shot regular season as we are winding things down. There are 11 games of group play, and there's only 3 left for both Boise State squads. Just a reminder, it would be great if by playing a game, you could level up yourself instead of an on-screen character, and that is now possible. Your actual speed, strength, and endurance will help you win through Black Box VR arenas, making it more like a futuristic sport than a video game. Keep following Boise State Esports on Twitch to see upcoming Black Box VR events, and go check them out online at www.blackbox-vr.com. Boise State with a pair of just fantastic wins. As we take a look back at some of these replays here for Boise State as we prepare for game number 3.
Yeah, all right, so we're going to check out a few replays here. And we just saw like the pressure was just outstanding from Boise State here as we see Circuit. That was the one where he carried it right over the defense. Just a little bit of miscommunication from Dickinson State, which seemed to be a theme throughout this match. Now we see Boise State. They started off on their defensive half in this one particular play. This was from game 1, where it just seemed like a great counterattack from Boise State, which we didn't see much of that at all in game 2, where Boise State was on the defensive half because the pressure was just so prevalent. But here, yeah, we see just the miscommunication from Dickinson State, finding 2 players at the same spot in rotation, and a lot of the time that just goes completely wrong.
Yeah, game number 1 and game number 2, very stark differences, as you mentioned, Wade. A lot of counterattacking for Boise State, and this was sort of almost like a sign of what was going to come in game number 2.
Oh yeah, definitely. It seemed like that final goal really kept on the pressure for Boise State, and it helped them carry that momentum into the next match. So we see, yeah, Circuit getting that flick right over the last defender on defense. It takes so much practice to carry the ball on top of your car like that. So props to Boise State for making it happen.
Broncos going to try and wrap up this series against Dickinson State with a 3-0 victory off the kickoff. The most we've seen the Blue Hawks win one, but Thunderum was able to clear it down. Nico going to miss on that one. Tay Henry going to try and clear it away, but there's Circuit waiting, going to pass it cross field. Nice intercept there by Mitchell, but Caden's waiting back in the wings. He'll play it off the sidewall. Thunderum is there, going to push it away from Tay Henry, but nowhere near net. Nice demo onto Nico, who was hiding out in the goal, but unfortunately for Boise State, that angle not quite there on that shot. Thunderum going to try and do what he can, but all he's going to do is dribble it away, and it's going to be possession over Dickinson State.
Already we see Dickinson State coming out with a little bit of fire in their eyes, getting the pressure early on already. This is something that we maybe only saw for about 30 seconds throughout the entirety of game 2. But already they seem to be putting on a decent bit of pressure, and they've definitely figured something out. As you see already, they have one person staying back and one person going for it. That's exactly what you want to see from a good defense.
Pass there over to Thunder, just misses. Circuit's going to play it off the wall around the corner, but Mitchell's there. He'll clear it away, but nice job by Caden intercepting that one. Back on the corner, same spot. Huge clear going to come out. This time, though, Boise State's ready. Circuit in perfect position. Going to pass it over to Thunderama. Bounces it off the wall over to Circuit, who launches it down into the corner, but Nico waiting in the goal. Should be able to corral it. Thunder, nice steal near midfield. Circuit waiting in the wings. And Dickinson State put up a lot of a fight, more like we saw in game 1, where this might be a longer and lower scoring game.
Oh yeah, but here we go again. Just the demos coming out. They demo Thunder, but not before he can get that pass over to Circuit, who can finish it off in that wide open net. And what a weird demo on the wall there. You don't see that too often, but still they managed to work around that kind of oddness of the play, and Boise State makes it happen, getting another early lead against Dickinson State.
Check off here. Boise State once again a nice clean win, and Circuit might have an opportunity. Just short hops it, but unfortunately for Tay Henry, that's going to be an own goal and credit over to Caden.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about before, where it's just sometimes when you respect your opponents so much, you expect them to hit it. So you go for that block, and then all of a sudden it goes completely wrong, and you end up own goaling on your own from them missing it. So unfortunate there from Dickinson State. It's just that's how Rocket League plays out sometimes when you just have you're outclassed in mechanical skill.
You're right there. Circuit gets it off the wall. Tay Henry makes the save. Going to keep it from being a third goal. 2 minutes gone by. A little bit lower scoring here, but it's still a Bronco 2-0 lead as they are on match point. Nice shot from Circuit. Double commit save. It might be able to things up for Caden, but a huge save by Tay Henry, who has really been exceptional for the Blue Hawks. And now Mitchell might have an opportunity. Plays it around one, but once again, Boise State going to keep the pressure on. Nico's going to put it near midfield, but Boise State waiting right there.
Yeah, Dickinson State definitely doing a lot better this game than they were in game 2 as far as staying collected and not double committing and panicking in front of their own net. Definitely, I think in game 2, at least at the end there, oh man, as I say it, he gets back, Tay Henry gets back in time. I was just watching that as a spectator right there for a moment. It was just, I just saw 2 people double commit in front of the net for Dickinson State, and I think that really is what led to their demise, even though this was 10 seconds later. Nice play from Thunder, but this pressure would have been relieved if they didn't double commit earlier, and Boise State just keeps on that pressure and turns it into a goal.
Yeah, great job there by Tay Henry to make the initial save, but Thunderama said, you know what, I'll only let you make one. I'm going to hit it right back in. So it's 3-0 Boise State. Circuit trying to get his second goal of the match. He puts it right in front of the net, and Nico couldn't get there. Boise State gets there for him.
Yeah, it's just a tough read to make on defense. Just unfortunately doesn't quite get the touch he's looking for in Circuit. Just waiting for that miss just in case it were to happen. And of course it did, and he's able to finish it off. And now we're about halfway through. Boise State up 4-0.
Broncos starting to pull away here in game number 3 as they look to wrap up this series and move to 4-5 for the Orange squad. Thunderama going to pass it back door into midfield. Circuit there, plays it off the wall, going to play it to himself, but a nice job there by Tay Henry to clear that one away. Circuit, though, he is going to bump Nico off the ball in the net. Thunder now going to try and keep the pressure on. Nice contest by Tay Henry. He'll pop it up in the air. Caden sees his opportunity. Demo onto the goalkeeper. Pass back to Circuit. That's a hat trick from Boise State, feeling confident.
Oh yeah, that's the passing we're looking for Boise State. It's just using the backboard to their advantage. A lot of the times some teams just struggle with reading like shots off the backboard. It's so difficult, and it takes a lot of time to get used to, and it seems like that's something that Dickinson State has to work on, and Boise State, they're going to exploit it as much as they can until then.
Boise State double charges in on the kickoff, gets the demolition. Respawn is going to come out. Tay Henry there. He's going to corral it, but there's no one back in net, so he has to be careful. Caden Wayton trying to find an opportunity here. He will finally get one. You see all 3 members of Dickinson State were just waiting for what he wanted to do next. Tay Henry puts the pressure on him. And I mean, you mentioned it, Wayton. There's just so much respect on the side of Dickinson State. They're just waiting for Boise State to make a move and trying to react quick enough to it.
Yeah, you know, sometimes at a certain point, you've just got to kind of go and just try and force them to make a mistake, because especially this Boise State Orange team we saw last week, they are not a perfect team. They do make quite a bit of mistakes, as we see a double commit in front of net there, but just the amount of respect that Dickinson State is giving them is really leading to their demise here, as we see when Boise State does make those mistakes. It seems like it either throws off Dickinson State that much more, or they're just not there to capitalize off of it.
Demolition comes out on to Tay Henry. 1 minute left. He had to think the Broncos' victory all but assured. Question is, how many goals will they get? Circuit tries to add number 6. Crossbar is going to deny him. Thunderama wants to keep it alive. He'll play it off the wall. Doesn't have as much boost as he probably wanted, so Mitchell able to turn around, but a shot on net still going to be made there. A nice save by Tay Henry. Circuit with a nice pass back. Something else we didn't see last week from the Orange squad, but they definitely have shown a lot of improvement from their games last week. Near midfield, Thunderama keeps it alive. 30 seconds left, and Boise State probably looking for a 6th goal here, and Thunderama doesn't quite have it.
Yeah, but Boise State still managed to keep on the pressure. Just 20 seconds left. I think it's safe to say Boise State has this game, especially with how well they're playing right now. But wow, that was an incredible shot from Caden, and an even better save from Tay Henry. to react to that. Maybe that's where the respect comes in handy, is you expect some sort of crazy plays like that from Boise State, and you're ready to make those saves, but unfortunately it's going to be too late for Dickinson State, and Boise State takes this series in a full-on 3-0 sweep.
The Orange team getting that win when they probably needed it most. As we mentioned, they're sitting at 3-5, now 4-5 here, and there are only a handful of games left in the NACE regular season. That's 11 games group play schedule. Boise State has played 8 for both Orange and Blues. So the Broncos with a nice win there over Dickinson State, and the Orange team maybe eyeing that play-in bracket that's on November 1st. And now I'll be curious to see if we do get to see the Blue squad, who really have been firing on all cylinders. They absolutely eviscerated the University of Montana Maroon, who was the only other undefeated team in the group last week, and Blue is really, they're lining up to definitely just take this group home.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. I mean, I'd be surprised if at this point, if Boise State Blue even drops any game to any team at this point. They've just looked so dominant. We even saw them sweep the only remaining undefeated team in their NACE group. So I'd say that pattern is going to continue here. As we see, it looks like we're going to take a look at the player of the game. Who's it going to be? Circuit. Is that Circuit, of course?
I think that's Circuit.
Yeah, it definitely is. Looking at wearing that nice hat there. We see, I mean, that fits. He did get so many hat tricks we saw during this game, especially in game 2, where I think every single player got a hat trick. It was just like 10-2 or something, the final score. Just pure domination from Boise State was really the theme of this series. As we see Circuit, yeah, he was really the man to pull off a lot of these solo mechanical plays.
Yeah, and it's nice to see him contributing on the offensive end, because last week we talked about he was incredible on the defensive end, but Boise State couldn't get anything going offensively. So it's nice to see Circuit and the other two members in Caden and Thunderama showing off their offensive skills and really showing what they can do to a team if they get a chance to be able to control the ball.
Yeah, and we see just the passing plays come down. As you mentioned, that control is all, like, if you got the ability to control it, then you've got the ability to pass and do what you want with the ball, and that is so key. I think that was the main difference maker throughout this series. Is Dickinson State, it seemed like they can hit the ball when they wanted to, but they couldn't always control where they wanted to hit it every single time. That's something that Boise State seemed to be doing a way better job of, as you see the passing plays coming out from the corner, over to center, over to Circuit, as he drops it down and finishes it off.
Yeah, the Broncos absolutely dominating. I mean, the 2 goals that Dickinson State scored were just crop-smap clears by Tay Henry. So, I mean, you have to think, at least in the half-court side, Boise State's defense is also impeccable. So really just a great game from Orange. A huge congratulations to Circuit, who is the Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game, ICCU, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like they're helping their members achieve financial success. And what a way to start off the night here on our Rocket League Wednesdays, but with a Boise State Orange dominating victory over Dickinson State here when they probably needed it most, with the regular season winding down, and every win means so much more because you want to try and find a way to get both Blue and Orange into that round of 32 bracket that's coming up next week.
Yeah, and I think it even means the most for Orange at this point. You know, they're kind of on the cusp where it's like, are they going to have a good seed in playoffs? Are they not? And so every win definitely matters for this team, and it's good that they pulled it out tonight.
Yeah, and just the improvement that, I mean, we talked about, it was the kickoffs, the aerial control, the side control offensively. I mean, just to see the growth in this Orange team, absolutely incredible. It's usually something you don't get to see with the Blue team because they're just pummeling anyone, so you really can't. There's really hard room for them to improve. But I really was impressed with how Orange team improved from what we saw last week. So definitely goes a big shout out to that Boise State Rocket League team, hunkering down after a bad week last week and saying, all right, how do we fix this? How do we get back on the winning track? And they absolutely were ready to go tonight.
Yeah, definitely great improvement from Boise State Orange. It's like when you watch a Boise State Blue game, you're expecting to see amazing, really cool, flashy goals from them just styling on the opponents. When you see a Boise State Orange game, you might see a little bit of that, but most of the time it's going to be like some sort of competitive aspect of it, and they're really – you really see the improvement that they have throughout the series and how well they're able to adapt to the opponents. As we saw, it really seemed like at the beginning of each of these games, it seemed like Boise State Orange started off a little bit slow, like Dickinson State was getting a little bit of pressure, and by the end each time it was just Boise State was just all the pressure. They had all the mentality and just kept on that pressure, just forcing Dickinson State to respect them.
Yeah, so we will, as we mentioned, we will see both squads tonight. Be interesting to see who is coming up next. But we are going to have our top 5 plays. We'll take a break, and then we'll be right back with more Rocket League action.
Yeah, they really were just, like as I mentioned during the match, it's just like you don't need to play, if you don't even need to play defense, and that's fine too, as we see probably a miscommunication on the kickoff from Dickinson State.
Oh.
Yeah, they had no one going for it in Thunderama. It wasn't over yet, but he definitely worked for it.
As Boise State is comfortably leading right now, and once they're just keeping the pressure on, let's make it 8.
Wow.
Caden's got a hat trick now, and Boise State, they are feeling themselves this game.
Yeah, they are piling on the pressure. The kickoffs are working well. They are doing a good job of rotating on offense to not really overcommit too much, but still maintain the pressure and keep it on the...
Trying to prevent 9 and maybe 10 goals scored against them. Thunder wants to carry this one in on net. Mitchell's gonna miss in that ball.
Oh my gosh.
That was a very generous goal, I'll say.
Yeah, Thunder definitely, it seemed like he messed up a little bit mechanically with that setup. He didn't even get that second touch, but at that point, it seemed like Dickinson State just respects their... It's back in time. I was just watching that as a spectator right there for a moment. It was just, I just saw 2 people double commit in front of the net for Dickinson State. And I think that really is what led to their demise, even though this was 10 seconds later. Nice play from Thunder, but this pressure would have been relieved if they didn't double commit earlier. And Boise State just keeps on that pressure. Place. So far, Dickinson State doesn't seem to be doing that.
Nice save there by Nico to keep it a 1-goal game, but there's Circuit and Boise State. The first minute has been all Broncos. Dickinson State, they basically were living on defense, and we talked about you can only make so many saves.
Right. Boise State was just...
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
We are going to be moving on to our next set of matches. We just saw Boise State Orange team 3-0, their first game of the night here, trying to work their way back into potentially the play-in bracket. It is Fish and Waiting here on the call. It's going to be interesting to see how Boise State Blue, if we do see them, as we talked about, we will see them at some point tonight. I would be going to be very curious to see how the blue team responds because, I mean, we talked about it, Wade, and they are probably a shoo-in for the round of 32. I mean, they're undefeated right now. They're leading the group. They just took down Montana, who is the upper echelon of the group. I would have to think Blue's probably in it, so this is just about making sure they knock the rust off. But for Orange to get a victory like that and maybe find a way into the play-in bracket, huge for Boise State.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's what you love to see, especially when it matters most. And we're going to see Boise State Orange moving up maybe a spot or two with a victory like that. So it's always good to see. And I'm excited. We're going to see Boise State Blue, whether it's in this next match or maybe the one after. We're going to see them. We're going to see them play later tonight, and it's always good to. That might be a good one to finish off of. To just see them freestyling it off to finish off the night and to end it on a good note for Boise State.
Yeah, it is always nice to just have the Blue squad wrap things up, so it sounds like they will be potentially our final match of the night. As we mentioned, we'll have a couple more Rocket League games here, then we'll take a short break, and then we'll have Rainbow Six to wrap everything up. Didn't have it on our normal Monday time, but we will have that tonight, and it is a very good one from what I've heard, and it's going to be a very good matchup, so I can't wait for that. But right now, it's Rocket League time, as we said. The regular season for a lot of these NACE tournaments starting to wrap up. We'll have Overwatch tomorrow, so we'll check in on them, but right now it's all Rocket League. And Orange team, as we said, they're probably going to be coming up next here, and then we'll finish things off with a nice little dessert that is Boise State Blues. So Orange, whoever they're playing, they've got to find a way to win because wins are at a premium right now as they are down to their last handful of games, sitting at 4-5 right now. They've got to find a way, maybe get that fifth win. Maybe they end at 6-5 and they can find a way in depending on how other groups end up. So it's win for Boise State Orange, or they're probably looking at just a consolation game to wrap things up.
Yeah, and it would be really clutch for them to come out 2-0 today, especially when they need it most, as we mentioned. So I'm excited. Hopefully, whoever they play, it's going to be a good match.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see who it is going to be. It is Fish and Waiting here, as we said, NACE Rocket League Wednesdays, and here we go. It is Boise State taking on Bayville. Once again, it is the Orange team here, and once again, it's a great start for them as Thunderama dribbles that in front of the net. Caden can't quite follow it up, and a nice clear down, but Circuit's going to contest that one near midfield. Flowery Chimp going to try and clear it down towards the Bronco goal, but Thunderama is there, and Boise State once again starting like they started last game. Early pressure, this time on the side of Bayville, as nearly Caden had a first goal.
Yeah, this is already good from Boise State. We saw it appears that they did win the kickoff. They were on offense first in the kickoff, so that's another good sign that they've been working on that. They've been getting those figured out, and hopefully we'll see that to continue on through the rest of this series as Boise State starts to remain on their defensive half for a few more seconds here, as Bayville proving to be a tougher opponent so far.
Bayville keeping the pressure on, as we do see they are going to retreat. Rubber Goose waiting for it near midfield. Can't quite get the shot he wants. It's going to careening off to the left side. Thunderama and Flowery Chimp are there. Flowery Chimp takes a shot on net. Circuit makes a nice push away past Boneless Paint, and Flowery Chimp can't corral it either. Boise State sees their opportunity. Circuit comes racing down, but a nice defensive play by Bayville, going to keep it out of the net. There is nearly a triple commit coming out from them, and Circuit's going to be able to capitalize on it, but Thunderama spikes it into the ground.
And Thunder was really trying to rush in there. It seemed like he had more time than he thought he did, so he tried to rush it when he could have just taken his time and put on a nice solid power shot. Hopefully he'll be able to adapt to that later on and notice that Bayville isn't as good as reading those passes as maybe he would have thought. As we can see here, he does exactly that. Takes his time on this one, still beats the defense to the ball, and he's going to make Boise State strike first with a nice, clean, uncontested aerial.
Yeah, Boise State, as you mentioned, a great play by Thunderama. This one a little bit closer. They definitely had to work for that one more than we saw in their last series, but we talked about the kickoffs, and once again, it's just a clean win for Thunderama. You can tell this is something they practiced a ton during the last week. Circuit nearly had an opportunity. I don't know if he wasn't expecting the ball to end up in front of him in an open net or what, but he's going to just pass it back over to Caden. The Broncos want to keep the pressure on. That one takes a hop off the wall right towards the net. It's going to go right back to Caden. Thunderama's there off the crossbar, and Flowery Chimp's going to corral it and at least get it out of his own side.
And that was such a good attack from Boise State. Everything was coming together except for that final shot there. It was a tough pass to turn into a good shot, but they still managed to do it. Unfortunately, it didn't find its way completely in the net, and we saw Circuit playing passive as that last man back as the last line of defense for Boise State. So that was smart for him It's good to see that Boise State is still playing smart in the second match as we see a crazy flick from Circuit. Check this out. He flicks it back to the left to get it over 2 defenders on defense, and then the ball's straight above them. They're in such an awkward spot. He finishes it off all on his own. That's a great solo play from Circuit.
Saw that in the last match, and like I said, it's so nice to see him and his offensive talents, because we know how strong he can be defensively, nearly carrying Boise State a couple of times. But a double commit for the Broncos. Thunderama able to bail them out and nearly put something on net. Flowery Chimp's going to miss on that one. Circuit's going to try and take a shot, contested there by a member of Mayville. Boneless Paint waiting on the wall. Caden, seeing his opportunity, just easily steals it away from him. Takes a shot on net. Flowery Chimp, though, nice clear away. And he's going to dribble it all the way down towards midfield. Circuit finally corrals it, but a demolition onto Caden, probably going to mean Rubber Goose should be able to dribble this one out.
Yeah, Boise State still trying to connect on those passes. It looked like that one might have been an open net. It was either a missed shot or a missed pass, one of the two, but still it's good pressure so far from Boise State as they are putting on way more shots from Mayville, at least so far.
See Boneless Paint double commit there from the members of Mayville, so that's going to open up Boise State for a bang give and go, and Circuit puts it home.
Such a nice redirect play. We see as Thunder, he didn't want to just send away possession by putting it down to the opponent's half. Instead, he puts it down to the half where Circuit is at, and he just finishes it off and gets a nice transition from defense straight to offense, and they score on the open net.
3-0 Boise State. The Broncos have started to pull away. Nice kickoff there from Boneless Paint. First time we've seen Boise State not cleanly win it, but Circuit still puts it down on net. Rubber Goose tries to push it away, but Caden right there, he's going to intercept it, dribble it up on the wall, going to play it over to a teammate as he runs out of boost, and that teammate is Circuit, and it's another hat trick, and it's a 4-0 Boise State lead.
And they just keep connecting here from those corners. Seems like, as we saw Dickinson State struggling with, Mayville seems to be struggling with the same thing, just maybe not as severe. It's just those corners, those passes from Boise State are so strong. They just get it from the corner straight over to the guy who's center, and that just seems to be their textbook passing play, and why stop using it if it keeps working all the time?
Demolition does come out onto Thunder. Narama to slow down the attack. Rubber Goose and Caden going to run into each other. Boneless Paint going to try and clear that one away, but Thunderama has respawned, and he's going to extract his vengeance. He's nearly going to dribble it home, but Rubber Goose is there. Shot was just wide of the net. Caden loses the dribble there, actually spikes it down into the ground. There are 3 members of Mayville State around the ball, and finally they find some semblance of a clear, and Boise State is going to be ready for that one. Caden immediately clears it right back.
And already Mayville, if they're trying to bounce back here, establish some sort of pressure, salvage any sort of mistakes that Boise State are making. And so far, it doesn't seem to be that many other than that one right there, but it wasn't too big of a one. They just seem to be playing a little bit more passive now, which not really isn't a mistake of itself. It's honestly a pretty good call considering you're up 4-0 with about a minute left. You don't want to throw too hard here. We're seeing Boise State doing a pretty good job of maintaining pressure without diving in too deep anyway, and Mayville's still struggling to get out of their half.
Thunderama going to back pass it over to Circuit. He'll tap it over into the corner where he maybe thought he had Caden. His Boneless Paint will seal that one away. Caden will atone for that, and he'll be right there. Rubber Goose, nice contest. As a double contest where Boise State's going to come out. Circuit waiting off the wall, capitalizes on it perfectly. 15 seconds left. Circuit will pay for that, but you have to think the Broncos are already in a great position as there's 10 seconds and counting down. The Broncos, once again, the Orange Squad going to make it 4 straight tonight as they'll pick up their victory here in game number 1 against Bayville State.
Yeah, this is definitely good for Boise State. That's what you love to see. And I mean, this is exactly how the first series started off. It was a 4-0 victory for Boise State. And so we might end up seeing a similar story here. We got to remember what happened in game 2 of last series was 10-2, which is not, I don't think we were expecting it last time. So it's still definitely a possibility this time. So Boise State already looking strong here in this first series. Hopefully they can continue it going into game 2 and 3.
We do have Boise State and Mayville State. Just a reminder, the Rocky Mountain Warfare Redux coming up November 6th and 7th. Warzone's Duos Tournament. You want more information? Go check out the Idaho Army National Guard on any of the social media pages down there. These events are a ton of fun. There's so much demand after our last one that we've already brought it back just a month later. So if you want more information, go check out the Idaho Army National Guard. Any of those social media links, and you can get in and get ready to go on November 6th and 7th. Fish and waiting here. Rocket League action tonight. Boise State Orange winning their 4th straight of the evening as they 3-0'd their last opponent. They're up 1-0 now on Mayville State. And I mean, you said it, Waden. 4-0 against their last opponent in game 1. 4-0 here. And it would not shock me if I don't think 10-2, but it would not shock me if this lead maybe increases and it's maybe a 5-6 goal victory for Boise State in game 2, because they were starting to figure things out in the last 3 minutes of that game.
Yeah, definitely. Again, it's a theme that we saw last series as well, is that they start off a little bit slow, kind of feeling out the opponents, and then they just kind of dive in and just go full aggressive once they figure out what their game plan is. And it seems like that's what they did, at least in this first match. So we'll see if they can carry it into game 2. But I'm excited to see if Circuit is going to pull out any sort of saves that we've seen from in the past 2 weeks. So far, he hasn't even really needed to make any. We haven't even seen any goals yet from Bayville so far, but hopefully we can see a little bit more pressure coming out from them to see a nice, good, competitive, even match here.
I mean, it is almost like a disappointment that that Mayville hasn't had more opportunities. But Circuit's like, hey, you know what? I can score too. He's going to put that one home. Who needs to make saves, Wade, when you can make plays like that?
Right. I mean, that's like just as impressive. And we see a nice little infield pass. Notices the passing lane there. Caden didn't really have enough momentum to get some sort of good, clean power shot on net. So instead, he plops it right over to Circuit, who does have enough momentum to get that power shot. They finish it off again, getting that first goal of the game. And there we go. There's the saves like we like to see from Circuit. He's coming out getting, I think that might be his first one of the series.
Hey, he makes a great goal, and then he immediately has a great save to keep his goal the only one of the game so far. Game number 2 between Boise State and Mayville State. Comets trying to find some defensive help here, but right now, Circuit looking for goal number 2.
Oh, is that it? There it is.
Thunderama's got to finish it.
Wow, and there we go again. Thunder, just the cleanup crew here today. He gets off a nice pass to Circuit, and he's also the guy to finish it off. It's kind of like a give and go, but not necessarily trying to be a give and go. It's just a really nice place for Boise State regardless. And I mean, even though that didn't go all the way in for Circuit, that is just such great placement to place it just below the crossbar like that. A lot of time when it goes bar down, that's how you know your placement was good, even if it doesn't go completely in. And just as I say it, that's another, that's what you call a top shelf shot when you shoot it right below the crossbar like that. And Thunder and Circuit just seem to be like the dynamic duo here in game 2.
Yeah, Thunder and Circuit have scored every goal so far in this series. Caden has assisted on a couple, so it's been a 3-man show, but Boise State more than happy to be able to take this early lead. And Circuit might be able to put another one in. Caden going to try and pass it towards midfield. Rubber Goose, unfortunately, going to hit it back towards his own team. And now he's going to knock Boneless Paint off the ball. So a bit of a communication breakdown for Mayville State. Flower Chip going to pop it up in front of his own net. He's going to be forced to make that clear away. And you can just see Mayville State maybe not all on the same page. As there was a ton of opportunities for Boise State. Caden's going to set him up for one more. Circuit waiting for his opportunity. Couldn't find one to get the hat trick. He'll just steal it away. Caden going to keep it away from Boneless Paint as well. Thunderama going to pop it up. He's got Circuit waiting in the middle. Can the dynamic duo continue it? Oh, nice job there by Rubber Goose to slow that one down.
And I really like the positioning that I'm seeing from the third man on Boise State here. They're not diving in too deep until they have someone rotating behind them, and then they become the second man. It's doing a really good job for Boise State. As you can see, Mayville's not really getting opportunities for counterattacks when they're transitioning to offense.
I'm going to push it down over to Circuit. He will overdrive that one, going to allow Flowery Trip to at least clear it down, but Thunder is right there. Boneless Paint wants to keep it alive. Will play it off the wall to Flowery Chip, but a nice intercept there by Thunderama. Circuit wants an opportunity, but he just grounds that one. You see Mayville State, Varsity Esports at Mayville State, have plenty of room for players to sign up and play Rocket League, Valorant, CSGO, and League of Legends. So definitely one of those schools that has multiple esports, much like Boise State right now. It's their Rocket League team for the Comets that's trying to find their way back in game number 2. The Broncos leading this series 1-0 here. Each win for the squad's very important as we're down to our final couple games. Boneless Paint can't even clear it away, and the Broncos have not led the Comets any breathing room. And Caden finally gets on the board with a nice aerial goal.
There we go. But I mean, it seemed like the start of this game was all Circuit and Thunder, and Caden finally coming out. He's part of the game too. He's playing that solid third man for the most part until right here. He gets that nice flashy tornado spin goal to finish it off. And this is again 4-0. And this time we're only about halfway through.
State, see if they can add to their lead. Good job there by Rubber Goose. Going to pass that one over to Flowery Chip, but he'll lose control off the wall. Thunderama is there, but Boneless Paint at least intercepts it, plays it off the wall to himself. Double commit going to come out from the side of Mayville State. Unfortunately, they can't punish it. It looks like Caden overdrew that one just a little bit. Thunderama steals that dribble away, but a nice shot by Flowery Chip. Going to go wide. He wants to continue it off the top crossbar. Boneless Paint is there. Thunderama going to make a nice save. Rubber Goose now charging in, but Caden's going to play it around him. Flowery Chip last man back. He'll keep it alive. Double retreat from the side of Bayville State. Circuit over to Thunderama just in front of him, and Boise State not going to find anything.
Yeah, they do seem to be playing a good job on those transitions, though. Transitioning on to offense cleanly. This might be an opportunity for Circuit. Unfortunately, not able to find that angle on the redirect. But they do keep this pressure as Thunder trying to put on a shot of his own. And look at them just piling on the pressure. Now Caden's there for it. They're just kind of going back and forth, trying to break down the defense of Mayville, and it seems to be working so far. As Thunder, again, they're putting on a shot after shot after shot, forcing Mayville to make so many saves right now. And right now, they do seem to be hanging on, but as we see Flowery Chip running out of boost here, it's only a matter of time before Boise State scores, and that's going to be an infield pass that doesn't quite find its way to turning into a shot, but still they maintain the pressure here as Mayville gets a little bit of breathing room before Caden finishes it off. And I mean, that's just something that we could have predicted as long as Boise State didn't make some sort of mechanical mistake. There was just so many shots just that Boise State was piling on, and at that point, it seemed like Mayville had absolutely no boost, like none of their players had any boost left, and they were just hoping that Boise State was going to make some sort of mistake, but fortunately for them, they aren't making much right now.
I mean, that was a really good job to defend that long without any boosts. We see once again, Flowery Chimp he's finally got some boost. Boneless Paint didn't have any. Rubber Goose is going to be able to clear that one down into the corner. He goes racing with it. 3 members of Boise State in perfect position as Thunderama clears that one away. Boneless Paint going to center that. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a teammate there, so Flowery Chimp has to go cross field. Circuit plays it around one. One more. Nice shot. Unfortunately, at the crossbar, Caden's got the finish. Nice bump, and that's a hat trick for Caden.
Yeah, and again, just like from the first series, Game 2 even more dominant than Game 1 here. As we see, again, I think it has to do with the respect there. It seemed like Boneless was trying to read some sort of save that it looked like he thought it was going to be on net, but unfortunately it wasn't quite yet, so he went for the save, and then it was just Caden there to finish it off. So Boise State, it seems like that respect thing is coming back to be a theme here again in the second series as they just keep on piling on all these shots as Mayville just hoping that they're going to miss a few in a row so that they can relieve some of this pressure.
Flowery Chimp gets a shot on goal. Unfortunately for Mayville State, all 3 members committed. Caden racing as fast as he couldn't get there in time. They see Circuit put one on net. The Thunderama have a follow-up. 3 seconds to
so close.
1. Maybe Circuit keeps it alive.
Yeah.
Oh, he did it! He gets the hat trick. It's a meaningless goal as it was already 6-0, but that is some mechanical skill right there from Circuit. Drill that one home as time expired.
Oh yeah, just keeping it up, finishing it off before it touches the ground to get that final 7th goal against Mayville. And then, I mean, that was just the dagger of Game 2 there. I mean, I'd be surprised if Mayville comes back to score any goals here. And it looks like we are going to be looking at a few replays of these first 2 matches here. To start off here, it looks like this one might be from Game 1 here. We're going to show this in slow motion here. Starts it off on the kickoff, and again, this is something that we were talking about earlier, is that the kickoffs from Boise State were just so strong that it's not really something that we saw last week. It seemed like that seemed to be something that they were struggling with. But as you can see here, the kickoff just transitions perfectly into a nice counterattack. So yeah, as we see Thunder just finishing off this aerial, placing it so well, even it being an open net, he just placed it right below the crossbar. Just great job from Boise State all around. And it's not just Thunder, you know, it's everyone on Boise State that was doing a great job of it.
Yeah, Boise State, I mean, you highlighted it, and something we saw last series, too, as we see there from Circuit as well. The kickoffs really feel like they're setting the tone because Mayville State they're using so much boost to try and clear it away.
Yeah, and there's that crazy flick from Circuit. Is he just like kind of backflipped it, popped it straight up. And it was just so well done. That's so hard to do. You have to have it on this perfect spot in your car in order to flick with that much power, and you have to flick it at the perfect timing and everything. It's so difficult to do. It takes so much practice, but we saw Circuit do that one time in the first series and one time in the second, and here this is just another great example of the team plays that were coming out from Boise State. It's just the transition from defense to offense, from Thunder to Circuit, who was really the dynamic duo of the first half of Game 2, and it just worked out. Everything was connecting. The chemistry was on point. So it was just overall really dominant from Boise State, and hopefully they can carry that on to the next series, or the next game rather, in this series, and maybe pull off another sweep.
Boise State and Mayville State. The Broncos looking for a sweep. A demo right up the kickoff. Circuit might have an opportunity. Hits off the crossbar, and a great job there by Boneless Paint, just able to push that one away from Boise State's member who is charging in. Thunderama going to bounce it off the back wall. Caden there going to make sure Flowerless Chip doesn't have any goals of his own, as that was the one thing that plagued him a little bit last series. A couple cross-map counterattacks, and the Broncos are ready for that one. Circuit plays it off the back wall. Thunderama and Boneless Pant going to run into each other, and now we're going to see Rubber Goose carrying it down. Flowery Chip going to knock Caden off the ball, with Circuit right there, and a little bit more fight from Bayville State in game number 3, but Circuit, he's going to take one from midfield, but a huge save by Boneless Pant at the last second.
Man, that was kind of a little bit of an unintentional team save from Mayville there. One defender puts it into the other, and it goes right across the net. Just, I mean, it's good that they had someone there. They weren't getting too over-aggressive, but it is a little bit scary for them to see it. And as we see, Thunderama finishing this off. That was all Circuit's goal, but Thunder getting that last touch to kind of steal it there. He's going to get credit for it, but still, great play from Boise State overall. Opening up that defense from just having so much pressure and passes across the net. And it just seems to be a similar story from game 1 and 2.
Again, it's the Circuit Thunderama duo, as you mentioned. Probably Circuit's goal, but Thunderama did just sort of nudge that one home. Thunderama says, I'm going to earn this one, though. That one's all his. That's a great play.
Yeah, you see just the kickoff. That's a really good job from Circuit to send it right back to Thunder there. You know, that's a really common strategy that you'll see a lot of teams do, is they'll purposely lose the kickoff so it goes back to one of their teammates, so that you can, even though it's on your half, you get possession first, and you can be the first one to start some attack. And that's exactly what we saw there, as Thunder just takes it above the defense and put it right in the goal.
Demolition on to Boneless Pant, as now Caden's going to try and take a shot, but Boneless Pant has respawned in perfect position. Circuit trying to keep it alive. There's Boneless Pant again. He's been all over the place on this possession. Thunderama now going to control it off the wall. Going to play it off the back. Not quite to himself, not quite to Caden, unfortunately. You saw what Boise State wanted to do, just a little bit too far in front.
Yeah, and we saw just before that play started, Thunder, he just took his time, and that just shows the respect that Mayville has for them. They're scared to push against Boise State, it seems. So when Boise State wants to take their time, they will, and Mayville's just going to kind of sit back and wait for Boise State to start whatever attack they want. And that's usually, as we saw, it didn't really work out in the first series. Unfortunately, they don't seem to be learning from those mistakes, and Mayville just seems to be playing a little bit too passive against Boise State here.
Pressure we've seen from the Comets, as that ball's going to go just off the nose of Caden's car over to Circuit. Nice steal away there by Flowery Chip, but Thunderama clears it right back down in the corner. He goes chasing his own clear. Not much there from Rubber Goose, but the combined effort of all 3 members of Mayville State are going to be able to push it away. Boneless Pant is there, but a nice steal away from Circuit, and he's going to demo out Flowery Chip. Ball still fluttering towards the Bronco goal, but Thunderama is there to clear it away. We do see there Mayville State participating in several different games from Rocket League, Valorant, CSGO, and League of Legends. So much like Boise State, a multi-talented esports organization for the Comets. And right now, Flowery Chip might have their first goal. He's going to lose the dribble, but Boneless Pant is there. But Boise State, perfect position to turn that one away. Rubber Goose goes flying off the wall with not much to show for it. Flowery Chip can't clear it down either. Boneless Pant keeps it alive, but right into Circuit, who is waiting in perfect position. Now Caden's going to pass over Thunderama, right back to Caden, potentially. Unfortunately, that ball was just a bit behind him, so he couldn't continue his forward momentum.
I mean, even though Boise State didn't transition completely onto offense there, that was still pretty promising. We saw kind of a redirect back to send it back to one of the defenders on Boise State. Then they passed it right back up to them, and it just really allowed them to get that breathing room and establish that, give them a little bit more time to get boost and regroup there. And as you can see, they slowly turn it into an offensive attack at this point, as they almost find one, Caden almost sneaking one in there at the back post.
And Rubber Goose both going to run into each other. Flowery Chip can't corral it, but Boneless Pant will. Minute and a half left here in game number 3. The Broncos looking for the sweep in this best of 5. Bayville State looking to not only snap the Orange team's nice 5-game win streak they have going tonight, but also force us to a game number 4. Unfortunately for them, they can't find anything on that possession. Boneless Pant does little more than set it up perfectly for Thunderama, who plays it around 1. But a good job there by Rubber Goose. Circuit now going to elevate, and Flowery Chip is there, and Mayville State's defense definitely is short up here in game number 3.
Yeah, overall so far, I am pretty impressed with Mayville so far, even though they are down by 2. This is definitely doing a lot better than games 1 and 2. Unfortunately, not good enough. They haven't found a way to put one in the goal, in the Boise State goal just yet, but definitely seems to be the most promising so far, as they've had the most offensive pressure in this game, probably than the first or the second one combined.
Sandroma going to clear it down. Boneless Pant is there. There's 30 seconds left, so Bayville State's got to score soon. Circuit nearly at his first goal of game number 3, but a nice save there by Flowery Chimp. Boise State will retreat towards midfield. Nice job by Caden, playing it to himself there. Boneless Pant able to interrupt it just enough, but the Broncos right now just sort of in stall mode. Sandroma goes chasing down. Rubber Goose going to clear it into the corner. Caden is waiting there. It's going to spike it off the wall. Perfect position for Circuit to find his first goal of the game, and he will.
There it is.
And that's got to be game for Boise State.
Wow, look at this pinch from Caden here. He pinches it between his car and the wall there. And that just finds the path of least resistance as it just fires right out to the center. And Circuit somehow was ready for that. Probably something happened in communication there to allow him to be ready for that. And now it's going to be a 3-goal lead, 6 seconds left. I think it's safe to say Boise State is going to pull off their second sweep of the day today. So that's really good. That's what you love to see from Boise State Orange. They're looking really dominant so far in this second half of the NACE season.
And Boise State Orange, as you just mentioned, waiting 6 games in a row on the stream. They won all of them, and they're going to move to 5-5 heading into their final game of the NACE regular season. Of course, not going to be tonight, as we're going to go on to the blue team here, but still Orange hanging on to that fringe potential for a spot in the play-in bracket that comes November 1st. Meanwhile, Boise State Blue, we pretty much know that they are a sure-to spot. They're currently sitting undefeated right now. They are 8-0. See if they can move to 9-0 here against their upcoming opponent. But for Boise State Orange, I mean, the vast improvement that they had. Circuit showing that not only can he do it defensively, he was the offensive mastermind that series. 2 hat tricks through 3 games. Absolutely stellar performance for Boise State Orange tonight.
Yeah, I was really, in light of last week, I was really impressed to see Boise State Orange, how they came out today. You know, it seemed like last week, I think they might have gotten swept on both of their games, or they might have taken only like 1 or 2 games last week. But this week, they're coming out strong. They get 2 sweeps today, complete contrast of what we saw last week. So it's what you love to see from Boise State Orange.
So I believe that will wrap up the orange portion of tonight for the NACE Skillshot Rocket League Wednesdays with Fish and Waiton. But we still have the blue team for Boise State that almost every time Waiton finds a way to just make us drop our jaws and say, how do you even do that on a Rocket League field?
Right, yeah. It's going to be, like as you mentioned earlier, it's really the dessert of tonight. You know, good to finish it off like that. Boise State Blue, hopefully going to see some flashy plays, or even if we don't see any flashy plays, maybe that's a good sign. It's going to be an even more competitive match. It's going to be a close one, which we haven't really seen Boise State have too much Boise State Blue have too much competition yet in this NACE series. So maybe we'll see that tonight.
Yeah, probably wouldn't be a bad thing for them to have that nice little warm-up. As we mentioned, the NACE playoffs for Rocket League going to start next week. November 3rd is the round of 32. You have to think the blue team's probably safely in there somewhere. They also have the play-in bracket November 1st if everything just falls apart here in these last 3 games, which I find highly unlikely, especially after what they did to Montana. But we want to make sure we give Orange their just due, so here we're going to have the second Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game, and why not? Circuit, he was the hat trick man in this series as well, and he's going to be the player of the game again.
Yeah, Circuit. I wouldn't give it to anyone else here. If anything, it might have been Thunder, but, Thunder couldn't have made any of those spectacular plays that he did without the passes from Circuit. You know, they were working together so well here, and Circuit seemed to be working together well, like whether it was solo plays or passing plays with either of his teammates, as we see him reading his teammate Caden there from the corner really well. He was working well together with anyone and on his own, so definitely Circuit for the player of the game in the second series as well.
Yeah, you mentioned the first 2 games. I don't want to, put too much pressure on these 2 guys, but it felt like a little bit of that Cosmo Buster Baynock connection between Thunder and Circuit, where you knew one was going to pass the other one, and whoever was going to take the shot on goal wasn't going to miss. It was usually Thunder passing to Circuit, but they had a couple of reverse, and it is really awesome if you're a Boise State fan to see that this Orange squad has started to figure things out, because, this is, of course, going to be your squad of the future. Blue squad can only go here for so many years, so to see them start to maybe resemble older brother, it's always nice to see. Right there, that play, I was like, that's something I've seen Cosmo and Baynock do like about a year ago, and I'm like, to see that the Orange team's figuring it out, oh man, that's going to be scary in a couple years.
Oh yeah, for sure. Next year we might end up seeing this might end up becoming the Boise State Blue team, or the Boise State Blue team might move like a step up, and Boise State Orange might just be like just as good as they were this year. So it's exciting to see them kind of showing some similar signs that we saw from Boise State Blue last year. So I'm excited for Boise State Orange for the future.
Big congratulations to Circuit on his 2 Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game tonight. But, of course, you have to shout out Thunderama, who was assisting on a lot of those. And you have to shout out Caden as well, who was just making a spectacular plays. We saw that pinch there at the very end of that highlight that set up Boise State for their final goal. So that will wrap up, as we said, our Boise State Orange portion of the Rocket League broadcast. But trust me, you don't want to go anywhere. Boise State Blues coming up next, and they're going to do something that you're going to say, that's not possible on a Rocket League field. That's coming up next after this short break.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We're here for our final match of the night for Boise State Blue here in the NACE Skills Shot regular season. The Boise State Blue team is sitting at an undefeated record right now, and they're going to make sure that they can end it that way, as they are currently 8-0, and they are trying to finish with a perfect 11-0 mark. And we'd have to think that they might be well on their way. They took down the only other remaining undefeated team last week, 3-0ing the University of Montana Maroon, and you have to think that if they're out of the way, it's going to be very hard pressed for Boise State to be stopped. Fish and Waitin here, wrapping up our Rocket League Wednesday. Don't forget, we do have Rainbow Six Siege coming up later tonight. That has moved on to the playoffs as well, so we'll see if Boise State can keep their season alive in that game. But right now, it's Boise State's Blues push to the playoffs here, and they're going to be taking on a very strong team, the second place team in the group. And Waitin, this is, second straight week. It was something that I kind of had noticed is a lot of the weaker teams is what Boise State and Blue had played early. They had a sort of gauntlet left, playing Montana Maroon last week, playing the second-place team in their group this week. So if they win these two, I don't know how they don't go 11-0 unless they, have to forfeit a game or something at this point.
Right. I mean, they just seem unstoppable. I mean, I don't even know that we saw them play Montana last week, and they just swept them, and they were the second best team. If you're sweeping the second best team, I don't know if anyone else is in your group. I don't know if anyone else is going to have a chance. You know, you'll have to wait until the playoffs where you're playing teams from other groups and see if those dominant teams from those groups are going to have a chance against Boise State. But at this point, I don't even know. I don't know if anyone is, even the teams that we haven't played yet.
Yeah, as you see there are the rules. There's 123 schools overall, broken into 12 groups, 11 rounds of group play. As we mentioned, Boise State Orange is sitting at 5-5 with 1 game left. Boise State Blue sitting at 8-0 right now, so they've got 3 games left. They'll have 2 left after our game here tonight. And then you see the play-in bracket November 1st. Be curious to see if Orange can sneak in and make a run because they feel like they're on fire right now. And you have to think Boise State Blue well on their way to at least an appearance in the round of 32 if they go undefeated. Should maybe have a lower tiered team in the first game. So I'm really excited to see, as you mentioned, how some of the maybe the bigger schools, how some of the other first place schools in other groups fare against Boise State Blue, because right now Boise State Blue has just been absolutely running over the competition there. As you see, they are undefeated right now, and they beat Montana last week. They're playing the second best team in their group this week, so they're going to have to earn it, but I don't know who's going to slow down this trio of Baynock, Cosmo Buster, and Ace Pocket, because no one has found a way at all.
Yeah, I mean, they just work, and it seems like as we're going through this season, they're getting better and better together. You know, that's so if someone's going to beat them, they better beat them fast because they are improving fast, and it's looking like they're going to get the #1 seed going into the playoffs.
Yeah, the Broncos more than likely going to go undefeated here in group number A. You'd have to think with the way they've been playing, but you never know. Maybe someone can sneak up on them here. There's still 3 games left, but I mean, like I said, they're going to find a way that if you are just watching Rocket League for the first time or if you've been playing it for months or years, you're going to say, that's not possible. I've never seen anyone do that, and you're never going to see anyone do it again. I mean, last week they had, 6 passes on a goal?
Oh, yeah. And 2 of them were pre-jumps or something. It was just so impressive. You know, and that was in, the final or the second game of the series or something. It was at that point where they realized, all right, we're better than these guys. We can have a little fun. So it just seems like whenever they're just dominating their opponents by so much, it just turns into just freestyling, going for cool goals because they're not worried about losing at that point. They're just worrying about winning and winning with style. So hopefully we can see that again tonight.
We do get Doc's keys to the game here. Clean rotations with submetered aggression, communicate position, and then have that follow-up. And side control is key. It's all brought to you by Count, who's at NA Trust Global Network, delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, and enables a personalized customer experience for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. You want to stay safe online, check them out at count.com, KOUNT.com. And I'll add one in just because I want to try and help out the Broncos' opponent tonight. Try and intercept the passes. If you can?
If you can. I mean, the passes are they're just getting faster and faster as we go throughout these weeks. So, I mean, I think the best bet for anyone that's going against Boise State Blue here would be, intercept those passes, play aggressive, don't huddle up in net, and I think that's the best chance you're going to get.
Kick things off here. There is Cosmo Buster and Boise State's members going to making a nice little save there. B-Best going to try and take something on net. Baynock clears that one away, and Juicy Penguin waiting in the wings. Boise State now can't quite find anything. Juicy Penguin going to try and clear it down. Nice challenge from Ace Pocket. Juicy Penguin just holding on to the ball. Cosmo Buster there, going to center it. There's Baynock with a nice job by B-Best, intercepting that pass early. And it's going to allow maybe Juicy Penguin to clear, but he makes a misplay. And Boise State should have time as B-Best now down in the corner. But unfortunately for him, he's going to lose that ball.
Already, we just seen a lot. This is what we see a lot of the time at the beginning of these series is the midfield play. You know, both teams are just kind of feeling each other out. But here we go. Boise State, they're done feeling each other out already. They only need a minute to get used to the opponents. We can already see Baynock, or I believe that was Ace Pocket, finding a demo on the last goalkeeper. And at that point, if you can get a demo, you're going to trust Cosmo to finish that off. And that's exactly what he did.
You have to wonder where the Boise State Orange team learned to get so aggressive in the goals we saw earlier tonight. It was probably from this blue team who is in orange. A little bit of a funny play there, but it didn't hurt the orange team who was in blue all night. So it is this slowing down Boise State Blue as they're going to stay 1-0 lead. Cosmo Buster with a nice little stop there on the clear. Murkic tried to make a save, but unfortunately didn't get very far. Baynock. Oh!
There it is.
Cosmo. Oh, man. I mean, how? How do you do that?
I mean, this is called a doomsy dish, where you jump off the back wall and then you try and put it in on your own. Like, it takes so much mechanics. And somehow the defender, he's seen that happen before. He was ready for it, but unfortunately he couldn't get enough of a save to where Cosmo couldn't finish it off. So that's already going to be, despite them reading the mechanics of Baynock, it's going to be 2-0 for Boise State.
Like that challenge there by B-Vest. He was able to get the demo onto Cosmo. Unfortunately, Ace Pocket nearly drove it home. Juicy Penguin was making the save. This Cosmo Buster's going to pass it across court all the way over to Ace Pocket. Plays around B-Vest. Baynock there pops it up over one. Juicy Penguin last man to beat. And B-Vest is going to retreat. That's a double commit from the side of the blue team. But Boise State able to recover. Cosmo Buster going to dribble it on net. Double commit once again. Juicy Penguin knocked out of the way, but that ball went far enough away. Boise State unfortunately could not find the back of the net. Juicy Penguin one man to beat. That's how you maybe stop Baynock. Challenge him a little bit.
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. You gotta be aggressive against this Boise State team. If you give them any space, they're gonna use it and they're gonna make you regret it. So Boise State already putting on a lot of pressure as we approach halftime here, just a few seconds before halfway through. And so far, Dakota Wesleyan, they're not really doing too much to get the ball in the Boise State half.
Cosmo Buster going to play that one off the wall. Juicy Penguin going to clear that one away. Ace Pocket going to wrap it around the corner, but Merkick's going to do a nice job there. Challenging it, demo off screen onto Juicy Penguin. He's been the defensive player so far for Dakota Wesleyan, but Boise State's going to get him out of the picture. Nice clear down by B-Vest, but Baynock's going to challenge him. Merkick can't quite get it anywhere away from his side. It's still in midfield. Cosmo Buster wins that one. Bounces it up to Ace Pocket, who's going to take a shot on net. B-Vest going to make a save. You had Baynock charging in, and right now they're just barely hanging on as Boise State is just ripping shot after shot on the blue net.
Yeah, they've had pressure for about a minute here so far, but I'm surprised. I'm pretty impressed with Dakota so far. I mean, they're even despite being on their defensive half for so long, they're hanging in there. They're doing good rotations where they're not getting too aggressive on boost, but they are getting aggressive enough to where they're not going to run out anytime soon. So Boise State, they're going to have to do a little bit more if they're going to break down this defense and score a few more goals. But so far, it doesn't seem like they need to.
Demo on to B-Vest. That's going to allow Cosbuster to win that long clear. Going to try and play it off the back wall to Ace Pocket. Nice job by Juicy Penguin challenging him. But right now, unfortunately for Dakota Wesleyan, they need offensive pressure, not defense. Baynock just pops it up over Juicy Penguin. Nice save there by Murky. But once again, I mean, we saw this in the Orange game where it looks like the opposing team is just respecting Boise State so much that they have 3 members in the goal and they can't find any sort of offensive pressure. You see, once again, Murky already retreating, and Juicy Penguin's going to have to clear it down.
There we go. That's a nice transition. But again, there's a Boise State member there almost every single time. But fortunately for Dakota this time, they are going to be able to bring this right back on offense, but not before Baynock getting a huge pinch all the way across the field, just bangs it all the way. And all of a sudden, Dakota has to work out of the defensive half again.
Nice job there, stealing that one away by Cosbuster. Going to play it off the wall, looks like to himself. He'll put off the back of the net. There's Ace Pocket, but a nice save by Juicy Penguin. He's got Baynock to beat, and a good job there by Baynock. Challenging that dribble, immediately whips his car around and tries to carry it towards midfield. But finally a chance for B-Vest and Murkick, but Ace Pocket just says, no, that's not going to happen today. He's going to immediately slow down there and tackle out Cosmobuster and Baynock to get over there. 30 seconds left. Baynock plays it over one, right to Cosmobuster, but a huge save by B-Vest. And the Dakota Wesleyan just barely keeping themselves in this game, but time is not on their side.
Yeah, they've got only just about 15 seconds here to score 2 goals. It's not impossible, but considering the ball's down in their half, they have to work fast as we go, as the countdown starts here. And it's looking like Boise State is going to take this first game, but still, pretty good job from Dakota. I'm pretty impressed with them so far.
Yeah. Reason why they are the second best team in the group, right behind Boise State. A win here would actually even up the team's records. And unfortunately for Dakota Wesleyan, they're going to have to do it in a sort of reverse fashion, as they're going to lose this game as soon as the ball touches the ground. They finally allowed to do so. So it's a calm 2-0 victory for Boise State, but that could have easily been 3-4, 5-0, so you have to shout out the play of Juicy Penguin and B-Vest. They made a couple of spectacular saves to keep Dakota Wesleyan in that game, but they never had any sort of offensive pressure.
Yeah, it really seemed like Boise State was just keeping them on their half the entire time, just not really giving them any sort of breathing room. And that's something that I was really impressed with Boise State, is that a lot of the time when you're reading your opponents, you're trying to detect, okay, chances are they have the ability to shoot. Chances are they have the ability to shoot with power and with placement. But the question is, can they do it on command? Can they do it just whenever they want? So, and that's something that Boise State really took advantage of.
Don't forget, Boise State Esports always looking for talented players, production, and broadcasters. Top talent along with good grades and eligibility can earn scholarships as well. Sign up today by visiting boisestate.edu/esports for more information. As we get ready to see Boise State Blues Rocket League team here go into game number 2. And do you think we'll see what we saw from Orange Wayton, where it was a slower game 1 and then game 2 was just absolutely a blowout? Do you think we'll see that here from Blue, where we might see 7-8 goals maybe put up against Dakota Wesleyan?
I think we're going to see a little bit more pressure put on from the other team, at least at the start. But a lot of the time, as we saw from the previous matches, it's like they start off strong, and then all of a sudden Boise State gets a feel for the type of team they are, and then they just go all out and put on all the pressure. So it'll be interesting to see how this one turns out. This is a brand new team. They could have a totally different play style that Boise State has a harder time adapting to. So we'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to be curious to see, because, I mean, like I said, you have to come, big shout out to Dakota Wesleyan for keeping that at 2-0, but Boise State was in control most of the game. As we'll kick off here, Bayville going to win that one. Ace Pocket going to have to retreat. That was nearly in the net. Good job, Ace Pocket, reading that one perfectly. And we see the pressure already mounting against Boise State as Bayville going to keep that one up. He's going to play it off the wall. Can't quite play it to himself as Ace Pocket's going to clear it down. Merkic is going to be able to steal that one away. Juicy Penguin is able to push that one over. Ace Pocket clears it down. He's over in the corner. Can't quite corral it away from Bayville, so he's going to play it off the wall. And Cosmo Buster's there to challenge it. Baynock going to have to follow Bayville out of boost, so you have to wonder how much he's going to be able to make an impact here. Ace Pocket now plays it off the wall. Maybe set something up, but Bayville is right there. And Boise State cautiously approaching the side of Dakota Wesleyan. And now there's a near shot on goal from Merkic, but Boise State just barely able to hang on. A lot more pressure coming out this time, just like you predicted, Wade.
Yeah, this is definitely what I was expecting, but already this is something I wasn't expecting. Dakota Wesleyan, they're going to strike first in this match, as we see a nice passing play right off the backboard. There was no one on Boise State defending the backboard there, and because of that, they weren't able to cut off that high pass. That's something that's really advanced, those aerial passes above the net. They're hard to read on defense if you're on the ground, so a lot of time you got to have someone on the backboard. And unfortunately for Boise State, they didn't have anyone there, so Dakota Wesleyan, they just strike first, and they take advantage of that positioning mistake from Boise State.
See there, now another attempt for Boise State. Ball kind of dies in the corner. Cosmo Buster keeps it alive. Juicy Penguin can't challenge him, but Bayville can, and he'll get the clear. Ace Pocket is there. He'll pass it over to Cosmo Buster. He's going to play it off the wall to himself or Ace Pocket, who is out of boost. He'll pop it up in the air. You saw Baynock coming in. Unfortunately, just couldn't get there in time. And this time it's Boise State whose lack of boost probably cost them from a nice goal there as Bayville just barely clears it down.
Yeah, however, they remain pressure here. It's like something that I feel like I'm saying that a lot. It's just like they seem to be keeping this pressure on, and as soon as Dakota Wesleyan thinks they're going to get some breathing room, Boise State just pounces on them as they've got no one back in net. People are taking a little bit slower rotations than as we saw, Baynock just using the backboard really well, making it really easy for Ace Pocket to read as he just spikes it straight down. Now all of a sudden, Boise State tying it back up. And I think I think Boise State is going to carry on this momentum, as I mentioned earlier. You know, they wait a little bit, they feel out the opponents, then they pounce, and then they just carry that momentum throughout the rest of the match.
Right now, Juicy Penguin, he's going to get it in. That was sort of a tie-up there between a couple of members that looked like of Dakota Wesleyan, and they kind of just opened up the ball for Juicy Penguin.
It's kind of an unorthodox decision from Dakota Wesleyan. It kind of caught Boise State off guard. You had all three players in the same zone there for a moment there. It's kind of hard to tell which one of them was going to hit the ball, but it worked out in their favor because Boise State was not able to read them. And that's a strategy that you don't really see used too often, since it often results in risky double commits and triple commits. But it worked out in this case. So Dakota Wesleyan taking back that lead that they had at the start.
It's the top two teams in Group A. Boise State undefeated. Goes to Wesleyan sitting in second at 6-1. And Cosmo Buster, he'll just tie it solo. I mean, who needs teammates at this point, right?
Oh yeah, Cosmo. We've seen him in these past weeks. He works so well with teammates, but he doesn't even need teammates if he doesn't have any. So he's just going to take this solo play, get a really fast dribble before the defense can get back in time, put it right at the front post. And again, we've got tie game.
Nice kickoff win there for Dakota Wesleyan and B-Vest. Unfortunately, he is not going to be able to do much more with it. And Cosmo Buster nearly puts it in himself, but Juicy Penguin has been really phenomenal in net. Him and B-Vest have kept Dakota Wesleyan in this game. B-Vest nearly clears that cross map. There's a demo on to Juicy Penguin. Could be an opportunity for Boise State. Baynock carries it around, but Juicy Penguin has just now spawned. He's going to pop it up in the air. Merkit can't quite corral it. Baynock can't keep it away from Juicy Penguin. Cosmobuster's just going to say, no, not today. Push it back over to Ace Pocket. But once again, it's back and forth game here in the final 2 minutes of a tied game 2.
You can definitely tell Dakota Wesleyan is, and they're doing something a little different here that is causing Boise State to struggle a little bit more. You know, it seemed to be all Boise State in that first game, but so far, Dakota Wesleyan, they're doing something different that is perhaps messing with the rotations of Boise State, that like exploiting those mistakes or those positioning gaps that they're having. As we see all 3 players from Boise State in that same zone, it's not something that you usually see, but again, that might be something that that this blue team here is doing to break down this defense.
See there, cross map clear. Juicy Penguin going to try and get away from his net. Cosmobuster came charging in. Going to pop it back over to Ace Pocket, who is out of boost. Going to play it off the wall and the corner. Merkic there is there, and you see Ace Pocket retreating. Nice job by Cosmobuster. He's going to pass it all the way over to Baynock, who corrals it. B-Vest, though, challenging him. He's got Juicy Penguin behind him as well. Minute left, and Merkic nearly breaks the tie, but the crossbar has other ideas. We'll see if Boise State can respond. It's a one-on-one, and B-Vest makes a save, but Cosmobuster might have an opportunity here, and it's home. Wow. We talk about it, Wayne. You cannot waste opportunities against this blue squad.
Wow, that was just, it was great placement from Dakota, really, but unfortunately they weren't able to finish it off, and Baynock made an incredible save, staying calm in front of his goal line, and then he transitioned it onto offense as Dakota Wesleyan got a little bit too aggressive there, and it really cost them. They were kind of going all in, all or nothing. We're either scoring here or we're not. Unfortunately, they didn't, and it backfired hard.
See there, Cosmobuster going to play that one away from his own net. It's still over here, though. Boise State looking for a clear. Dakota Wesleyan looking for an equalizer here. The Broncos lead this best of 5, 1-0. 40 seconds left. Top 2 teams in group number A.
Okay. That's what you call rule number 1. You cannot break rule number 1. Whenever you're locked nose to nose with your opponent, you have to stay there. And unfortunately, Dakota Wesleyan, they did not. They did not stay there. So I think that might have cursed their team for the rest of the series. We'll see how that affects the rest of this game.
Maybe that crossbar was sort of the curse rearing its ugly head maybe before it happened, but we'll have to see. Boise State, they might have their 4th goal. Baynock.
Oh my gosh!
Like I said, once a series, somebody on this team does something that just Wayne and I lose our minds over.
That was a flip reset double tap. You see how he hit the ball with his wheels there? That's a flip reset. He got his flip, used it afterwards, and finished it off. Man, I'd love to see that again at the end of this game.
And that's probably going to be what pushes Boise State to the winner's circle here and on to match point. Got to think that there's really no way they find 2 points here in the last 3 seconds. And with time hitting 0, that all but confirms it. Baynock's just going to let that one drop. So Boise State, a nail biter in that one, but a 4-2 victory. And Wayton predicting maybe, I don't want to say a blowout, but maybe a lot of crossbar saves in game number 3 after he mentioned Dakota Wesleyan player broke rule number 1 in Rocket League.
Yeah, I mean, you can't break rule number 1. There's a reason it's called rule number 1. Like, you're not supposed to break it. Whenever you're locked with an opponent, you got to just stay there and bite the bullet sometimes. But yeah, well, in all seriousness, I was impressed with Dakota Wesleyan. You know, I expected Boise State to come out firing even stronger than first game, but it seemed to be the other way around. Dakota was really coming out with on all cylinders, just putting on as many shots as possible, breaking down the defense of Boise State, and it worked out for most of the time. This game was tied, if not in Dakota's favor for most of this game. But Boise State did end up bouncing back, especially with Baynock finishing it off with that nice flip reset double tap. Man, that's just so incredibly hard to pull off. So it's a great job from Boise State.
So you see there the Boise State broadcast schedule, a little bit of collegiate NACE action to wrap things up. Regular season for NACE sort of winding up, and then Gridiron Rivals coming up throughout the month of November. So we do look like we're going to have some replays up there if you want to walk us through them, waiting, and hopefully we get to see that flip reset. But there was a ton of great goals from Boise State regardless in that game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, we started off right here with Baynock just spiking it straight down. You know, a lot of the time when you try and give a pass center, if you don't give it enough pace, then you don't. The defenders are going to get back in time and they're going to be able to read it. But if you give it too much pace without as much accuracy, then your teammates aren't going to be able to read it. So Baynock really struck the perfect balance there of getting the right pace and getting good placement right at his teammate, so that he didn't have to move that far to react to finish it off in the goal. So it really was a story for Baynock this whole series. He just was a great team player and a great solo player, as we saw with that crazy flip reset solo play that we saw at the end of game 2 that hopefully we're going to see in one of these replays here. But now we're seeing for this next play, Boise State kind of at the midfield. I think this was this was the crazy the goal line save, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, this was right off the crossbar. Look at Baynock here, right along here. He jumps at first, misses, but lands on it on his way down, and then we see him turn it into this crazy counterattack play. The ace pocket getting a nice 50 there. This is from the same play, transitioning. There's the 50-50 again, straight over to Cosmo Buster. Baynock, you can see him trying to hunt for a demo here on that last player off screen. And then that was the turning point for this whole game. A minute left. It took them 4 minutes to really get that solid lead for Boise State, but they did get it in the end, and they even finished it off with that nice play, which maybe we'll see that at the end of the series. It looks like we're not going to see it at the end of these replays here, but still, impressive from Boise State to come back from this.
Yeah, Boise, I mean, it's something that we've talked about a ton is you cannot waste opportunities against Boise State's blue team. Merkic had what should have been the go-ahead goal, and it immediately flipped to the, as you mentioned, the series changer. And right there, Cosmo Buster. Wow. He puts another one in, and Boise State starting off game number 3 on fire.
I mean, that's the pace that I'm talking about. You see Baynock putting that laser, that's just the maximum power that he could possibly get, and it's right at Cosmo. Just a perfect pass. Baynock is really the assister for this series so far, which is not really a role you're used to seeing him play. Usually it's like either Cosmo to Baynock or like ace pocket to Baynock, but it's just kind of showing that he can do it all.
See Cosmo Buster once again. Is he going to have another solo? Unfortunately, he's out of boost, but a pass over to Baynock off the back wall. Ace pocket. Nice stop there as they got out a double commit from Dakota Wesleyan. Juicy Penguin going to clear it down. Cosmo still looking for some boost, so we'll see if he can find some as B-Vest wants to capitalize. Unfortunately, Baynock steals it away, plays it around Juicy Penguin. Merkic last man to beat. It's a one-on-one, but unfortunately, same as Cosmo Buster. Boost just not on the Broncos' favor. Now Cosmo Buster's got full boost, but B-Vest able to steal that one away.
And that was a good, strong attack from Boise State. Unfortunately, not able to turn it into a goal, but they've already scored one already. They don't need to score another, but you know they're definitely going to be looking for some more to get that nice some insurance goals and get a comfortable lead so that they can start messing around and hitting some cool goals like we're used to seeing them do. But so far, Boise State up 2-0 in this series. They are definitely looking like the more dominant team, but especially considering how the first half of that game 2 went, I wouldn't take Dakota Wesleyan lightly.
These are the best two teams in the group. Boise State at 8-0, Dakota Wesleyan at 6-1. So these are definitely two teams you might be seeing in the playoffs. And right now, Boise State just barely ahead of the blue side here. 2 minutes nearly gone by in game number 3. The Broncos looking for a sweep once again of the second place team. They swept the University of Montana Maroon last Wednesday. Really did it in dominating fashion. But this one a bit closer, and it nearly goes off the crossbar. I'm going to attribute that one to the curse, though, Waiting. And a huge save by Ace Pocket. Cosmo Buster unfortunately did hit it back, so it's not a clean clear for Boise State now. Cosmo Buster finally able to get that one. He is out of boost once again, a reoccurring theme we've seen a couple times from Boise State, low on boost. So I like how they've either been boost starved by Dakota Wesleyan or they've just been using it all. Another shot and another save by Baynock. Boise State on fire on the defensive end, and they've needed every single one of those saves.
Yeah, those are just, they're not even bad shots. Those are great, powerful shots. If anything, they should be placed like more towards the corners, but that's a tall order. You can't always ask for that much. But it seems at this point, with the amount of saves that Boise State is getting, they might have to start being more precise with those the placement on their shots.
A little bit of offense here for Boise State. Baynock going to challenge that one up in the air. Juicy Penguin plays it around Ace Pocket, but Cosmo Buster is waiting. He'll play it off the back wall. Juicy Penguin clears it right over to Baynock. Going to pop it up in the air. Merkic's going to elevate, though. He's going to try and pass it over to Juicy Penguin, but a great read by Ace Pocket to intercept that one. Beves plays it around Baynock, and Ace Pocket just says, get it away from my own net. 3 minutes gone by, 1-0 game. Boise State needs an insurance goal. Good job, Ace Pocket, reading that one. He ends out a boost, though, and it still has been kind of shocking. I rarely see this many players at Boise State on 0 boost when we flip over to them.
Yeah, it's interesting because they're still moving up on the offense as they're doing it. They're just that confident with hitting each other with those passes because, you know, when you're low on boost, you can't cover as much ground. Your passes have to be that much more precise. We see Baynock moving up on the offense here. And again, Ace Pocket, he's got low boost, but they're moving up on the offense anyway. It can be a little bit risky, but I think with the confidence that they have in each other with to get those passes on lock, I think that they can get away with it.
That was the weirdest 30 seconds I've ever seen. Murkic had a wide open Bronco net and just whiffed it. He hit a crossbar, and there was no one on Boise State back there. Again, you cannot waste these opportunities. Juicy Penguin going to go wide as well. And Dakota Wesleyan has not been without chances here in game number 3. It's a 1-0 Bronco lead, just over a minute left. Cosmobuster to Baynock. That one goes high. And Murkic might have another opportunity. He gets a demo onto Cosmo as well. Ball down in the corner. Murkic going to dribble it around, but Baynock challenges it perfectly. Cosmobuster off the respawn, nearly puts it home, and he's going to reset that ball with a minute left.
And I mean, Dakota, as you mentioned, they've had so many opportunities here. Unfortunately, haven't been able to capitalize on any of them just yet, but they're running low on time. They've only got to score 1 here. They've definitely got the ability to score with how much pressure they've been putting on and how many saves Boise State has had to make so far. But I mean, they're running out of time. They've got to start getting a little bit more aggressive than they already are, or else Boise State is going to run away with yet another sweep.
Baynock gets a demo onto Juicy Penguin, but he can't find the insurance goal. 20 seconds left. We've seen the Broncos score in situations like this. Can Dakota Wesleyan send us to overtime, or can the Broncos find what would assuredly be the series winner here? 10 seconds left, nearly in on the Bronco net. Beves gets it up in the air, plays it over Ace Pocket. Final attempt for Dakota Wesleyan to avoid a sweep at the hands of Boise State Blue, and they are on the wrong side of the field. The ball's not going to touch the ground just yet. Beves keeps it alive. Baynock going to do his part, spiking it up in the air. Cosmobuster, they say we want another goal. Juicy Penguin makes a save. Ace Pocket keeps it alive. Beves will do the same. I don't think anyone's getting to this one, though. And Boise State, it was a close one. It was a 1-0 game, and I'm going to have to say, I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious waiting. That had to be the rule number 1 break, because about 2 minutes left, they bomb it down. 2 members of Dakota Wesleyan are staring at an open net, and Murkic hits it into a crossbar, and Boise State makes the save. That should not happen.
That's the curse. That's what you get for breaking rule number 1. You know, you just can't break it. That's just how it is. Yeah, I mean, since they broke it, they didn't score a single goal for the rest of the series. Boise State just shut them out. It seemed, I bet they were talking about that in voice chat. Just like. Just kind of giving their teammates heat, probably just like, hey, you can't break rule 1. Come on now.
As we see there, Rocky Mountain Warfare Redux is coming up November 6th and 7th. Idaho Army National Guard. They've been great partners when we've done all of these events. I loved how the Warzone event went last time at the beginning of October. I know we had a ton of requests to run it back, and that's just what we're doing for you guys. So if you want to get in Warzone's Duos Tournament, find your buddy, find someone who can at least get a couple number of kills and who can win the gulag. That was very important last time. And get them registered thanks to the Idaho Army National Guard. Check out their social media links on the bottom of the page there, because it has been a ton of fun. As Boise State, once again, Boise State Blue, they are going to sweep another opponent who was sitting in second place at the time of the game happening. They are now 9-0 waiting. The games are getting a little closer, I will say, as the competition is probably getting a little bit tougher for Boise State Blue, but still, they find a way to prevail in the end, and they find a way to absolutely shut down Dakota Wesleyan, and they get a little of help from a curse there as well.
Yeah, this is definitely, I mean, again, even though it was a sweep, it was definitely a pretty good job from Dakota. I mean, they were applying pressure. They kept even that last game to a 1-goal game, and they had most of the pressure for game 2. But still, Boise State coming out on top. And it's not like we didn't walk away with any cool goals there. I mean, Baynock with that. I mean, again, it's just that crazy flip reset double tap. That's so difficult to do. He hit it off the backboard with his wheels and was able to use his flip to finish it off. Like, that's just, it's so flashy, and it's almost impossible to read on defense because you can't practice reading those. People are not good enough to do those consistently. So, yeah, really good job from Boise State. Always great to see them play.
Like I said, every time we see this team play, Baynock usually, but somehow, some way, a play comes out, and usually Wayton's like, yeah, I don't know how you practice for that because no one else does it. I mean, it's just absolutely – last week we saw Baynock come from the opposing goal to pass it out to somebody, so it's just absolutely incredible. I would be curious, though, because Baynock was quieter than usual in terms of goals, so I don't know if that one amazing goal is going to set him up for Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game. I'd have to think it's going to be Cosmo Buster because he was the driving force offensively for Boise State in that series.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be either Baynock or Cosmo. You know, they were passing to each other a bunch. I mean, Ace Pocket, it's not like he wasn't there, but I think Baynock and Cosmo were both just they were the dynamic duo, kind of with like Circuit and Thunder that we saw earlier on today. And yeah, as you mentioned, Cosmo Buster, the player of the game here, he was involved with almost every single play here. We saw in this particular play, he got a nice solo play just to finish it off and really establish that momentum for Boise State. And a lot of the time at the start of these games, that's what you need to get the mentality up for all your players, because if you got a bad mentality, things aren't really going to be working out a lot. And speaking of mentality, I mean, this particular play, that's got to be a mentality killer if you're Dakota Wesleyan, especially considering you just broke Rule 1 like less than a minute ago. So, yeah, I mean, it's got to be it's Boise State just coming out on top again. It's a similar story that we saw to the previous weeks, but not to no discredit to Dakota Wesleyan because they played amazing.
Yeah, and it's something that, you know, it really is. It reared its ugly head more tonight than it ever has. You just cannot waste those opportunities when you have one on Boise State Blue. Unfortunately, it was Murkic in Game 2, like we just saw. And there's your flip reset, by the way. Absolutely insane.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, just looking at this again here, he goes up, gets the flip, uses the flip to finish it off, and he gets another double tap there. Like, that's just that might be one of the most. I'd say that's just as impressive as the passing play that we saw last week, and except it's a solo play, so it might be even more impressive because it's just one player doing that. It's just everything's coming together. Baynock, the press is really coming together there. Probably use some training packs to practice that particular shot, and that's always the best feeling when you practice a particular shot a lot of the time in those training packs, and then you're able to finally pull it off in a game. And he did exactly that.
Well, despite his insane goal, it is Cosmo Buster who's going to be the Idaho Central Credit Union Player of the Game. So big congrats to him. ICCU, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like they're helping their members achieve financial success. Speaking of that, a very successful night for Boise State Rocket League. 9-0 on the night. Boise State Orange going 2-0, Boise State Blue going 1-0. So the blue team sitting at 9-0 right now, probably all but guaranteed to find the winning spot in Group Number A, as no other team has less than 2 losses. And then meanwhile, you have Boise State Orange 5-5. Maybe they get a win in the very last game, as it is the 11-game group play, and they find their way into that play-in bracket. But I can't wait to see where Boise State Blue goes in the NACE playoffs, because eventually you're going to run into a team that's going to be able to challenge them and make them go, 4 games or 5 games, because as close as tonight was, it was still a sweep.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was so dominant from Boise State. And teams can be so evenly matched, but it can still turn out to be a sweep, as we saw today. It seemed like Dakota was putting on a lot of pressure. They had what it takes to maybe take a game or two, but today Boise State just seemed to come out on all 3 games.
So a huge congratulations to the Boise State Rocket League teams. You have to think, like we said, Blues going to the playoffs. Orange might be able to sneak in, so would love to see how the final games go. Blue has 2 left. Orange has just 1. Well, that will wrap up the Rocket League portion of tonight's broadcast. Thank you so much, Wayton, for joining here with me and watching Boise State 3-0. You're allowed to keep your spot in the arena for now still, but if they disappoint in the playoffs, we might have to send you back to your house. But we're not done tonight. We've got Rainbow Six, usually on Mondays. We've moved it to Wednesdays for this, and it's going to be a good one. It's 2 of the best teams in the West, Boise State and Cal, taking each other on. It's coming up after this break, but we've also got the top 5 plays from that Boise State Blue win in their last match. Boise State's blue team, Murkic had what should have been the go-ahead goal, and it immediately flipped to the, as you mentioned, the series changer. And right there, Cosmo Buster. Wow. He puts another one in, and Boise State starting off game number 3 on fire.
I mean, that's the pace that I'm talking about. You see Baynock putting a laser, that's just the maximum power that he could possibly get, and it's right at Cosmo.
Not a clean clear for Boise State now. Cosmo Buster finally able to get that one. He is out of boost once again, a reoccurring theme we've seen a couple times from Boise State, low on boost. So I like how they've either been boost starved by Dakota Wesleyan, or they've just been using it all. Another shot and another save by Baynock. Boise State on fire on the defensive end, and they've needed every single one of those saves.
Yeah, those However, they will remain pressure here. It's like something that it seemed, I feel like I'm saying that a lot. It's just like they seem to be keeping this pressure on. And as soon as Dakota Wesleyan thinks they're going to get some breathing room, Boise State just pounces on them as they've got no one back in net. People are taking a little bit slower rotations than then, as we saw, Baynock just using the backboard really well.
We'll see if Boise State can respond. It's a one-on-one, and Bebes makes a save. But Cosmobuster might have an opportunity here, and it's home. Wow. We talk about it, Wayne. You cannot waste opportunities against this blue squad. Wow,
that was just, it was great placement from Dakota, really. But unfortunately, they weren't able to finish it off, and Baynock made an incredible save.
Crossbar was sort of the curse rearing its ugly head maybe before it happened, but we'll have to see. Boise State, they might have their fourth goal. Baynock.
Oh my gosh.
Like I said, once a series, somebody on this team does something that just Wade and I lose our minds over.
That was a flip reset double tap. You see how he hit the ball with his wheels there?
Change the future, you know. That's what you remind me. Came from a broken home. I've seen so many people go. Learn to make it on my own. It's easier for me to be alone. So how are you? Keep cutting through.
your new sanctuary. Run for your fucking life. Watch out, they are coming to fight you.
Warning, your mind nemesis. Warning, your mind nemesis. Warning, your mind nemesis. Warning, your mind nemesis.
Hello and welcome into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We're going to wrap up our Wednesday night with some Rainbow Six action here between Boise State and Cal. We have moved on from the regular season. We are now into the playoffs. First round of the 64-team tournament here for the Collegiate R6 season. We'll rematch the Broncos and Cal. Cal 2-0'd Boise State in the regular season. The Golden Bears finishing third in the division, the Broncos finishing fourth, but both teams ended up seeding in the top 20 as Cal is ranked 13th and Boise State is ranked 20th in the tournament. So going to have a good one on our hands tonight. We'll see if the Broncos can get revenge. Michael Fisher going to be joined by Brenner Bear Ladd to call all of the action. And Brenner, last two times these teams met, Boise State kind of ran into a buzzsaw. Do you think the Broncos can at least turn their fortunes around and win a round this time against Cal?
We sure hope so, especially if they are able to ban that Mozzie, which was kind of the god pick for Cal Esports last time, as it countered their drone strat so well last time. And I really hope we see Boise State kind of go away from their traditional strats that they always run and kind of run a more flexible, more adaptive against this Cal Esports team.
Yeah, because that was the other thing you mentioned, the anti-droning that Cal ran. As we see there are the playoff calendars, round of 64 taking place, and then we'll go from there. We'll see if Boise State is able to advance to that round of 32. The other thing that Cal did really well, especially on defense, was they kind of bunkered down and usually put about all 5 members somewhere on the site. There is your bracket there. You can see Boise State and Cal on the left-hand side of your screen facing off against each other. Looks like the winner will play the winner of CU Boulder and the University of Central Missouri. I do know CU Boulder, who the Broncos actually just beat in League of Legends last night, was the top team from this division. So the West staying all sort of in the same bracket. So Boise State would still have a very tough game coming up, but they've got to get past Cal. But as I was saying, Cal kind of eliminated that roamer that we've seen Danny and other people sort of just get picks on all the time. Do you think Boise State's going to be ready for that, or do you think maybe Cal's going to maybe come out with something different? Because I really like that 5-man defensive strat and say, you can't get a pick if we're all on the same floor.
I hope we see a bit of both, actually, because Boise should have learned a lot from that first game as they lost the 0-2 to Cal. And I think Cal should have learned a lot as well of how to deal with Boise's either consistent strats or even a bit of flexibility from Danny constantly pushing from a different angle from the rest of his team. So I hope we see a lot of variability in this game that's going to go down.
Do you know what map we're on, Brenner?
I believe first map is Theme Park.
Okay, I was going to say, you always know exactly what map we're playing, so I had to make sure that, you didn't end the season just by being like, oh, I don't know where we're going. So according to Brenner Bear, we're going to Theme Park. We'll see if he's correct or if we can mock him relentlessly in chat for not knowing what map we're playing on. But I'm really curious. Like I said, this would be I don't know if I like how it turned out, as you do have 2 top 20 teams playing in a 64-team tournament, but I also do like that Boise State's trying to get that revenge factor right away, shut down Cal, make up for that 2-0 loss that we mentioned that happened about a couple weeks ago. So it is the round of 64 of the Collegiate R6 tournament. Boise State and Cal, 2 of the better teams in their division, 3rd and 4th place for Cal and Boise State respectively, going at it. And I'm going to be really curious because, I felt like Cal had all the answers. They shut down the Boise State droning. They shut down Danny's roaming. And that kind of saw the Broncos' strategy crumble. And the Broncos, by the way, coming off from a marathon game last Monday that lasted almost well past midnight for you and I.
Yeah, it was definitely a long one, and I think both teams played very well, especially if they were able to bring it out to the maximum length for that final round. And even though Boise did end up losing it, I know they learned a ton of it and have been working on it. And especially against Cal, they're going to have to bring their A game if they want to not get at least 0-2'd again and hopefully even win it so they can get further off in this playoff season.
We'll be curious to see how things set up here as we do get on to the first map. And now we usually see Boise State ban Thatcher. They actually let it through in their very last game against Oregon State. Do you think we go back to the traditional, yet Thatcher's not going to see the light of day for Boise State?
They mainly didn't ban Thatcher because of Cafe. It's not their strongest map, but they played to their strengths, so they needed him. On Theme Park, they have solid strats on this map, so I definitely see a Thatcher ban coming through here.
Any predictions for Cal? Do you think maybe, I know we've seen some teams ban the Monty. I think it was even Cal who banned the Monty away from Boise State. Do you think we see maybe a Monty ban come out tonight at some point?
If they scouted out a Boise State team, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Monty Band come out just because Sherb is so strong in that with that human drone ability that he has. I would be very curious to see if they possibly would go for like a Nomad or Gridlock ban, as Boise State on their attack is very strong with those 2 ops of being able to zone out possible roamers from the Cal defense strategy. But if they anchor all on site, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more of a hard breach ban because both Maverick, Ace are very strong ops right now.
So we see there, Doc Haskell giving a nice wave to the camera as we get ready to go in. Here is the first round between Boise State and Cal, round of 64 in the Collegiate R6 tournament. These 2 teams, like we said, they met about 2 weeks ago, and Cal 2-0'd Boise State. So there's a little bit of revenge on the Broncos' mind as there's that Thatcher.
Classic Boise State band. And the first map is Theme Park. So I was right.
You're right. You're right. We'll see if you can carry on to a map 2 and potentially a map 3. Any predictions for Cal here?
I really hope to see either the Monty Band, the Gridlock Nomad, or a Hard Breacher, either an Ace, not so much Habana, or even a possible Thermite as he's able to open up those walls for Monty. But they're going to go for that Ace, which I actually really applaud because in the most recent patch notes, he was actually nerfed. So banning the currently OP op was a good choice by them.
See here, the first defense ban for Cal. Any predictions?
Mira, maybe Cade or Bandit because he's pretty strong. So we see a quick little nightlight on there. It's behind the scenes.
Hopefully we'll be able to get back in there and see what that last couple of bans were for both sides. Let's go, Brennan, make them up on the fly. What were they?
Final bans, Vigil Mozzie. Just throw out something crazy rather than what I just suggested, because Vigil's very strong roamer, very anti-drone. Same with Mozzie. So I think that would allow a lot of variability for the defensive roamers.
I'm just going to assume you're right. I know you're not, but I'm going to assume you are.
Thanks.
I saw
so much faith.
I saw a brief picture there that
they went for the
told me.
Malusi Mira. Pretty standard bans, as those are the most strong defenders at this point in time. We're going to see Boise defending first on that bunk daycare site as well. And with no Mozzie ban, I want to see how strong they've perfected the Mozzie against Cal's. Cal's Mozzie was kind of the defining point of their defense. So I'm curious to see if Boise's able to flip it on its head and just go beat them with their own weapon.
You know, I will say I was a little bit sad that Boise State didn't attack first, just because I felt like that is where they were a little bit weaker. As we see the 6-pick onto OMI and the 6-pick onto Twitch come out, I felt like that is where Boise State sort of lost that series, was on attack. So I would have loved to have seen them attack first, but them defending first, maybe they can find a couple of wins here. And I am just honestly just hoping that Cal does not take any notes from Oregon State.
We can only hope. We don't want to see the same thing over and over and over and over again. But I definitely know that since Theme Park is Boise's map, it's the one they picked in the setup for this match, that Cal decided whether they want to attack or defend first. So the fact that they wanted to attack first tells me that they feel more comfortable on the attack. And since this is Boise's map, they should feel very confident on the defense as well. And I know the next two maps are actually Clubhouse, and if we go to a third map, it will be Cafe.
Oh, no.
Cafe is not the strongest map for Boise, but if we get there, we'll have to wait and see how that goes down. But first, let's start with this first round as we see Boise set up for this bunk and daycare defense. We also did see Twitch get 6 picked from the IQ, so I'm very curious how that's going to pay off with a Mozzie and a Mute on the opposite team. That kind of neutralizes Twitch pretty hard in that first stage, especially when she only has her F2 or 417 as her other primaries, because no one uses that shotgun.
What? I love the shotgun. Every time I play with you, Brenner Bear, I always pull out the shotgun and then I immediately regret it. But it's always a lot of fun.
I mean, that's what it's there for. You're there to have fun with the shotgun and just one-tap people and send them across the room. But can't do that in Pro League. It's all about the one-tap headshot.
Yeah, it's just simple. It's just click heads, right?
Of course. That's how all of the pros are. We do see a quick droning out from under the Juco from all 3 members of Cal right outside that door, but it looks like he's kind of pinched by his own teammate's castle barricade, and he got droned out again, so they know he's stuck in that corner. Juco not looking too good on the first. So we hit 2 minutes here, but looks like he's going to be able to take down the barricade and get away. As we see Danny hiding right behind that vault door, trying to, with the famous shotgun.
Yes.
We'll see if it pays off.
Cal taking things rather slow. Didn't really follow any of those drones they threw at Juco, because we've seen something Boise State has done a lot, sort of using the drone as a distraction. We do see 2 members have gotten in there from where they were shooting at Juco. But a nice pick by Sherb. Give Boise State up 1.
He clicked on the head. It's that simple. It wasn't even with a shotgun either. It's amazing. But we are going to see, now that it is a 5v4 situation, and with that Twitch getting taken out, who wasn't even getting that much value in the first place, I don't see this affecting Cal too much, but since this is the first round, it will definitely have a huge factor later on of how both sides defend, as we do see Danny end up taken out by the Jackal. So that means Vault is completely open now, but we're going to see Fox get the refrag for his team onto the Jackal. So Boise State playing this defense very tightly so far, with Fox just roaming on the first floor.
Yeah, something else that I remember from the last 2 times these teams fought, where Cal was content as you see them get another pick off screen to tie it up at 3 aside. They were content to just say, let's just gunfight everything. And unfortunately for Boise State, Cal usually won a lot of those 1v1s. So if the Broncos are ready for that, I mean, you would have to think teams that are this talented, that are both ranked in the top 20 for this tournament, either a gunfight could go either way. So Boise State could just, flip the script in terms of just clicking on heads a little bit better, or just winning gunfights a little bit better than they did last time these teams met.
Yeah, when Boise attacks, they traditionally go for the plant, which is why they play the Monty. But knowing how Cal plays going for the gunfights, I think that's something that they definitely worked on in preparation for this match. And so far, it's been a good showing for both sides. They've been able to get refrags whenever a member was taken out. But we're going to see Sheriff unable to secure that elimination there as they blew open the wall. But he is going to be able to take out the sledge and then actually gets pistoled out by the thermite. But the last remaining member of Cal has to go for the plant and ends up just getting timed out as he was taking fire from Boise State team. So all around good plays by both sides, but I think Cal just went too slow after losing that first member. They just kind of backed up too much, and after getting picked, they were just getting refragged on too much and not playing closely enough as a team.
Yeah, it was a little bit faster than we saw against Oregon State, but the Oregon State attack had its successes against Boise State last week where they sort of baited the Broncos in to taking fights as the defenders. So I would be curious to see what Cal maybe gained from that game as we see the picks come in here. Looks like maybe there were just a couple of changes for Boise State and for Cal.
Yeah, and I know traditionally for Boise's defense on this site, they're going to hold almost 3 or 4 ops committed to that second floor because it is so strong as you are able to just get a ton of verticality from the second floor into first floor. So I'm very curious to see how Cal might deal with this. They could just try to beeline straight for site and go for a possible plan and just avoid all the utility that Boise will commit to the second floor, or they'll just try to push through and eliminate members. And especially with that Cali, it'll counter the castle barricades quite well, but it'll also use up her utility so she won't be able to get rid of possible electronics or mute jammers that'll be on the other side of walls. So this is going to be a very interesting play and kind of come down to both the Thermite and Cali and how they use their utility on the site against these defenders.
And I want to be curious to see if Cal gets, you know, maybe we missed it because there were, I think, like 4 or 5 eliminations that we just didn't see because they were off screen. If Cal is, once again, as we talked about, relies on a lot of those, hey, let's just go 1v1 somebody, because as you mentioned, they didn't group a whole lot in that round 1. I'd be curious to see if Cal's like, hey, let's just go find everybody, let's 1v1 as many people as we can, because, you know, they got a couple picks onto Boise State. Like I said, couldn't quite tell if those are 1v1s or not. They were happening off floor and off screen. So it would be really interesting to me to see how Cal wants to play this. Remember, this was a Cal team that 2-0'd Boise State last time these teams met in the regular season. So it would not shock me if a team like that says, hey, let's just go with what we did earlier. It's probably going to work. And Boise State, so far, they were ready for it.
And as of right now, it looks like they're going for the exact same push as they're going for that security office push from the top of Dragon. So I'm curious to see if this will actually even pay off for them with how much Boise actually commits to the second floor. As we can see 3 members already on that second floor with both Sherb and Ultrasen on site by themselves. So it's really going to come down to, can Danny and Fox hold that entire north side of site against all 5 members of Cal right now as they're beginning to drone out. Danny is on the mute, so that should be able to prevent a lot of them as they aren't able to scout that stuff out. We're going to see Ultrasen try to possibly cave trick the wall, anticipating a possible Cali push through the wall directly onto site. We're going to see Danny holding that angle with the shotgun. We might even see a one-tap come out of him if they aren't able to drone him out since he has that mute jammer watching the door. So Cal's going to have to play this kind of safe, and not bringing the Monty, the human drone, might pay dearly for them as they're beginning to push that bathroom door with Danny right on the opposite side. So
I want to be really curious to see if who's going to blink first here between Danny and I think that was Aquatic Lettuce on the other side.
As we see all the bands come in from Battle Eye, taking up the entire kill feed right now. So we don't know if anything goes down, but we're going to see Danny end up falling to the Zofia as she quick peeks the angle. Played very well by Aquatic Lettuce.
Then they're down onto Fox, and you see Juco's below him. I don't know how close anyone else from Boise State is to get him back up. So this could easily be 5v3 for Cal, and they haven't even taken any damage yet.
Yeah, since Cali's sniper does instant down you if she's able to hit you outside of the head region. So they should know that he is down, but they don't know if he had a teammate close by to revive him. So I'm very curious to see if they're going to be able to capitalize on it, or he's just going to simply bleed out at that moment.
Bomb located by attackers.
It looks like they are going to be able to end up finishing him for that Jackal. So it's now a 3v5 situation, and Boise has lost complete control of second story right now. So we should see Cal really take control here and maybe even get a plan down. But we're going to see Sherb actually get a headshot through the floor. Really curious what that sledge was doing, but I guess Sherb just played that very well. As we're nearing 30 seconds, Cal has to make a move here if they want to be able to either get plan down or remove the remaining defenders.
Yeah, Cal not moving too quickly. Yeah, you'd have to guess maybe that he was trying to open up just more holes in the ceiling, and you mentioned Serb did a great play there. Juco, once again, he gets a good one this time, and I don't think anyone for Cal's on that first floor except a couple guys, and none of them are too close to the bomb, and Boise State knows exactly where they are, but once again, gunfight's not going Boise State's way.
Yeah, they instantly lost 2 right there, so now it's down to Sherb. But he was able to actually defend. They weren't able to get the diffuser down in time, so the defense actually pulled off even though they lost 2 members, as Thermite ended up going down with the diffuser. So Boise State timed that out very well.
Yeah, second round in a row that Boise State's timed him out, and like I said, this is almost the shades of Oregon State that we saw last week, where it was just very, very slow attacking coming out and almost trying to bait Boise State into being the aggressor on defense. And this time Boise State, they learned from how they played against the Beavers, and they've just said, okay, if you're not going to plant, we're just going to let you take it. And, once again, they just hang on with 1 or 2 guys left alive.
Yeah, it's definitely still only been, that was only the second round of the first map, so I definitely think this has been a solid warm-up for Cal, and I hope they are taking away a lot of this, as they haven't won a single round on attack, which they chose to do. So I'm very curious to see what they're going to change up for this initiation office hold, especially now that we just saw the 6 pick off Pulse to Amazi, so maybe they're fearing the drones, as they actually did get a little bit of value first round, but they weren't able to capitalize on top of them. So maybe Boise just wants to completely eliminate any chance that they have of pushing this site.
Man, I would like to see Cal get more aggressive, because, you were up 5v3. As you mentioned, you'd taken complete control of the second story until the sledge just over-aggressed just a tad and got headshot through the wall, or the ceiling, So I would just love to see Cal maybe, take their advantage and say, we've got 5, you've got 3, and it really feels like, once again, there's been a lot of Cal saying, we just want to 1v1 you in gunfights, we just think our gunplay is better, and they probably blew a round that they easily should have won after how the first minute and a half went that last time.
I also hope we see a different push from Cal. They've been pushing the north side of the building almost every time, like the northeast corner right on that balcony. And having both the Jackal and the IQ, I really want to see some more verticality plays from this team, because IQ can get the gadgets through the floor, Jackal can track any possible roamer that BSU might have, even though they don't have one. It would definitely secure the first floor and allow for more interesting pushes and even some possible pinches, but we are finally going to see a new push from the northwest side. So I already applaud Cal for trying something new on that aspect. We do see Geos on that Jackal on the opposite side of the map from his team, so he might just be scouting out some quick windows. We do see Fox able to get a quick headshot onto the Nomad, eliminating that anti-roamer op on the side of Cal. So Boise's actually playing it pretty well so far, as Sherb takes a little bit of poke damage from Zofia through the window. We are going to say Juco able to take out Geos on that Jackal. So Boise already on the up and up.
And you see Sherb knows that Zofia is there. He's going to climb right past the window. Boise State, yeah, they've been holding this one really well. And Cal, once again, this slow play style of let's win a lot of gunfights, not going to work out when you lose the first 2 gunfights of the round.
Yeah, and with only 2 remaining members, as Fox was able to take out another member and the Thermite this time, so now they have no hard breach. Comes down to essentially the 2 fraggers of Cal on the 3-speed ops that they currently have right now. So they are going to get taken out by Danny, and then Fox ends up going down. Danny's going to end up losing half of his health, but is able to get Fox back up. So now it is a essentially 5v1 situation, and IQ not having the diffuser is not looking too good right now.
Well, Boise State has him surrounded. He's going to try and pre-fire a couple of walls, but he's just trying to find a lucky headshot, you'd have to think, onto somebody.
Yeah, he even gets C4 through the wall to his left. So
Attackers recovered the bomb.
things aren't looking too good, especially for round 3. Cal just hasn't had a good start, but this definitely should be a warm-up when we head to map 2, because unless they come alive in defense, I don't think they'll be able to pull much off for this attack, as she is completely cut off with that cross angle. She could try to rotate around, but they have that door angle watched from box. She doesn't know that they're not there anymore, but once we're nearing 30 seconds, she has to make a play, and as she pushes out, Danny's able to get that cross angle and get a flawless round for Boise State.
Yeah, great response here from Boise State in the first 3 rounds here. And you can definitely see that, there was probably a decent amount of VOD review, because, this does not look like the same dominance we saw when Cal 2-0'd Boise State a couple of weeks ago here to sort of separate them. At the time, they were at the upper end of this group. They ended up finishing 3rd and 4th, respectively. So I'm really impressed with how Boise State is playing this, but like I said, attack was the one where Cal had just absolutely sort of obliterated Boise State. They took away all the droning. They took away Danny's roaming. So as well as defense has started, I really want to see how attack goes for Boise State, and that is going to be where I'm like, okay, Boise State's either figured this out or we're going to be in for probably maybe a three-map series.
Another possible guess is simply Cal might have not warmed up, and this is their warm-up first map. I mean, that's a terrible thing to hope for them, but it could definitely be the possibility of just like they didn't have time, they simply jumped right into it, and right now they're paying for it. But I really hope we see a round 2 or 3, because I want to see them come alive, and I want to see both teams go head-to-head, as it was a very good game last time, and Boise State did get stomped, but they learned a lot, and they have been performing so far. So I really hope that this matchup goes much farther than a 2-0 right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we talk about for every game. Boise State just as an esports university, a lot of focus on learning from your mistakes, from your losses. How can you get better? How can you improve? And this has been, it's still early. Trust me, but it's been a textbook example of that, as Boise State currently leading 3-0 now. And we'll see if Cal, we've had 2 timeouts and 1 flawless, and right off the gun, that's something I would do. Oh, no, that was a team kill, actually. I thought it was a pick off the spawn. That was a team kill. I was like,
I guess they learned from us or something. I don't really know what was going on.
Your team kills everyone, Brenner.
It's tradition. It's just, it gets the team going. You gotta put yourself on the back foot so you're able to just set off the other team and just be like, all right, maybe they'll get a little bit cocky now and we can win. But taking out their Nomad was definitely not the smartest idea. I believe he was just pre-firing a window and his teammate simply walked in front of him, as that is the most case. Yep. That was the most common case in our situation of, I may be holding an angle and pre-firing it, and my teammate simply just walks in front of me. So I really hope we're able to see Cal maybe even come back from this, as Boise State might. I don't think they'll get cocky. They've been playing this pretty safe, and they're definitely just going to hold their angles, as we see 2 members already holding defense pretty strongly. We're going to see Aquatic Lettuce pushing from Cafe all by himself and droning himself. So Cal, once again, just playing separately and not getting value out of it, as Boise's been playing very close together and has been able to get refrags for each other. As we're nearing a minute 40 here, they haven't really done anything. We have seen a few drones come out, but they either immediately get destroyed or mozzied or muted. So even when Cal has been droning, it just hasn't been getting information. We're going to see a quick possible push from Cafe with Fox quickly watching it, but right as he left that angle, we did hear that proximity go off, and it was ended up destroyed, as we're seeing that Sophia try to wide peek the angle. They know each other is there, but they did not have a sight line.
Looks like a member of Cal might have a couple of backup. He has a couple of friends there, just in case. Aquatic Lettuce just peek around the corner. Doesn't look like he sees Fox.
Yeah, it looks like they might just go for a quick plant onto that A site, but unless they are able to deal with both members of Boise on that stairwell, they're not going to be able to get it off, I think. They do have the IQ in Arcade watching the cross angle, so that makes it a little bit tougher for sure, but once Sophia pushes in, Danny is able to quickly take her out. Then Danny's going to be able to eliminate the other member who is just hanging out over there. So in this 2v4 situation now, like that engagement for Cal, but sadly, Juco was just able to clean up. Cal's not having a good first map here.
No, I mean, it was already a 3-0 start and then a team kill right off the rip. Yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, Cal's probably almost hoping for a flip just to try and get something going here, because it's 4-0 Boise State. Gotta love the position they're in, and they really haven't had to do too much as defense. I mean, it really has felt like this game, Boise State's won more gunfights than Cal did.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely just been holding their angles, waiting for Cal to just push them, especially when Cal's already pushing them at a disadvantage, being either a teammate down or not able to drone at the enemies. So I really hope that they don't just throw this map away and go to the next one to try to just start fresh and start off in a better headspace. I hope they kind of just come back to it and say, all right, let's regroup and see how we can change it up and attack the site differently as we return to the throne room site.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we've seen a couple of teams in some different games, you know, maybe throw away a game one that they might have been able to battle back in and then turn things around. So I would be interesting to see it. You know, to me, it doesn't feel like it's an awful strategy. I mean, as you mentioned, Brenner Bear, if we go to a map 3, it would be Cafe. And if you're a Cal fan or you're a Cal player and you watch Boise State on Cafe last week, I mean,
10 seconds left.
that's got to inspire some confidence that if it goes to a map 3 that you stand a pretty good chance. So
5 seconds to insertion.
like I said, I'm not advocating for it, but it wouldn't be a strategy that I would necessarily say, that I hated. If they just said, hey, you know what, we know we can win maybe map 3, we feel more confident on Cafe, let's just run it all on Clubhouse and just take this as a learning map. Would be shocked, especially since this is the round of 64, but it's something that I don't want to discredit because it's a valid strategy.
Also, food for thought is last game, Boise started off very strong, but the longer they went, they progressively just got, I wouldn't say worse, but I think they just got tired out at that point because those games went very long. So it could be a simple strategy of Cal of just, hey, maybe they start off strong, but the longer we play, they get more tired and possibly worse. So maybe we want to drag this out as long as possible to wear them down to where the point we're going, an 8-7 map 3, but hey, we know we can win it. As Fox quickly eliminates one member, but we're going to see Cali able to get the refrag onto him. So they were able to get that engagement quite well, I think.
Yeah, I'll take that trade. You see Danny's also just above 25 health, so he is, one tap away from being eliminated as well. So Boise State has to be extremely careful, and Cal at least showing a little bit of fight, but once again, not moving at the rabbit's pace really here.
Yeah, it's a minute 40, and there has been elimination on both teams with Danny at about 30 HP. So I'm very curious to see if they're going to try to take advantage of that, as he is just hiding in lockers right now, kind of pinched off from the rest of it, unless he wants to make a rotation out into that 90 hallway by Dragon. But with all members of Cal seeming to be on that second floor, I don't know what their plan would be, because they're not even opening up the floor, as Sledge was eliminated, and they didn't bring a Buck. They do have the Zofia, but that's only 2 holes that they can make with it. We're nearing a minute here, and we do see Zofia take a little bit of damage, I believe, through a C4 through the 4. We're going to see Danny from lockers able to take out the hard breach, putting Cal in a rough spot here, but Cal should be able to just collapse on Danny in the lockers because he has no escape. They have to push him to get rid of him, or simply push a different angle. Now that they have no hard breach, they have to go through one of the 2 doorways into sight.
Yeah, you see Geo Theo, he's also pretty low, so him and Danny almost an equal footing, and just as I say that, he gets downed. See if he gets back up or not, or if he's forced to bleed out.
We're going to see Zofia concussion Danny from it, but with that shotgun, he holds the angle and just downs her in 1 shot. So I think this might be a Boise State round, seeing as it is essentially a 1-1.5, but Juco able to just take up the Cali, who is trying to res that Hibana. Things not looking too good on this first map for Cal, but like we've been saying, this is a map 1. We go to 3 maps, they can definitely come alive in these later rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you made a really good point. Just the mental fatigue of this game is something that just absolutely blows my mind. I mean, like we said last week, it was something where you and I were almost at the point where it was like, luckily the game has to end at 8-7 because we could have been there all night and you and I might have just passed out on stream. So, again, I don't want to suggest that Cal is, necessarily banking on a map 2 and map 3 and going 8-7, 8-7 and trying to make this a 2-3 hour match, but it's something definitely to consider just because, at the end, anyone playing a game at a high level, when you hit that hour 3 mark, you're like, you miss 1 or 2 shots and that can be the difference.
This isn't League. We aren't here meant to play 1 match for an hour, Like, we want this to go a little bit quick, and seeing as it's already 5-0, 2 more rounds, this map could be over. But after this round, we're going to see a swap side. So we're going to see Cal's defense, and maybe they're come alive in defense and absolutely just wipe Boise face on the floor. Like, we really don't know what could go down, as this is Boise's final defense round. And if they are able to win this, they just need to win 1 attack round, and that'll end it. So we really fingers crossed that they are able to do that, because like we've mentioned, they're strongest starting off. So if they want to end this as quickly as possible, they need to win these next 2 rounds for sure.
Yeah, I'm just, haven't been inspired much by the Cal attack. It's been very slow. It's been very methodical. And it's just something that it hasn't felt like. It felt like Boise State was ready for it because they just played a team in Oregon State last week that did the exact same thing. So maybe it's just bad luck by Cal that a team with similar strategy is a team that Boise State last played in the regular season. So the Broncos are ready. But, Yeah, as we kick off round number 6, besides the first couple rounds that were timeouts, Boise State has been in complete control. You know, we've seen some droning as you see a couple of them in there, but, you know, unlike Boise State, they don't follow the drones in, so there's really no more than just information gathering by anyone on Cal as you see a couple of members drop down and maybe try and find a way in to that first floor.
Yeah, I have a problem even saying it's been slow and methodical because they aren't playing the Monty of the human drone, who is the definition of slow and methodical, and even when they play slow, they aren't checking their corners and playing safe. We do see Fox take the engagement with Sophia and ends up losing it, but we're going to see Danny able to get a quick elimination onto Cal as revenge for his fallen teammate. So I'm curious to see how they might continue to push this engagement, as they're all stacked on Cafe right now. So if they get into a firefight, we could see a possible another team kill here.
Yeah, as you saw there, when Fox got taken out, it was a 2v1, and then, as you mentioned, a couple members just all right there. Looks like Cal's starting to split a little bit, but you can see through the silhouettes there. There are 2 or 3 members all very, very close to each other.
Yeah, so all 4 remaining members are on the west side, so they've taken west side control. Callie is all by herself on first floor, so she's not able to get rid of the possible gadgets for a possible hard breach with the mute jammer right by Sherb on that wall, which is what they're actually going to go for right now. So I question what their plan is right now, because so they finally get rid of the mute jammer. He's not able to place it down in time, so they're able to open up the wall, but it's the simple fact of they got stalled out by the mute jammer and just didn't anticipate for it. And then we're going to see Danny able to get a double elimination onto the remaining members, so he's up to a triple right now. Danny could ace here.
Yeah, you see the 2 members of, unfortunately, I think he was looking for the one in the far one there, and somebody came through the hallway. So can't get the ace, but Boise State's still got to love their positioning. Oh, and maybe not, actually.
Yeah, being prone in that long angle as Castle just says, hey, I'm a giant black prone man in this corner. Just start firing at me and you'll hit something, because prone 9 out of 10 times you'll go straight for the head because it's just a straight shot. So I'm very curious if they'll be able to push this as they use their remaining flashbangs, able to blind Juco, but they're not even pushing together as Callie ends up pushing Juco, who's behind shield, but he ends up getting shot through the cubby hole in the wall by the thermite. So they're going to have to go for plant here, but I don't think they even know Sherb's there.
Nope, they had no idea. They honestly had no
skill
idea.
of 100 much. Wow, they did not do their best there, as they even flashed him. They didn't even push with it, and we're even seeing the sneak 100 come out. Sherb played that very well and very patiently, as he knew the last 2 members were there.
Because, I mean, I like how Cal played the one right before it, right? They baited Boise State into trying to look for the Cali, and they immediately baited him to the open cubby hole and got him taken out. So Cal, look, I don't know if it was, well, it's a 1v2, we're just going to plant, but that went from Cal outplaying Boise State to, as you mentioned, Sherb sneak 100 and just saying, hey, guys, you know there's 1 member left, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they didn't know he was there, but they had the Cali who could have easily scattered it out, and she just didn't. You saw him immediately vault over the crate, take her out, and take out Thermite while he was planting. Just not well played by either side, as Cali could have also just held their sniper and held an angle on it and was able to instant down Sherb if possible.
Attackers need to locate
So
and defuse as many
I really hope
bombs
we
as they
see
can.
some new things come out of Cal's defense now as we swap sides here. We do see Boise take the traditional attack that they do on this map, as we see another wave of infinite battle eye bands coming in.
Now, as long as none of the names that are in this game pop up, I think we're safe from that.
That would definitely be an interesting sight to see, of just like, oh yeah, one of our players was cheating casually and we're still losing, so shh, it's fine.
I will say this is what I wanted to see, though, because this is where it really felt like last time these teams played, Cal had the advantage. They would usually 5-man on the site, or at least on the floor of the site, take away from Danny's roaming, and then absolutely shut down the Boise State droning that we've talked about is what they do so well. So I'm really curious to see if the Broncos can finish this off quickly, or if we maybe go 1, 2, 3 rounds or so of Cal starting to fight back here.
And one thing we saw for a split second was the Wamai placing a shield on top of that crate, watching that doorway. I absolutely love that defensive strat for the throne room side, because it allows you to see completely through the doorway. You can't take shots, and you can peek them without them knowing you are there. I absolutely adore it, and I haven't seen Boise utilize it yet because they play the Goyo, who has the exploding shields, which hasn't paid off for them yet, even though they won all their defensive rounds. So I really hope we see a lot of utility come out of it here for Cal, as they are only committing 2 members to second floor, whereas Boise committed 3, along with a ton of utility. But Boise, with their drones, are able to quickly clear a lot of this, as we see Sherb on the drone quickly clear out security for Fox as he's pushing right above Dragon Stairs. Right into, I believe that was the Jaeger in initiation, so seems Boise's attack is going a lot faster than Cal's already, as we're nearing a minute 50, and they have 2 members on site. They have droned site itself.
Bomb located by attackers.
Drone does get taken out, but definitely more drone usage, or at least better drone usage than maybe we saw from Cal.
Yeah, and Cal this time not even running anti-drone. Yes, they have the mute, but they've been using him for walls, as they brought the bandit, not even a cage. So what happened to their god tier Mozzie they were running last time? Did they just decide, we'll just let Boise have it and just not try it this time, as he was able to get, I believe, a quad last game on top of all 3 drones. We see 3 members of Boise stack up on this one doorway. We're going to see the Maverick try to get rid of any possible electricity, but he's going to end up actually killing 2 of his teammates, or just the 1 IQ through the floor, and we're going to see Quadagletis able to get a headshot onto Fox as well. So now all 3 members are just stuck in this hallway as they try to push site.
Just under a minute left. We see a little bit more aggression from Boise State, but of course now down 2. They've got to be extremely careful. Of course, good news for them. They do have several rounds to not throw away here, but they're not too worried if they lose a round or 2 to kick things off attacking.
Yeah, I think one main problem we're seeing here in this Boise attack right now is you saw Sherb quickly watching that second floor site. They're not using their drones to watch their backs, they're using the drones to watch what's ahead of them. And I think that kind of hurt them there, as we saw 2 members of Boise quickly fall as they try to push site. And then Gios just is able to win out a flawless round for them on their first defensive. So I definitely think Cal's defense is their strongest suit, especially on this map.
This has been a very defender-favored map so far. As we saw Boise State 6-0 Cal. Cal maybe going to try and reverse that and 6-0 them and send us into overtime. But you'd have to like Boise State's chances of picking up at least 1 round somehow. I mean, because Cal had a couple of timeouts where they were very, very close to winning.
Yeah, I would say Boise played that slow, but I couldn't even say that. I think they just didn't play to their strengths to fullest. We saw them do a lot of droning, but I don't think they had a person following those drones. And even if they did, they were losing firefights in that situation. So even with this being a defender's strong map, they had second floor control and just didn't use it. They went for the wall on the side of initiation and lost it. We saw Danny go for the Maverick hole and immediately get taken out from being prone, just exposing his head. We saw Quadagletis able to get a double kill on the bandit. So I have questions for Boise of, now that they're second floor, are you going to attempt verticality at all? Or are you going to just go straight for the plane again? Are you going to try to go back to your safe and steady drone strat, as they're not running their strongest up of a Mozzie? And they're not even using a human drone here, so they can't push through security hatch unless they are able to secure that initiation room.
Yeah, I would not be shocked if Boise State maybe loses a couple more rounds here. We just see them say, all right, let's just go with the Monty. It's usually good for 1 win. That's all we need.
We don't want to see a repeat of Oregon where we stick with Monty and only Monty and just crash and burn with him.
Yeah, well, the good news is they only need 1 win this time. They only need 1 to win this first map.
Assuming we don't go to overtime. We don't want to see that happen, but
no.
Boise just needs their 1 win here. They can pull it together. They're not fatigued yet. Come on now.
Just started.
Please. Don't want to be here until tomorrow.
And the way these attacking rounds have been going, we might be in for a long one. Either team has been too speedy.
Yeah, we're going to see them kind of go for, I wouldn't even say a split push, but just slow. Some of them did go second floor. We're going to see Danny joining all the first floor by himself, as there's not a single member of Cal in first floor, which is actually good for them, but they're not going to do anything for first floor for verticality, as they don't really have the buck to possibly open up, or even a Capitao to try to flame bolt through the floor. I think they're just going to stick with their guns and go for their typical strat, pushing through that office space and top of Dragon Stairs, and then maybe push into daycare or bunk and go for a plant. But pushing through that security is going to be rough as there's 2 members of Cal actually watching that doorway. And there is the shotgun to his left. He just saw the bullet spray from it. But with Cal being prone, his legs just completely exposed. We're going to see Fox actually pull out his utility and wasn't able to go for that gunfight, and he's going to end up falling. But with Ultrascent on that sledge, was not able to even get the refrag for his teammate. So Cal, even though they were able to even things up, aren't looking too good right now, with Danny on the first floor not even getting a ton of utility for his team as no one's even on the first floor. So unless he's going to start opening up things through that verticality and try to get some of those toes, he's just kind of wasting time right now. We are going to see Gios end up falling to the Cali one-shot, but unless his teammate's able to get him up, he's going to bleed out. Seeing Danny on those yellow stairs, looking for a possible cross angle. He did see the drone get taken out, so he knows someone's in the hallway, but they could have easily rotated out. So nearing 50 seconds, Boise's going to have to make some moves now.
Yeah, they did get Gio up, so he'll be back with just under a quarter HP. So only one tap's going to be enough.
The worst possible timing just happened as Cali looked away. We saw the member of Cal rotate around. We're going to see the thermite taken out as he went for the rotation on that balcony right by Vault. So things aren't looking too good for Boise right now, but with Gios having very low health and the Jaeger getting taken out by Danny, but then Sherb gets taken out, Danny gets taken out, left, right. It's all down to Ultrascent on this sledge, having to either go for the triple here or the plant. But with 10 seconds remaining, he doesn't have a sight or way into sight unless he pushes through this doorway and wins the engagement, but I don't believe he has to. He does have defusal. He has to go for plant here. Barely makes it, but with 2 members able to collapse onto him, he's not able to live through it. It was a good try, though. He was able to get right into Kid's daycare and win that engagement with his Mac 11, but sadly, Danny getting taken out on those yellow stairs meant that they had no way of winning unless he was able to get the triple there. So both sides played it very well, and I think Cal played to the strength of sitting and waiting.
Yeah, a nice job by whatever member of Cal it was that was able to get Gio back up, because he actually ended up getting a headshot before he was taken down. So if he bleeds out, Boise State wouldn't have lost a member. So good job by Cal recognizing, hey, Cali's not peeking the angle anymore. Let's get Gio back in the fight and allow him to get a pick onto a member of Boise State, and that is sort of what turned the fight. So maybe, as you mentioned, unfortunately, Cali looked away. If Boise State can go find the member that he downed, they probably win that round. But still, once again, they 6-0'd on defense. We've still got time. And now for me, it becomes, when does Boise State want to pull out the Monty, maybe just get one here and move on to map 2 on match point?
For sure, and we're also going to see the 6th pick from the sledge onto the Cali on the 2nd floor site. She did get a lot of value last time as she was able to down 2 members with her sniper, but was unable to finish them, sadly. So hopefully we're going to see maybe a possible more aggressive play with Cali, maybe holding the sight lines for her teammates. Because if she's able to down them but not finish them off, I want to see some more aggressive plays from especially Danny on that end, as he did flank the entire team on those yellow stairs. He was able to take out 1 member, but was immediately refragged upon. We're going to see the mute with the shotgun as well, so hopefully we're going to see even maybe a 1-tap if he holds his angles well. And on this initiation vault site, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a cafe push, as that's exactly what Cal did. But Boise loves their office and dragon push.
Well, you don't want to copy what Cal did, because they didn't win a round.
Maybe they're just going to copy them and say, we can do it better than you, and then win it. So that would be definitely interesting play from them. But the wave of bans tonight has been ridiculous. It just keeps going.
Apparently tonight was not the night to, call up your favorite booster and say, hey, give me a couple ranks in Siege, because Ubisoft has been all over that. Luckily, unaffecting this game, besides giving us something to at least look at while we start the early seconds of the Boise State round as they drone it in. Nobody following the drones for now, though.
Yeah, I think they just mainly wanted to secure bathroom, so that way if they did push in, as we see Sherb just prone, going through the doorway, crawling over the Legion mine and just accepting the damage as he was holding that angle. But smart play by him. Sadly, he did take damage for it, but we do hear the drones going off, so I believe they're beginning to drone for each other as he is quickly trying to burn those utilities in that main lobby and get someone out of there, so they're able to push it from that deployable shield as they were unable to take it out.
Still not too much action, really. Boise State
Yeah, definitely the slow and steady here as they're all pushing through that office space right now. And we're going to see the C4 through the floor happen onto Sherb. So Aquatic Lettuce really paying that off, not even as pulse, just simply having a C4 and a prayer, just yeeting it onto Sherb. So played very well by them. They're going to go for, it looks like that B wall and try to go for plant from Cash as Callie's going to be able to hold that angle. So I actually really applaud this drive by Boise right now. As we're nearing a minute 10, and Boise slowly making this push, but they're still down a member. Not a single engagement has happened between these two teams. So unless they're going to go for plant pretty cleanly, I don't see this ending well for Boise as they lose another member to Aquatic Lettuce.
Aquatic Lettuce has been absolutely incredible for Cal. Fox is able to get, I think, one.
I believe he just downed him and then ended up falling as Danny's able to take out the, well, we're going to see Danny also be able to push in and take out the mute, so they do now have vault control. We're going to see Callie quickly shoot the corpse out of fear as she just saw the black mass in the corner. But Danny's able to get the plant down, so now they have control of site, putting Cal on the back foot, making them having to attack their own side as no members remain.
Aquatic Lettuce not quite going to bleed out there. So at least give them a chance here in a 2v2.
Yeah, Boise State holding those cross angles on the doorways. I don't see this ending well for Cal unless they are simply able to win this gunfight. In a 2v1 situations, they can only push through the doorway one at a time unless they want to rotate around through the hallway and try to go for a pinch. But it looks like they're just going to simply walk in and get taken out by the cross angle held by Boise, which means Boise takes map 1 against Cal.
Yeah, good job by Boise State. Not only did they get at least enough revenge to say they won a round, as last time Cal 2-0 them, now they're going to put themselves on match point, and you have to feel pretty confident if you're a Boise State fan, especially with how that round went. As you say, we are going on to Clubhouse next. I mean, you have to wonder what Cal's going to change here, because, I mean, their attack left a lot to be desired. I mean, I would highly doubt they're playing for the 6-6 draw, neither attacker winning, because that just feels like a way too much of a YOLO.
I also really hope that it was a warm-up map for them, and here we should see them kind of come back into their own and maybe see an actual competition, not to be that guy, but
wow.
It was definitely just if they 2-0'd Boise their first time and we saw them wipe the floor with them, and now we're coming back to this first round of a 6-2 situation, I really hope Cal is just like, all right, we had our warm-up, now let's destroy these kids, you know? I don't want that to happen to Boise because obviously they're our team. I want them to win, but I still have that Cal home state of just like, give me a showing. It's fine. It's fine.
Go get your In-N-Out and just get out of here.
I don't even like In-N-Out. That's the worst
part. You can't
part.
even say you're from California then at this point. Then you're just, you know, you're an embarrassment to the state. But
yeah, pretty much.
But
thanks, Dad.
It is a good job by Boise State taking that first round in dominating fashion from Cal. Clubhouse coming up next, according to Brenner Bear here. This is the round of 64 for Collegiate R6. The winner will take on the winner of CU Boulder, I believe the black team, and then the University of Central Missouri. CU Boulder, one of the Boulder teams, I'd have to assume it was CU Boulder Black, was the top team in this division, so might have some familiarity with these two teams. So I would love to see that for Boise State, not only take down Cal and then going to probably take on a very, very strong Colorado team, but can't look that far in the future just because they're on match point. We've seen some crazy things in the last few weeks in Siege. And actually, the thing is, Boise State, it didn't feel like we're as drone reliant because they remember what happened against last time against Cal, where Cal absolutely shut down the drones. And this time Cal's like, nah, we don't need to shut. It's almost like Cal has baited Boise State into saying, well, we know they think they're gonna counter their drones, so we won't. And Boise State's like, okay.
I think them not running the Mozzie bothers me, especially now that we're going into Clubhouse, where after watching that Oregon State game, Boise's going to play the Monty here, especially for those garage pushes, which is going to be a very much win or lose situation. And I hope they don't overcommit it to it, and I hope they are more flexible with it on this Clubhouse, because I know Clubhouse. I hope so. I don't think Boise will ever ban their own Monty.
No, I meant Cal. Do you think Cal would ban Monty?
No, because I think they know how to deal with it. I think they're smarter than that, and I know that they can definitely commit the enough resources like Oregon State to just completely shut them down, as we did see Boise ban the Thatcher, super traditional. We saw Cal ban the Nomad. I'm actually really happy with that, as roaming on this map is very strong, but leaving that Jackal available. But Boise hasn't been playing the Jackal either, so I think they're safe there. Mirror, very solid ban here. She is a very strong defender op for these sites as well. But knowing that this is Cal's map that they picked, since Boise picked Theme Park, we're going to see Cal also go for the defense, which means Boise wants to attack first. So I think they just want to play to their strength of the Monty attack strat first and see how Cal counters it. But if it's true that Cal's first map was their warm-up and they come alive here, I worry about that Monty strat, because Boise, after that last game, might overcommit to it and will pay dearly for it. But I'm actually completely wrong, as we're on Villa, so that is all my fault.
You lied to us.
I will take that L.
You were right every single time except for this one. And this is when it mattered most. This is the
sad
playoffs.
day for me. This is
the
all my fault.
playoffs. And there's no Monty.
Which I'm actually happy to see. And they didn't ban the Maestro on Villa, because Echo is currently banned due to a glitch of his drones being invulnerable.
Nice.
So the Maestro is the perfect next pick, and no Valkyrie ban, so they could have done that. And I know Boise feels confident on their attack for this map, as it is one of the stronger maps as well. And their attack for this site is very traditional. They will go gridlock first floor, and then the other ops will attack from either study or from bedroom.
Attackers need to locate.
So I'm curious to see how Cal's going to play this, as we haven't seen them on this map before. I'm actually so sad it wasn't Clubhouse. I really wanted to see Clubhouse now. That's all my fault. I'll take that.
I believe you led me astray. I don't know what to believe anymore. I really don't.
I'll just let you be the expert now. So I'll ask you the questions, and you can just take over, because I clearly don't know what I'm talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, I got you from here. No worries, man. I'll make up for what any knowledge you lack. I got you. I definitely, have done some investigative journalism onto some of these siege maps and found some nooks and crannies that other people probably have never explored. So you need that information. I've got you, no problems. But no, I'm really curious to see, we talked about it last time. We're obviously going to see all 6 rounds of Boise State attack. Impossible not to. I want to see if the Monty ever does come out, because that has been their bread and butter, at least at some point. Most of the games, if it's like they need to steal around, if they want to catch somebody off guard, that human drone has come out.
I would say the problem with Monty coming out is the defenders could run a Pulse and C4 through the floor. This map is very vertically open, which is why we see Danny on the IQ so much. He is able to just take out gadgets through the floor. We do see one defender actually holding first floor as well, so that might be a possible engagement that'll turn the tide of the map in their favor, or of this round. We're already see the verticality coming through as Danny was pushing through and already taking shots. And we do see 2 members of Boise actually lose a lot of their health to Aquatic Lettuce, but he's ended up losing the engagement to Danny with that G8, my personal favorite gun for IQ, as we've seen me use her in the past. So Boise already up a member, has first floor control so far, as we see one last member on first floor. He's on the other side of the hallway, so he might be able to get some amount of value, but he is quickly then droned out, so he has to rotate out through kitchen and possibly into Astral if he wants to get back to site. We're going to see Thermite end up losing his charge to the wall, as I believe it was not even bandit tricked, but just destroyed. So I think Cal has been playing their defense very well, as they've done it twice now. I believe they're just impact tricking it through the roof. So it seems Cal in this defense has just been very strong, and this is one of Boise's stronger maps as well. And losing both Thermite charges, they now have no hard breach whatsoever other than Ultra Scent on this Hibana. So unless she is taken out, as Danny is taken out on that first floor, so now they have lost their top fragger on first floor control. And Hibana being the only hard breacher left, this definitely throws a wrench into Boise State's gears right now.
See you on the other side.
See, and also not to mention 2 members of Boise State low. Nice pick there from Sherb, however. His position is immediately known. Tries to pre-fire. Can't quite find a little bit more than a couple of chip damage.
Yeah, in a 3v4 situation with 45 seconds remaining, Hibana on this 90 window, maybe trying to go for a hard breach into Vault, hasn't been paying off, as they are able to down the smoke. And then Fox is able to finish him through the floor, but we're going to see Geo's able to take out Ultra Scent, so that means they're completely out of hard breach now. But since they were able to get the plant down, Boise should be able to take this, as he ends up actually just falling from fire through the bar, as it is a technical soft wall. But since Boise has first floor control, they are able to simply just watch the diffuser. So unless Fox loses the engagement, as Sherb just did, Boise should have this. He's able to take out the diffuser.
Oh, no.
But as he lost it to the Jaeger, Geos winning that round for his team, doing very well.
Bomb diffuser disabled by defenders.
Yeah, picked up a quad for himself, got the defuse, and
Defenders win.
as you mentioned, won the fight through the floor. And that was about the only way you really thought Boise State could lose, and unfortunately that was the way they lost.
Traditionally, whenever Boise has pushed that site before, we see them go on the opposite wall of bar, not through study. And I think they actually played against their own strength. Their traditional strat is just, we're going to go straight for the wall, plant behind bar, and have Fox underneath Garda, as we saw them do. But this time they wasted both thermite charges in study trying to open up that wall. And I think that just slowed them down too much. They ran out of time. They ran out of team members. Sherb ended up having to hold 90 without watching study. Gets taken out from study. I really hope we see a different change of pace here, as Danny was also taken out first floor, trying to secure it with the last one of the members of Cal holding it. So I think after that first round, that'll be very telling for both sides of how they'll play this. With Danny on the IQ through first floor, we're going to see a very strong bedroom push here on the site, as they love pushing through closet and securing that bedroom hold and going for a plant right onto, I believe that's A right there by statue. And we don't see any defender ops change up either, so maybe Cal's feeling quite comfortable after winning that last round.
Yeah, I mean, you saw just almost right off the bat how aggressive Cal wants to be, as you mentioned, when Danny pushed in through first floor, nearly got shot through the wall or through the ceiling. I mean, Cal was very close to just getting an early pick on him, so I think that's kind of going to be their MO, is probably try and play some of that verticality against Boise State.
Yeah, and running the Legion as a safety precaution against a possible shield user is very smart on their end. We'll also see, I believe, Sherb and one other member push through that window right on the other side of where Legion just barricaded into sight. So we'll definitely see a 3-2 push here, possibly even a 2-2 with Danny on first floor. But with all members, all but one actually on site, or near it, we're going to see Maestro in the 90, which I think is very smart, especially with the LMG before the Tachanka rework coming through. So he should definitely be able to hold that by himself, but I don't think Boise's even going to push from that side. As we see Danny already underneath master bedroom. Going to start taking out the utility already.
Yeah, trying to open things up for his team. And I guess when that is the one downside for Cal, since they rarely have ever put anyone off site, as you mentioned, only one player not close to the site, it's going to allow Danny really pretty much free reign on any gadgets he wants to clear out.
Yeah, he already took out 3 of those bandits, so that means with only 1 remaining, they can open up that wall totally freely. And like I mentioned earlier, we're going to see Sherb and Fox pushing through that window right against the Maestro in 90 and into sight if they're actually uncontested. We're going to see Fox even take out the bandit through the wall that he created onto that doorway into the other site. So I think so far Boise's been playing to their strength and winning this engagement, as Danny is able to take out a member through the floor. Cal not looking too good so far.
Yeah, Cal is almost run into a buzzsaw here. They did pick up the first round, albeit barely. But I guess the only positive is we saw a situation like this where Cal was up 5-3 and just took too much time. As you see, there's a pick on to Danny, and now Boise State maybe up against it. Sherb downs Rao, but looks like there might be someone who's there to res him.
Yeah, with all 3 members of Cal actually holding the bedroom, it allowed for both Fox and Sherb to simply push into sight, as the Maestro was watching 90 and did not push in, which allows Sherb to get a triple off of that and win the round for his team. Cal just completely forgot that they were pushing the window and just let him right in.
That was interesting. And then, you know, once he got the down, Cal decided to, uh-oh, looks like the van wave's now
coming back.
It's not been a good night.
Really cutting down the player base here tonight, as we're seeing.
It's probably for the best, though, right?
I hope so.
I mean, you don't want players who are cheating in your game.
No, because it will cost you dearly, especially in ranked. It'll be a big factor in whether you win or lose. Because if you win against a cheater, I believe you actually lose points, which is kind of backwards.
Wait, what? How does that, what?
It's Ubisoft, man. We all know and love it, right?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Questionable, I know. It's
Yeah.
great. But if you lose against a cheater, you get points as well. So, logic.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense.
We love Ubisoft here so much.
Hey, you know what? We're playing their game, so
Got to give them props.
they
made
did
a good
something
game.
right.
Something. They did the one thing.
They got the game to be an esport. I mean, there's a ton of companies who have tried to make their game an esport and not had success. So the fact that we're still here and that there's still a ton of games left, like we said, there's only the round of 64. So there's at least 5 or 6 games left for one team in this tournament.
And so far, things have already been more even as we're 1-1 right now. So things are already looking better than map 1. So I hope we might see a possible overtime for both maps.
I don't want to see that. I want to see like a Boise State 7-1 victory.
They just
Stop
did a
rooting
7-2.
for good games.
They just did a 7-2,
Stop rooting
though.
for
You
good
got what you
games.
want, man. Come on. You can hope.
Stop rooting for good games.
Sorry, I root for absolutely poor games. I want to see Cal just wipe the floor, right?
No. You're close.
If you don't want a good game, that's what a bad game would be.
No, I want a good Boise State game. I want a Boise State 7-0.
Boise State.
A Cal 7-0. I don't want to, I'll take a Boise State 8-7, but I wouldn't, it's something I'm rooting for.
So we do see the slow attack of Danny already getting engagement. I don't know how that wasn't even a headshot onto that Jaeger, as he's half health now, but we do see Sherb able to get the headshot onto the smoke. So that means they won't have any solid denial for the plant, or timeout that is. I like this angle that Fox is holding from the opposite wall above on a cross angle to another window on a different wall. We're going to see him burn the ADSs as well as they try to push into closet as one member of Cal is holding it. Kind of going for the same push they just did with 2 through closet into master bedroom, then the other 2 through that window right into sight. Trying to remove that member from closet is going to be key if they're going to be able to go for the plant through master bedroom, or they're going to have to do the complete opposite from the window on the north side, I believe. Yep, north side, perfect. He's able to spot out the Maestro cam as well.
I'm shocked at how little drone usage we've seen for Boise. That was sort of their bread and butter in the regular season.
Yeah, and Cal's not even running any anti-drone. So I just have questions for both teams of, this is your strength, why aren't you playing to it? And then we're going to see Ultrascent immediately get taken out by the Wamai. Wamai in this closet has been stalling out Boise a ton, as he's actually going to do a quick run out from the window as 2 members are watching this angle. They need to be going for the plant, but Jugo having Diffuser, if he loses that gunfight, is going to put Boise in a bad position, as he's actually going to get crossfired real quick and run into the electrified wall and then actually end up going down. Reminder, he has the diffuser. And then we're going to see Fox get split attention and end up losing that engagement wall. So once again, it is all down to Sherb in a 1v3 situation.
Good news, the health bars aren't that full for Cal. Oh man, he nearly just lost that right there. He's got to go quick though.
Yeah, with no diffuser and 15 seconds remaining, it definitely makes him on the back foot, but running into the side lane of 2 members is never a good engagement you want to take, so Cal Esports definitely just played to their strength of, this is my corner and I'm going to hold it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sherb just honestly looked right over the guy of Cal who was crouched below him. So unfortunate there for Boise State, so Cal back on the upper hand. But once again, a very, very close series. I would, as much as I don't want you to be right about overtime, it feels like we're trending in that direction.
I mean, this has already been a much better showing for Cal than map 1, so I think my prediction was true of that was simply just a warm-up for them, and now we're seeing their strengths really come to fruition, even though they have completely forgotten about the drones. Both teams have forgotten about the drones, it seems. It seems they're just relying on their gunfight strength, and as we've seen, it hasn't really been working out for Boise so far. So even going for the plant, they aren't able to secure the closet or even the bathroom to go for a master bedroom plant, or even the opposite north side push. So now that we're seeing back to billiards, I'm curious if they might go for their more traditional push of right next to bar, or they're going to go for study again and just get impact tricked out and lose both thermite charges again.
Wow. Not Mr. Positive here for Brenner Bear for what he expects from Boise State. I will say, though, this is actually a similar score we saw last map. Boise State only needed to win 1 attacking round, and it took them 3, so similar to what we saw last time. But, of course, since Boise State 6-0'd on defense last map, they didn't get to attack any longer. So, as I said, this is what I really wanted to see. This is where it felt like Cal sort of shut down Boise State last time these teams played, took away from the roamers, took away the droning. We've talked about it. Neither team's really been droning. Cal, once again, really hasn't had too many roamers. When they've had, it's been about 50-50 if Danny wins the gunfight or not.
And even with how much anti-utility Cal has been running for the anti-hard breach, I'm surprised we haven't seen Boise actually break out the Monty, as we haven't seen them droning a lot, but he would be able to easily clear out those doorways when they can't hard breach. So that's something I would love to see them implement here soon, of just, all right, our typical hard breaching, as we see Sherb on that Ash fall to Aquatic Lettuce once again. They kind of need that shield right now. They need a Reinhardt, even though that's the wrong game right now, of just, we need some way to securely push these angles rather than constantly try to take these gunfights that they simply aren't winning, especially against Aquatic Lettuce, who's actually really just been kind of the star player of his team at the moment.
Yeah, Aquatic Lettuce has been the consistent top fragger, though Gio also had a quad earlier in this map. So there's a couple of very talented fraggers on the side of Cal. We see another member of Boise. This time it's Danny who's going to be down. He's got a member behind him who can't get him up. And Juko's going to win that gunfight.
Yeah, Geos and Aquatic on these German defender ops. Probably the most picked ops, I believe, for defenders, and also with some of the strongest guns and utility. Really happy to see that they're being played by the best players. As we see Aquatic Lettuce taking out Danny. Yes, Danny was very low health, but after getting down by Geos, things aren't looking too well, as he's able to win another engagement against Juko, who had Diffuser even. So now it is down to Ultrascent and Fox to try to win this 2v4 situation.
Well, they're going to get one onto Aquatic Lettuce. Fox is out of ammo and has to reload.
Yeah, first he had to take out the Legion Mine. He hasn't reloaded his super shorty secondary. He had to then reload his primary. It's a lot of time commitment as we're nearing 30 seconds. There is still a member in 90, so if he swings this, he's able to take out Fox. Just as I bring it up, he does exactly that. We're going to see Ultrascent able to get the flank onto the Smoke, who is hiding behind Bar. And since he has Diffuser, he tries to go for the plant, but since the Maestro was holding the angle, they end up winning that round. Once again, I think Cal played that very well. They let their 2 roamers get a ton of value for them after Danny losing 2 engagements. Cal's doing very well in this defense so far, and with Boise State consistently winning this map in the past, I have to wonder if they're going to try to change up their strats, or we're going to see a repeat of their Oregon State game of they just believe in their strats and they're just going to will it to happen.
I mean, the one thing I would say is, you know, Cal's strat has literally been win gunfights. It's not like Cal has had a solid defense strat, and but it's worked out. You can't blame him, but, you know, one bullet goes in the head versus the neck, and Boise State wins. So while it looks like there might be a change before we get to the 6th pick here with the Ying, I would still say Boise State can't be too upset of Cal's just clicking heads better. We just have to do that, and we could get right back in it.
Yeah, Cal's kind of flexibility of no strat play to our gunfight strengths. I enjoy it. I mean, we're also going to see the pulse on the kitchen room, so I think they might kind of pull back from 2nd floor and try to go for the C4 through the floor, as they also have the Valkyrie. So I want to see a lot of cams in both bedroom and statue, as that would allow a lot of versatility for the C4 through the floor. We're going to see a lot of verticality plays from Master Bedroom. So unless Cal is able to stop that push, we know that Boise is going to be able to capitalize on it. But if they're losing gunfights even through the floor, as we saw Fox do on that first round, even after they got the plant down behind Bar, I'm curious as to what they might try to change up here, as we don't even see them bringing a gridlock. They're actually bringing a Ying Capital this time. I love seeing the Ying pick because that is a very highly rush op. She could easily just throw 2 Candelas through Laundry and rush right for the plant, even though she doesn't have Diffuser, so Sherb could easily follow right behind her. We also have the Capita, so he has 2 deployable smokes and the fire for zoning. So this could be a rush strat from BSU.
Seems to be at least that way. You see all 5 members huddle around each other.
Attackers have
They're
located.
inside.
2 members right on top of each other just rush right in, and we see him actually pay dearly for his life in that engagement. And then another one falls. So Boise State going against their typical strat and actually rushing in, but actually winning gunfights, evening it up immediately. But Sherb has no remaining health whatsoever, and neither does Ultrasen, so he's going to have to use those Candelas if he wants to go for the plant. We're going to see him actually pick up a kill onto Geos as well. And then Jugo's going to be able to get another one. Boise Rush actually working, and Sherb's going for the plant.
Looks like he should be able to get it off. He will.
Attempted C4, but no one was there. In a 1v3 situation, he's able to take out Sherb on the Jackal, even though he had no remaining health, so. Right above the head, too. If he had just aimed at crouch level, he would have been able to take out that Ying, so he's going to have to swing this Ying. He knows he's close right based off audio, so he's going to have to make this push. And ends up getting it, too, aiming perfectly for height level. So if he doesn't go for defuse here, Boise State wins, as we see the member of Boise State actually turn and run away. So
Attackers need to protect it.
he's going to get defuse off unless he's able to run back in time. And he got it.
Defender mission
He simply just ran too far away.
I mean, as you mentioned, it looked like it was it was a split second away from being the perfect time to just run away, not let them get the defuse, not let them finish off the tee, but it was just maybe a second too early he bailed, if that, because it was very close.
I think if he had even fired a couple bullets that would have kept the Valkyrie's attention just a second or two longer, that would have allowed the possible stall out and the defuse to actually go off. But I think both teams played that very well. We've never seen a rushing shot from BSU before, and even though they lost 2 members right off the bat, they were able to even it out just as quickly. So I'm pretty happy to see a flexibility of just, hey, let's not do a shot this time. Let's just throw them for a complete loop and rush with our Ying. And it did work out. Sadly, they just lost it on the diffuser plant. But I'm actually quite happy with that play by Boise State.
Yeah, and it really just kind of felt like something we talked about earlier today when we were having some Rocket League action, where the other team just respected Boise State so much that they were just all sitting back in the goal, and it felt like the member of Boise State just respected Cal's so much. I believe it was Raul, that he's like, I can't chance a gunfight here. I have to just go for defuse, and that was just, like we said, about a second too early. So, I mean, you can clearly see that both these teams realize how skilled they are, and they're like, look, I can't make a simple mistake and cost my team the round by losing a gunfight. So I like the play. As you mentioned, I like how Boise State did the rush, even though they lost 3, because kind of felt like Cal was ready for the rush, and Boise State's like, well, we got to go for it now, and they did claw their way back.
Yeah, it was definitely just, we're going to keep pushing through this and knock you over with it, and they did. They did very well with that. The problem was simply the timing at the end. I think Thermite should have stayed a little bit closer, as he might have thought Valkyrie was going to pursue it, but Valkyrie timed that so well on the defuse and was able to get it just in the nick of time. And he wasn't even able to run back even with his pistol out at max speed for his op. So both teams played that absolutely phenomenally, and this is the type of showing I want to see from these 2 teams.
So you see Boise State going back to a bit more passive approach. You see the drone in from JUCO, but no one to follow it. A couple members on the first floor as well, but and that angle being held once again by Fox. Not grappling this time, but like we saw, just opposite roof holding a window on the other side.
Yeah, and he does know a member of Cal is there, as he was shooting those spike traps as they were deploying. We do see Danny once again on that first floor, taking out the 3 bandits, opening up the wall from master bedroom for a possible push. We did see Geos very quickly run from pantry into basement, so he is out and about. And I believe Aquatic Lettuce is the other roamer, as that's what they've been running the entire time. No member of Cal actually in closet this time, so they are able to get the wall open. So we might see a possible another diffuser play from Boise, but hopefully this time they'll be able to hold it or just simply click on heads.
Yeah, I would be curious if we get in that situation, if Boise State's going to opt for the hold, or they're actually going to opt to just, hey, let's just get all the eliminations. You see Danny in a gunfight, going to get the first elimination onto Aquatic Lettuce. Huge for Boise State. Unfortunately, they'll lose JUCO in the process.
Yeah, but I believe that is Maestro holding the 90, And Boise actually played that very well, as Sherb was directly behind Danny in case he lost it, so he could get the refrag for his teammate. So Boise's doing very well so far, but JUCO did have that diffuser, so unless he is able to pick it back up and go for plan, Boise might just have to go for eliminations here.
For Boise, yet has grabbed the diffuser. You see Danny spot somebody. Unfortunately, he's going to get down. He's got Sherb behind him. As Fox gets one off screen.
Yeah, Fox was able to get that cross angle for his teammates and secure Astral, so they're able to go for the plant. But it looks like he's going to end up canceling it, as he heard one member of Cal actually trying to run up on him. So we did see Fox end up falling there. We're going to see Sherb watch the doorway and actually win that gunfight, so they're able to get the diffuser down. So in a 3v1 situation, it's not looking too good for the Smoke, who has about 10 HP.
Danny in a similar situation. Good news for him, though. He has 2 full health teammates. I think Boise State's not going to just wait for the defuse this time. They're probably just going to hold site.
Yeah, things aren't looking too good for Smoke, as if he wants to push this angle, he has to push that doorway through all these gridlock traps, giving away his position as he has to push through. So this should definitely be a Boise State round, especially based off health here.
Yep. Nice little comeback there from Boise State before they swap. Give them a little bit more breathing room on defense.
Yeah, his own teammate's deployable shield working against him, covering the enemies and winning the round for him.
Hate to see it.
But so far, this has been an amazing showing by both teams, and I'm actually quite happy compared to last map of Cal's come alive and Boise State's still strong and true. And now that we're swapping sides, I'm curious how Cal's going to attack this, if they're going to try to go for a more vertical play, as this is a site we haven't seen before, with Boise going library and living room. So unless they are unable to hold both the 90 hallway and billiards, that allows complete verticality freedom onto site. I really hope we see a lot of roamers here. Maybe 2 or 3 second floor with 2 holding on site.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
And I'm
defused
very
by
happy
attackers.
we see a castle as well, because he will be able to castle off main entrance and deny a possible rush strat. We also see Fox on the Mozzie, which Cal never went anti-drone, and it seems Boise is wise enough to counter that, so I applaud them for that. We're also going to see Sherb on the Vigil, so I believe he'll be roaming up top, and we know Danny is going to be. I'd have to guess maybe he might even be in study to watch the stairs.
I'll be curious to see how Cal, how they respond to getting 6-0'd last map attacking. Very slow, very methodical. Had a round where they were even up 5-3 and couldn't even get a plant off in time. So I'll be curious what Cal's plan is here in the first couple rounds, because right now Boise State has to feel very confident that
Attackers are moving
different
out
map,
to
of course,
locate
but
a
they
bomb.
defend like they did last time, and they're moving on to the next round.
Yeah, I also really like the ops on Cal's side this time, with the Jackal and having 2 roamers of Boise at the moment. Maybe even possible 3 or 4, as Ultrathin is just lurking outside of sight, and so is JUCO, but it seems 3 members of Boise are second floor right now, which I really hope to see pay off in some good engagements. I'm also happy to see the Callie here. Cal has been running her pretty consistently, as she's able to take out those castle barricades in a single use of her gadget rather than committing an explosive to it. So I think that's very good countering by them, as they're all pushing together from bedrooms. So them playing a lot closely, I think, will also be a good strength for them, as they're able to get refrags in case they lose these firefights.
Boise State still got the 3 roamers on the second floor. They are on the opposite side of the house. They've also opened up the floor, so they can see if anyone on Cal's below them, but I don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, so we have Fox in Vault, as well as JUCO in Billiards. We saw Sherb in 90 and Danny in Study. So they're very strongly committing to this second floor right now. Looks like JUCO actually rotated around into piano, so that is my bad for seeing that wrong. We're seeing Danny rotating around. They notice that the Callie's there holding that angle now, so he can't cross over, as she is now droning in out. But with Mozzie on there, they should be able to take out those drones. At least we hope, as more bands come in tonight. Still going.
Oh, Fox gonna find one. It's the down. C4 finishes him off.
Callie actually pushed it, and he got the flick onto him and gets out triple out of that. Seems almost no communication coming from the side of Cal as 3 members just walked into him and didn't even fire a bullet towards his direction.
Well, it looked like the second member of Cal was going for the res, and Fox immediately shut that one down with the C4.
Yeah, in a 1v5 situation, there's not much Hibana can do here other than start clicking on heads, because she does have the diffuser to go for plan, but she has a cross angle between Fox and Danny right now, so it looks like she's going to rotate over to 90, where I believe Sherb just abandoned as he dropped through.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Just a quick little hello there before they fire the bullets. So now that she's on site, she can go for the plant unless they're able to just fire through the floor and take her out here.
Looks like he's going to get the plan off. Still has a very long road ahead of him.
Yeah, 40 seconds on the diffuser in a 1v4 situation is not looking too good for this Hibana here. But anything is possible, but there goes. He had his back to the open wall, so that will be a Boise State round as they do not copy our tradition and TK.
We've only seen one TK so far this game, and it was the start of a round and probably contributed to Cal losing that first map in incredibly quick fashion. But still, once again, Boise State has not dropped a defense round yet this game. 7-0.
Yeah, this has definitely been one of Boise's strongest maps, and especially on defense, they have definitely been ironing out a lot of these possible attack strats that might go against their defense. And I think playing Library and Living Room was very strong, as most teams in this competition haven't done that at all. So attacking it, some teams just don't even have strats for it. So I think they played that very well, just throwing Cal off their game, able to get the first round on defense in their favor. So now that we're going to the traditional trophy and statuary, can't see that from here, I'm really hoping we see a lot of attention towards the master bedroom or study, because those are the main 2 ways you can push on second floor. You don't see a lot of pushing from stairs. As we saw when Boise attacked this, they only had 2 members on first floor to counteract Aquatic, Lettuce, and Geos on those German ops, who are the best roamers in this. I do enjoy the Valkyrie, but I hope she gets more value, as Cal's not running an IQ. So if she's able to put those cams in interesting spots, they'll get a ton of value for her team, as they also have a ton of anti-utility. So maybe they're going for a bit of an angry, more hard hold here with only Danny roaming.
Boise feels like this series has traditionally sent about 2 or 3 roamers per site, not just the one Danny that we've been used to seeing in the past.
And I think that's them simply respecting the fact that Cal has been winning more firefights against them, so they need to be able to have that second teammate behind them to get the refrag and possibly even out the score or tip it in their favor. So I think there's just a lot of respect between these 2 teams. They're acknowledging what their strengths are and how to counteract them. We do see actually all 5 members still on site, so nobody's even first floor to try to prevent an IQ of destroying gadgets through the floor, but Cal's not even running her, which is quite surprising. So maybe they're relying on that Cali a bit too heavily to get rid of these anti-electricity, anti-hard breach gadgets.
See, the shield was spotted by the drone. So Fox has to be careful. He's got a window breach behind him as well.
Tried to go for the drop shot in prone, but Fox actually anticipated that quite well and was able to get the headshot onto the Zofia. But he lost 3/4 of his life trying to pull that off. But him holding in closet right now means Cal has to clear him out if they were able to want to go for that hard breach push into sight. So things are definitely not looking too good for Cal right now, as they are unable to take out this Wamai.
Fox hits a little bit of damage. But yeah, as you mentioned, you could see another good job there by Fox. He's going to get 2. Juco gets 1 more, and Boise State's defense staying strong now. It's another 5v1.
Yeah, Danny just roaming outside of sight in 90 was able to take out a member of Cal, pushing all by themselves from vault. So now we're going to see Hibana all the way on first floor in kitchen underneath sight, having to push upstairs through Astral, past both closet and bedroom, and then go for plan. Looks like she might even rotate over to red stairs or main stairs here and go for the longest push we've seen so far, as she's getting a minute 10, not even shooting the default camera that surprisingly Boise wasn't even watching.
Now last time he got 1, just like that, but he is 25 HP this time.
Yeah, the Sabana seems to be the last one always alive, which I definitely feel her pain. It was a constant problem for me, but it's definitely possible after winning that engagement with Danny. She doesn't have the health advantage, but if she's able to get a possible surprise on to these members, especially with her gadget, she can easily just throw it onto a wall and then push from a different angle to try to split their attention. But with the 30 seconds remaining, she's going to have to commit to a certain site right now.
I see Boise State just holding, takes out the camera.
Yeah, so they now know she's in 90. There's not much she can do as they have the cross angle, and Fox is able to take her out from master bedroom from all the way downtown. That vault cam pretty much won the round for Boise because they knew she was over there, but they didn't know which way she was pushing from. So I think holding that cross angle definitely won them the round. Cal, I think, just split push too much. They had the Habana all the way on first floor by herself, and then she rotated all the way around to the opposite side of the map and then pushed to where she was just stuck in that position. And with 4 members of Boise remaining, and Cal also overcommitted to the closet push. They lost 3 members to Wamai closet. Even Juco got a kill off of it. I'm surprised that they didn't say, this isn't working. We already lost our Zofia to it. Let's go for something else here.
Yeah, not to mention that also the Wamai is at 25 HP after the first elimination, and he still was able to contribute to 2 more. So the Cal attack has been extremely lackadaisical so far. I mean, they have not, they're currently 0-9 now attacking, or 0-8, excuse me, attacking right now throughout this. And they don't figure something out. Boise State's going to actually flip the script in 2-0.
It would be definitely an interesting thing to see, especially if after the Oregon State match that Boise just did a lot of internal thinking and just saying, all right, we're going to throw everything at these guys and flip it down and reverse them. So I really hope we see Cal either come alive here or simply Boise State begin to wipe the floor with them.
I'd be curious to see if they have any roamers this time. As you mentioned, we've usually been seeing 2 to 3, but last time we didn't see any.
So Danny is roaming right now as he is in first floor heading towards living room right now. So he might try to watch a rotation from main entrance, possibly from that library doorway. But it looks like Cal's going for the same push that they just did through master bedroom. You see 1 member with the diffuser all by themselves by study right now. So if that member falls, that's diffuser down, so that's going to have to make all of the members of Cal rotate around or simply push through site and try to go for eliminations here.
Well, good news for Cal is Katzer, who had the diffuser, gave it over to Aquatic Legs. He's usually the last one alive, so if you want someone to have the diffuser 2 all by themselves, he's not a bad choice.
Especially since he's been winning gunfights on those defender rounds. You know he should be able to hold his own against members of Boise. Seeing minute 2 and barely any members of Cal actually entered the building so far. I think they're just taking it slow, trying to clear out the possible roamers, as Danny already rotated back into 90.
Has Cal even entered the building?
I believe
Barely.
1 member has all the way in bathroom on the opposite side. You do see 1 drone come from main stairs, but it looks like he is first floor. I believe it is the Jackal. We're going to see a C4 try to happen in the study, even no one even pushed through it. We're going to see Fox swing main stairs, lose 99% of his life to the 1 member of Cal, but he wins the engagement. We did see Danny actually end up falling in 90 as well. So Cal has been taking control outside of sight so far, playing very well. We're going to see Sherb actually peek the angle as a defender and win the engagement, but unable to secure the kill there.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Pick there by Juco.
Yeah, we also saw Ultrasen just K-trick Vault Wall, taking out a thermite charge, so played that very well. Good on him. So now all 3 or 4 remaining members are on site, so hope to see a lot of things go down now as we're nearing 45 seconds in a 4v3 situation.
The fact that Fox is still alive is pretty impressive. He's got a guy right to his left.
He's finally going to be managed to take an out, but with the 3 members on site and the other 3 just outside, it seems they have next to no hard breach remaining. They might just have to push through these doorways, but with Valk on the C4 could end in a double kill here. C4 was unable to get a single member, but 10 seconds remaining. They're going to have to push right through Valk, and they win the engagement.
5 seconds remaining.
So now it's down to the last 2 members of Boise. They're going to have to take out the other 2 and deny Plant.
They're activating the bomb diffuser.
Plant does go down, but it looks like they're going to try to go for the pinch. The mute simply just runs into IQ. We're going to see Ultrasen try to go for the flank, fires onto the IQ, takes her out, leaving it down to a 1v1 situation. Cal played that very well.
Not the health advantage. By a large chunk, actually.
Yeah, Ultrasen pre-firing a lot of the angles, trying to find where the last member of Cal actually is. Hiding behind bomb very well so far, but just gets headshot right down by Ultrasen. And it looks like he's going to get the defuse off as well.
You have to wonder what's got to change for Cal's attacks here.
I think they played that very well. They simply just ran out of time, I think. There are 2 members who were taken out very early on. I think were just due to not droning and clearing enough. And even when they did drone, they weren't capitalizing on it. We saw them drone on main stairs when I believe Fox on the Goyo was holding him. And he fell to 99 HP. So if that Jackal had simply just pushed with his teammate, he would have been able to secure that kill, and then they would have had control of that entire side of the site. And they would have been able to push it a lot earlier and get diffuser down and have more teammates alive in that situation. So I really hope we see tighter team play from Cal on this attack if they hope to not get to match point this round.
Yeah, Boise State, as we talked about, not losing a defense round yet, could put themselves not only on match point, but game point, as the Broncos are up 1 map to nothing in this best of 3. So Boise State very, very close to 2-0ing Cal here, but they don't want to get too confident because, you know, this could be flipped very quickly by Cal if they win these next 2 attacking rounds.
Yeah, so we're now back to kitchen and dining. As this is the first time for Boise defending the site, as they've won all of the other sites so far. I'm very curious if they were go for the same defense strat as they attack it, which is committing very strongly to a second floor. They did rush this site, but they did end up losing it. So I wonder if they're even going to plan for a possible rush, as that's exactly what they did to Cal, which threw them off. But it seems Cal has just been sticking with their guns of just saying, these are our ops, this is where we're going to play it. They do change up their strategies with those ops, but so far they just simply haven't been working. So I'm wondering what's going through their head of just, all right, this, and this haven't been working, so what else do we have remaining that we can try?
Yeah, I mean, the few bright spots for Cal, they've usually won the gunfights against Boise State's Roamer, which has usually been Danny. So they've usually been at least up in terms of body count, but it just hasn't paid off for them.
Yeah, they haven't been able to capitalize it, as the anchors of Boise that remain on site have just been getting the most value for their team so far. Danny roaming does buy them a ton of time, but if he's losing engagements and not getting a lot of picks or even a solid amount of damage onto enemy teams, I think as Boise you should maybe just commit more members to holding closer to site or even anchoring at that point.
Nice pick by Danny onto Aquatic Lettuce. Top fragger on top fragger, but unfortunately he will go immediately taken down.
See Fox holding the stairs right outside Astral and Bathroom, as we do see he ends up losing the firefight to IQ. And then we're going to see Juco on the Wamai losing the firefight to the Jackal. So very quickly, Cal just taking out 3 members of Boise. I think they're playing this very much more aggressive, and I'm very happy to see it. So you see Sherb able to take out a member, and then 2 of them below 25% HP. So in this 2v3 situation, it's looking pretty even though they are up a member.
That's got a guy in front of him. Got to be careful about.
Yeah, he already used the C4 as well, so he's not able to clear that out. And with Sherb getting taken out by the Jackal, things are not looking too good for Ultrasen on this mute.
Got about as much cover as he could need. Unfortunately, he's on another bomb site, so they're going to just plan it over on the other one.
Yeah, and with the cross angles they're holding, they should. There's definitely no reason why they shouldn't be able to take it out. As all members are below 25% HP, we're going to see the shotgun come out. He's going to try to go for the rush, but it ends up getting his toes taken out by the Jackal underneath the table. Cal played that very well. So I'm happy to see they won at least 1 attacking round so far.
Very close. I mean, as you mentioned, everyone for Cal was below 25 HP. If he had a little more ammo left or maybe gets 1 or 2 picks, he might be able to turn that. So winner goes on to match point. I would expect we're probably going to see overtime. I would be shocked to see if Cal would win 3 straight attacking rounds because attacking has not been
Their
kind to
strong
them.
suit,
Yeah, it's not been their strong. I would expect it overtime.
They
here.
just won their first attacking, so maybe they're just going to start riding the high of winning 1 round and
Maybe.
just clear it out. I'd be very surprised if that did happen, especially now that Boise's going back to their trophy and statuary, where I believe they won.
Yep.
So maybe they just have a repeat of what they just did, but I really hope not, because it seems that after winning that round, Cal might be a little bit more confident in their pushes and start winning gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Danny get the win onto Aquatic Lettuce. Unfortunately, he immediately went down, but that was a good sign for Boise State because Aquatic Lettuce has been their top fragger. So I honestly thought for like a split second, I was like, oh, there's a 5v4, there's no Aquatic Lettuce. Unfortunately, Danny was taken out by somebody in a window. But if he gets another one of those and can survive the second member getting the refrag, Boise State would love their chances this round.
Yeah, and it seems further definitely going still the more traditional hold on this. I wonder if Cal is going to commit to a different push, getting rid of the wall mine closet. I would love to see a play from underneath and just completely open up the floor to force him out of there. Because if they are able to do that, they can easily have a cross angle. So when he rotates out, they can take him out, and then they'll have complete control of that entire side of the building. And if they're able to do that, that means they'll even be able to go for the plant as well. And it looks like he might have gotten a little bit cocky to peek the window and was just taken out once a member of Cal had the sideline onto it. Wow. And then they're going to be able to take out Juco as well, so maybe they are going to ride the height of winning 1 attack round and win the next 2.
I mean, you mentioned it. Take out Fox in the closet. Wasn't what you were expecting or hoping for in terms of verticality, but you mentioned he just kind of was trying to peek and pre-fire and got caught out.
You always got to get the Fox out of the closet. He don't belong there. He's a Fox.
Well, where else would the Fox belong? Kitchen? Bathroom?
Probably. Kitchen is where the food is. We saw the split-second head peek from a member of Cal right on that window. So Danny knows he's there. He's just going to sit there and hold the angle. He did see the bullets fire from across the hall as well. Sherb watching the cross angle from the opposite site. And Ultrasend all by himself, trying to deny the wall with the IQ below him. Looks like Danny's going to end up taking out Aquatic Lettuce. That's a good thing for Boise, even though they are down 2 members.
Survived the flashbangs as well.
Yeah, we just passed minute 30, so things need to kind of pick up as 2 members of Cal are just sitting in bathroom together. Hopefully they might drone for each other, as that is something we have not seen very much in this matchup. Especially with no one running anti-drone.
Who needs drones when you just can click heads better? Like that.
Yeah, and it seems Ultrasend pushed into bedroom and ended up losing his life to it. We're going to see Danny win that engagement, but losing almost half of his health from it. So now in this 2v3 situation, Cal's going for the plan, but it seems Danny's just going to be able to shoot him in the butt and stop that. So now Cal has to go for eliminations, or we're able to pick up Diffuser and plant it back down, as we see Sherb fall just above 25% HP.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
They got the diffuser back. They're going to replan again.
Hopefully planting behind the deployable shield so he can't get shot in the butt again.
Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
They do end up getting it down, so now Cal should be up here as they are able to take out Sherb on the rotation from Astral. So now it is down to Danny in a 1v2 situation, but since he has to push through Master Bedroom, Cal had the advantage and ends up winning. I think Cal played that very well. They are definitely coming more alive in this attack later round. And I think this is something we touched on very early on is, I don't want to say it, but fatigue could be setting in for Boise as we're on match 12 of the second map after already doing 9. So they very could be just getting a little bit tired, and especially after losing twice in a row, they can't be in the best of mindsets right now, and especially Cal should be on the up after winning 2 in a row after having not won a single attack.
I would still put my money on Boise State figuring this one out over Cal making it 3 in a row. But you're right. It does seem like the script has just automatically flipped. Maybe a little bit over aggro by Boise State from Fox on that one in the closet is really what kind of started it. So I would think if Boise State hunkers down a little bit, doesn't try and get too over aggressive here, I would have to think they could at least force overtime.
Yeah, and with Boise returning back to their library and living room hold, this is something, like I mentioned before, it is not traditionally seen. So it throws off a lot of attackers of just, okay, how do we attack this? They could easily go vertical, or they could just go straight for a more rushing push. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a vertical push here, especially now that they have the IQ and the gridlock and the Zofia. Even the Jackal with his secondary shotgun can open up a lot of rotations. We're going to see probably 3 members of Boise also commit to the second floor, as that worked out for them last time. But we also saw Hibana able to just push right onto site, take out Ultrasen on the castle, and get plant off. Just pushing right through the hatch in 90 and running through the bathroom. So I'm curious if they might go for a repeat of that, but hopefully with not a 1v4 situation, as it is match point for them. So stress is on for Boise if they want to be able to just finish out this matchup right here and now.
News for Boise State. They did win the first map, so we do have a potential map 3 ahead of us if Cal pulls this one off or ends up winning in overtime.
Defender is approaching a
Yeah, we're actually going to see maybe a bit too of an aggressive play from Danny as he tried to run out onto Aquatic Lettuce and ends up paying his life for it. Not the smartest move by Boise when it's match point against them.
Yeah, I understand maybe why you would do it. You get to pick onto Aquatic Lettuce. You don't get taken out by the refrag because I don't think there's anyone else there. You probably set yourself up in a good place to force overtime. But I have to agree with you, though, Brenner Bear, where it does feel like maybe that's something you did when you had like a 5-4 lead, not when you're on match point.
My guess would maybe it would be something to throw them off, but you can hear the man just start sprinting outside of a doorway. So I think just holding the ADS with his AK just paid off much better for him rather than try to hit fire with the Mac for Danny, as we see, I believe, Sherb on the Vigil ends up falling from main stairs. Things aren't looking too for Boise, as 2 of their roamers have already been taken out. You do see Juco try to take out some of the little toes from one of the members of Cal. Fox, the last remaining member on second story. So we're nearing a minute here. Cal is up 2 members, so they should be able to push this pretty comfortably, as they should have cross angles for each other. And it looks like Zofia was already in, taking out Juco, and it looks like Fox was getting taken out by the IQ as well. So now it is all down to Castle, but since they took out the other site, it looks like he just got completely pinched by the IQ and Jackal. Looks like Cal's gonna take this second map.
No, I like how Cal did it. Like I said, I didn't put any confidence that they were going to manage to win 3 straight attacking rounds, and they did just that. So they're going to force us onto our last map. Brenner has told us it's going to be Cafe, but after his blunder on map number 2, I'm not sure we can trust him.
Can only hope. If it's not Cafe, what do you think it is? Can he name a 3rd map?
Coastal. Could it be? I mean,
yay! That is my map. It's my favorite map. I love that map.
See, there you go. You know what? I think they like the pool area. And, you know, Beartail and I had a lot of fun down in the pool area when you.
Different map, but
I thought it was.
I know what you're getting at.
It's on the coastline, right? Is there not a pool in the coastline?
There is, but it's outside.
Yeah, we had a ton of fun in the outside pool. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, that was a different time. Yeah, you were talking about the sweet beer in the box.
Yeah, the actual sweet beer in the pool. Yes, we had a lot of fun. Do not question. I told you. I go to areas that most players don't and have the facts.
Yeah, you two are a quite chaotic combination, that's for sure. It makes for a fun time, though.
You brought yourself onto that one, but I don't think we'll see any pool exploration or any sort of shenanigans between these 2 teams. It is game number 3 coming up. Boise State and Cal, Collegiate R6. It is the round of 64. Winner goes on to play the winner of CU Boulder and University of Central Missouri. I'm really curious how this map's going to go, because this almost feels like it's either going to go 15 Or it might even be what we saw on map 1, and it might be Cal stomp, because Cal just figured out offense like that.
Yeah, I definitely would say offense is their strongest suit. They won only 2 defensive rounds on Villa, which is definitely one of Boise's stronger maps. And if the last one is Cafe, it is not going to be their strongest. Sadly, we can't actually even see what the map is in the top left corner. As another wave of bans comes in, you can just see all the people go bye-bye. But we did see Boise go their traditional Thatcher ban here, so that does not surprise me.
Sherb's asking for the Monty ban.
But they're going to go for the ace, which I totally respect. He is very strong before the patches come out with his 3 Selmas, but now getting nerfed down to 2.
Do you think we see the Monty in this? Without knowing the map, do you think we see the Monty in it?
I would hope so, because they haven't pulled it out this entire time. And with Cal banning the Cade, that's one less op with a C4, with a possibility of C4 through the floor, just yeeting it over to Monty. I would love to see a Monty play here, especially since Cal also hasn't been countering it as much as they could have. They ran the Legion a couple of times. The Wamai ban, I think, is super smart by Boise. It got a ton of value for them, but it also caused problems for them. So I really enjoy those defender bans. I'm curious to see what the map is now. And it's Clubhouse now.
You're close, so close, but so far.
Mainly far. I was very
I mean, this is, I mean, it would explain why Sherb was asking for the Monty ban. Because if there's a map they're going to play Monty, it's probably going to be Clubhouse, and they're going to bully their way into the garage.
And they're not even attacking first, they're defending first. So not banning the Mirror, I think, was smart by them, as Mirror is a very good defender up for this CCTV hold, but they're actually going to go gym and bedroom first. And one thing I learned fairly recently is if you hold cash room for this defending site, you have a sight lane across the entire site on all of the windows. So if they push through, you can hit anybody who pushes through the windows. So if they are able to hold and maintain that site, I don't see Boise losing this site at all.
Are you worried at all, though, that Cal has just come off winning 3 straight attacking rounds, that maybe the Golden Bears have either pieced something together from the Boise State defense they might be able to exploit?
I mean, we saw Cal on this map last time in this engagement, and they dominated on this map very much. They had roamers all over the place. They had a roamer in basement while they're holding second floor who was able to get value. They were able to just slow down Boise's attack again and again and again and again. So with them having their strongest plays on attack recently, I hope we see them just kind of come alive. And I'm curious to see how Boise's actually going to adapt to it, if they do, or if they're just going to stick to their guns and just be like, this is our strat.
5 seconds to go.
Let's see how we can perfect it as they keep dismantling it.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
This is the winner take all. As we said, winner advances to the round of 32. Loser, unfortunately, will have to wait until probably next semester to get another shot at glory.
So you see a very slow start from both teams. So you're going to see 2 members of Cal come from the warehouse side, and I believe the other 3 would be coming from the warehouse. But no, all 4 were coming from that, I think, the west side. I can't see from here. But they're going to go straight for the weights wall. We're going to see the bandit trick come out from Ultrascent as well. Cali's committing to it. It looks like they are eventually just going to give it up and give up the wall, as they have 3 members having an angle on it. Hope to see a lot more drones come out as well, as Boise has gone very strongly the anti-drone, but after blowing up that wall, it should have gotten rid of most of the gadgets. They might have one right outside Wade's door, but since they have that door or the wall open, they should definitely be able to drone out and just see that the bandit's holding that mirror right outside of it.
Clearing the way.
And once again, Cal not in too much of a rush to enter the site. We do see someone drop down right in front of Danny, other side of the wall there.
Yeah, Danny with the shotgun. We've seen him get a ton of value in the past, able to get, I believe, a double on Theme Park. So if he's able to repeat that, it should be a very strong hold, as he's over in cash all by himself, I believe. We're going to see Ultrascent still trying to bandit trick at least his bathroom wall with his Mira. And he's doing it very well so far. And I believe Ace has also used all of his charges. You see Zofia try to push into construction and actually ends up taking out Fox or Sherb on the Mozzie. So far Cal's been doing well, but with only a minute remaining, they're gonna have to start making some plays here as they open up the wall right in
Nice.
servers. We're gonna see Danny able to take out the Maverick who is on his drone, but Thermite is able to finally win the engagement. Just barely staying above half health right now. So in a 3v4 situation, and 40 seconds remaining, Cal has to start getting aggressive.
See one member of Cal with the diffuser is half life, just a little bit over. So gonna make him a little bit squishier if he tries to plant Boise State can find him.
We're gonna see Fox able to take out the Zofia. We're gonna see him also able to take out the Cali as well. He's gonna use his C4 to try to protect himself, but stalled out just enough time so he's able to get on the other side of the mirror.
10 seconds left.
But he ends up falling because that mirror was on a soft wall and it's one way. We're gonna see Ultrasen able to take out the last 2 remaining members of Cal. So Boise State played that very safe, held their angles on site, didn't try to peek aggressive angles, and won the first defensive round on Clubhouse. I'm very happy with them. They played that very strongly, and even Cal attacked very well. They were able to still get 2 picks onto them. The only issue I ever saw was while Maverick was on the drone, they didn't watch for Danny, who just swung it and took him out.
Yeah, you can't ask for really a much better start there for Boise State.
Yeah, and I think the anti-drone also paid off very well for them as they were trying to drone, but it was still very slow and methodically done, which is why they got down to about 30 seconds when they last 2 remaining members just had to push onto site and just ran into Ultrasen, who was holding bathroom. They were never able to push him outside of bathroom, and they weren't able to push through the wall as he was watching it through the mirror the entire time. So Boise played that very well.
Time management for Cal
Protect your
attacking
bombs from being defused by attackers.
has left something to be desired, for sure. Not so much on the last map, but especially on the first map.
Yeah, I think the first map at this point must have been their warm-up, because with how they've been playing these last 2, or how they played the last one and this one so far, they've been doing so much better. So I really hope, even on defense, we see them do a lot better, because defense, last time we played this map, they commanded respect. Like, they held it, and they just dismantled the Boise State attack. And even when attacking, they've done pretty well so far, as it's come down to the 2 anchors essentially on site to win against the other remaining ones, or the remaining attackers. So I hope to see on this basement defense a possible roamer on second floor from Boise that'll actually get some value, as we see, I believe, 3 on site right now. I hope we see a little bit impact tricking from Kitchen as Maverick opens up the hallway right by Sherb, who's at the end of the hallway in bathroom, but it looks like he's going to rotate around into freezer. We see Danny and Sherb just holding second floor together. They've been really good roaming together so far, as they've been able to possibly refrag for each other if another one falls. We see 2 members of Cal in stockroom right now going for blue hatch right now, I believe. Yep.
Yeah. Fortunately for Boise State, I don't know if anyone on Cal is actually going to run into Danny and Sherb.
I haven't seen a lot of droning from Cal either.
Bomb located by attackers.
Bothers me ever so slightly. We do see Mozzie using his 1 drone right now in basement. We do see 2 members of Cal possibly going for a dirt push, or just Maverick himself, just trying to pull away some attention so maybe they can push through a hatch. Minute 45, not a single bullet has been fired.
Yeah, with Aquatic Lettuce being the one on the Maverick, I'd be concerned if I'm a BSU fan, simply because he has been the kind of guy who might even just fully wipe basement.
Yeah, and on the side of Cal, they have lost 4 drones so far, so they still have a ton of vision that they can utilize here. But we do see Juco actually take damage from main stairs, just pre-firing through the wall. So he is now down to just barely above 25% HP. We're going to see Maverick end up winning the engagement against Ultrasen on the Maestro. So that eliminates the possible stall capabilities of his cameras. We're going to see an attempted impact go off against him as Juco tries to push it, but he ends up losing the engagement to Maverick. Maverick
Attackers have located a bomb.
winning all the time, but he finally loses to Sherb, who was holding the cross angle from blue. But they lost Church, so it looks like they're going to be able to get the plant down from main stairs and Moto.
Yeah, Boise State, not a lot of health. They're able to get, it looks like, Rao a little low, but they're not able to get the elimination, and they're starting to run out of time.
Too bad we can't see if a person falls here right now with all the bans coming through. We are going to see a lot of fire through the wall as Sherb able to down the thermite. We're going to see Fox able to take out another member, but it looks like Hibana is going to be able to finish off Fox. So now it is a 1v2 situation with Sherb able to take out the full health Zofia.
Attackers need to protect.
He has to go for the defuse here as he is running out of time. So it looks like Cal is going to win this round as he doesn't have enough time to go for the defuse.
Do you think it was the right play to stop the defuse and try and find the last member of Cal, or do you think he should have just shipped the defuse?
He should have shipped the defuse. I mean, I don't know why you would go for kills at that point. It's just a stat. It doesn't help you win the round, and he had enough time to go for the defuse. Hibana would have had to easily run all the way around to get a line of sight onto him. So I think he should have stuck it, but that is a choice that was made by them, which lost them the round there.
Yeah, I guess maybe he was worried that the Hibana was just going to rush him and take him out. It was pretty close. Hibana was right there, and he didn't have a lot of HP, so not a whole lot he could do, but, you know, it only evens it. It's still 1-1. We still got plenty of action left.
Now, coming into round 3, I am very much enjoying the anti-drone that Boise is running, because I think it's definitely slowed down Cal, but with how Cal split push with only Aquatic Lettuce pushing through dirt and getting a double kill off of it was just huge for Cal's attack strat. It allowed the remaining 4 members to push all the way through Moto and main entrance into sight and get the plane off behind the very small bar that was in Church. So I'm very happy to see that be able to pay off for them, because whenever we've seen Boise attack that site, we see a Monty and Ace push through dirt. So the fact that Aquatic Lettuce on a Maverick by himself can do it is really a testament to the player's skill at that point.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
So I'm curious to see how Boise State might possibly counteract this, as they aren't even running a castle. Castle is a op that my team traditionally ran, as it slowed down the enemy team very much, and especially putting a possible castle barricade on that dirt door and having Maverick do it would mean he has to commit a grenade to destroying it. But we're going to see Geos actually get a headshot onto Sherb, removing that Mozzie. So even if he is able to capture some drums, they won't be able to pilot him. So very good on Geos, able to take out an early member of Boise.
Looks like the hatch gets blown open there by Cal as well. So they're now going to have a much easier access into the basement. We also saw Aquatic Lettuce looked like walking over towards dirt. Don't know if he ever ended up committing. Ultraset this time is waiting for him.
Yeah, and with 2 ADSs this time, I think it's a bit of an overcommitment in my opinion of just 1 Maverick through dirt. He only has 2 grenades. It's not that much that 1 ADS can't handle. But if it pays off for Boise and they end up winning this round, can't complain. We are seeing Danny in garage all by himself with not a single member of Cal even near him, as they are pushing from the north side this time. We're going to see 1 member quickly rotate to second floor and try to see if Danny might rotate from cash into construction and then bedroom. See both Fox and Juco holding an armory right now, with Fox watching that stockroom hatch in blue. We're nearing a minute 20, and they just now opened Moto hatch. Cal's taking it kind of slow right now, and we see Danny now all the way over in stockroom.
Now, I wonder if this is, you know, we talked about just to respect how much these teams are, you know, respect the other one. I wonder if that was Cal, but just we don't know where Danny is, and we can't do something reckless, because if he sandwiches us, we easily lose this round. So now that Danny's dropped down, of course,
Bomb located by
maybe they're going to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and Cal's only lost 3 drones as well, so they can easily have drones set up to watch the possible flings that Danny might come from. We are seeing a drone from Moto as 2 members of Cal are already entering the basement. We are going to see Aquatic Lettuce take out Fox from, I believe, Kitchen that was. We're going to see Ultrasen try to get the cross angle, but they are already inside as Geos is able to take out Danny. We're going to see Ultrasen then be able to take out Aquatic Lettuce. So that is Cal's top fragger down, but Looks like Thermite's going to go for the plant there as Juco ends up going down, and Ultrasense the last one in a 1v4 situation, even though Zofia is down as well.
Yeah, I think he probably doesn't have time to go for the res.
Now she ends up getting shot through the wall as Zofia was picked up. Zofia just using her passive ability of able to withstand now that she has 1 HP, but Ultrasense just ran straight into Bana. She is able to win the round for her team.
And Cal's attack looking a lot sharper. Not as sharp as we saw last time these teams played when, as you mentioned, they 2-0 Boise State, but definitely something the Broncos have got to be ready for. But I mean, maybe Boise State gets 1 or 2 more defending rounds. They sprinkle in some Monty attacking, and they might find a way to be victorious here.
Yeah, as we're coming into round 4, we're going to see the return to gym and bedroom, which is the one side Boise's been able to win so far. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see Cal try to overcommit to the bathroom, weights room wall push again, or if they're going to try to change it up and maybe go through a cash push and take out Danny a lot earlier on, or
Attackers
some other strat that we haven't seen
locate
before.
and defuse bombs.
Looks like just a little bit frozen, but it's okay. Still have audio. We'll just hear everything happen now. Pretend like we're playing Siege. We'll just listen to everything.
They're playing blind.
Exactly. Some technical difficulties. Maybe we got banned. I hope not.
Everyone else is getting Battle Eye banned, so.
Ooh, game crash.
Ooh.
Never what you want to see.
No.
Send that crash report.
Hey, we're talking a lot about, you know.
Got to help Ubisoft out whenever they can.
Exactly. So hopefully we can get back in and pick up where we left off. As we mentioned, it is 2-1 Cal right now. Game number 3 between these two teams. Rounds of 64 in Collegiate Siege. It is the start of the playoffs. Boise State, I'm sure, would love to get revenge on Cal. I mean, they've already done more than what they did last time, so they still at least, you know, I don't think they would be happy if they ended up losing here, but it's definitely a nice takeaway that they were able to improve from when getting 2-0 to forcing it to a map 3. So hopefully we'll be able to get back soon.
Yeah, Boise definitely had a much stronger showing this time around, with the first round going 7-2 in their favor, and then second round going 7-5 against them, but they still won those 5 rounds, so they are still definitely alive in this competition right now, and they definitely have a chance of coming back, even though it is a 1-2 right now on round 4. So they definitely have a chance of winning this and continuing on in the playoffs. As we see on Clubhouse, this is definitely one of Cal's stronger maps. They definitely dominated it the first time we saw them on this map, but they were also a lot more aggressive and also playing the Mozzie, who I hope we see a return of. Same with our famous Monty on the attack, who we haven't seen yet. My guess is maybe possibly Cal scouted out Boise and was planning for the Monty, and so they're just too scared to play it, so they're just trying to throw them off their game by not playing it would be a possibility, but
maybe.
I still think throwing at least one Monty round into the gears would definitely be an interesting showing for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that Boise State, they have it up their sleeve. You would have to think in Game 3, if it really gets desperate, maybe you pull it out to at least maybe extend match point. Of course, we saw the flip side against Oregon State where they ran it relentlessly and they were just ready for it. So, you know, there is that, you know, fine line of when to pick Monty and when you're just oversaturating it. So we will have to see what the case is.
And I actually definitely hope we see more shield operators from either side at this point, because with the new patch coming out, all shield operators will now have a stagger animation like we see Clash do when you hit her with an explosive. Now both Monty, Blitz, and Fuse, who all have shields, will have those stagger animations. So you can now disrupt the human drone. So you should definitely use him while he's still in a stronger state right now. And I hope that's what we see from Boise coming forth, especially now that Ace is also getting nerfed here. We're also seeing Malusi and Oryx swapping guns. So a lot of new strats could come out of this, with Oryx getting a more aggressive gun in his situation, and Malusi kind of falling back out of the ban list with how strong she has been recently. But we're actually going to jump right into round 4 with Aquatic Lettuce taking out Ultrasen in a 2v3 situation.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing we got it back. Unfortunately, the crash just hit us from something we probably didn't want to see, as we see that the last two members go down. So Cal is going to pick that one up.
Yeah, luckily the rounds did not crash, so they didn't have to completely rehost and restart. But So it looks like Cal was able to win that round. We didn't see a lot of went down, but Aquatic Lettuce still getting a ton of value for his team and kind of being the Danny of Cal right now.
Yeah, it really has almost been whoever has won that battle is the one who's won the map. But this time, Aquatic Lettuce has, I don't want to say avoiding Danny because it's not like he's I can't run into him, but he just said, you know what, why don't I just, not take my chances of 50-50 against Danny and get 2 or 3 eliminations elsewhere. And I think that has definitely been what has sort of flipped Cal's script as opposed to Aquatic Lex and Danny, they're probably going to run into each other. Winner's going to come out with 25 HP. Aquatic Lex is like, I'm just going to go find everyone else and then let my team take care of Danny.
I wish that if Boise State was able to realize that, hey, whenever we have this encounter, we're always going to end up low, we would see a possible Doc being played. Doc, the only defender up who can heal, and an up who I've been playing more and more. I think he's definitely underutilized here, as being able to heal teammates and self-revive yourself is huge here, especially when they've been going down. And we see Cal constantly running the Cali who one-shots downs these defenders. So having a Doc, I think, would be an ingenious idea that Boise would do, but I don't think they have a player who really fits Doc's play style.
This will be a very heavy dirt defense here for Boise State, something that Aquatic Lettuce has made a ton of use of. They're back in the basement.
Yeah, they're even I just brain farted. They're even committing, there we go. Smoke with his shield and 2 ADSs to dirt, which I personally think is a ton of overkill. They don't even have a Monty push. Yes, Aquatic Lettuce is a big threat, but he only has 2 grenades, and we're going to see Sherb instantly take out the Cali. So I think that removes a huge threat for them. And I think that's great for Sherb, but we already see Sherb just barely above 25% HP. We're going to see Ultrasend at about 10-5. So even though they were able to take out the Cali very early on, which is very much their anti-hard breach, they still have the Maverick, they still have the Zofia.
I mean, as you mentioned, you thought what they did in dirt was overkill, and the guy who's trying to hold dirt, as you mentioned, is at 10 HP, so maybe they didn't commit enough to dirt.
Very much could be, but based off the outlines, I don't see anybody in dirt anymore, so it seems he's all by himself now.
It does look like he's hunting for a ghost. Makes sense for the time of year. Maybe there was a ghost that jumped up and dealt 90 damage to him.
Halloween update is coming out very soon, so maybe he's just anticipating and is ready for the...
Shouldn't the Halloween update be before Halloween and like carry through Halloween? Isn't that how most games do it?
Don't apply logic to Ubisoft. Come on.
Yeah, I thought that's how, most games that I played, the Halloween update started about 2 weeks ago. Carries through November. But
that Zombie Royale event in Modern Warfare is fantastic. As a little side note. Very slow push as we're already nearing a minute 10 and pretty much nothing has happened since like
Cal.
They're all still first floor just hanging out.
Having a good time.
Like they just now came down from second floor. Maybe they just feared Danny that badly that they had to completely clear second floor before they continued to push, but they have a minute remaining now. We saw Aquatic take a little bit of poke damage. We're going to see Thermite get taken out by Danny, who was basement the whole time. He's also going to able to take out Zofia.
That's why they slow cleared, by the way.
Oh, yeah. It got so much value for them there. It was just like...
Well, I meant that's why they were scared of Danny, because he gets a double kill and diffuser.
Well, if you watched both of them, they just openly pushed it, so he was able to just sit there, hold the angle. Zofia just swung it, and he just perfectly aimed at her head, took her out. The Thermite was just meleeing barbed wire in front of Danny. He was able to take him out right away. So now in a 2v5 situation, Cal has to be thinking, what can we possibly do now? We see Aquatic Let It going all the way back to dirt. They don't even have Diffuser through main. Danny has to be holding that angle because he can see Diffuser on the ground. I think Cal's just going to let this go.
Maybe they're holding for the op.
They are up 3-1, so I think they might just let it go. They are able to take out Juco, but Danny is able to take out and get the refrag for his teammate. Cal just played that way too slow, and I think they're just too scared of Danny on that second floor. Sherb used to be there too, but this time it seems like they just hard committed to basement, and it worked for them.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple times where Boise State, respected what one of the members of Cal could do and ran away because he didn't want to take a 1v1 and lose and ended up giving up the bomb. And then that was like a good minute and a half of Cal playing, where's Danny? And then Danny's like, I'm just chilling on the first basement here. And they're like, oh, Danny just got a double. We didn't find him, guys.
Yeah, I think that's one of the other crutches is if they're going to drone that hard, you can easily take 2 drones and clear all of second floor much faster than having 2 people up there on top of that, which sadly we couldn't see from our angle, but we saw 2 members from Cal come all the way from second story to basement, and then they lost their lives for it. And then we saw them split push when there was a 2v5 situation, and they didn't even have diffuser. I don't really know what their game plan was there, but being up 3-1, I think it was okay to throw away that round because it just simply wasn't in their favor. So now with this being the final round before we swap sides, going back to the CCTV and cache room, I'm happy we don't see a Monty from Cal because they don't play it. I'm happy we don't see a Goyo from Boise, as that is an op they have played in the past and just haven't gotten a ton of value from. And now that they have Mira this time, who has the exact same gun but better utility, I hope we see her get a lot of value here, as she was able to get some from
5 seconds left
the office right underneath Hatch last time, able to get a double kill onto 2 of members of Cal before she was taken out. So I'm curious how Cal might attack this, if they're going to go garage heavy or if they'll do the traditional, we're going to push through stockroom, open up all underneath wall right where the bandit is, go for the wall push and plant right in servers.
I'm going to think it's the latter, because there's nobody by garage.
Product Lettuce just accepting all the electricity damage, losing 75, getting below 75%. We're going to see a quick exchange between Ultrascent and Sherb. One falling and the other one taking out another member. So he's rotating all the way around. We see Danny all the way in basement, but Sherb on the rotation gets taken out by Sophia, I believe from a window. Juco's in garage all by himself. So far, Cal up a member and playing this very well.
Yeah, and with second floor sight, they aren't, they're not going to come through basements. They aren't as scared of Danny, who's now made his way back to the second floor. He's rejoined the rest of the squad. Couldn't find anyone, unfortunately.
Slow and steady so far. He knows Sherb was taken out on the rotation, but he should have known where from the quick little death cam we'll see for a split second. We do see Juco jump down from Catwalk and get taken out from the entire open wall in garage. So now it is a 2v4 situation with Danny roaming outside of sight and Fox the only one on site. So I don't see things ending too well for Boise after Aquatic Lattice takes out Danny.
Yeah, I don't. C4 is going to go out from Fox. Gets one at least. Buys him time to reload. He's got somebody behind him.
Yeah, that also stopped Diffuser, so that should definitely buy him more time. But with a minute remaining and getting pinched by the members of Cal.
Gets the Diffuser.
It's 1v2 now, so it's between IQ, Maverick, and this Mira. But he had to push the Maverick and loses the firefight. He came very close being able to take out 2 members of Cal, but getting pinched between that IQ and Maverick did not leave him very many options.
Yeah, no, unfortunately not much he could do, so they'll flip sides. 4-2, so Boise State's at least got to pick up 4 here to get us to overtime. It's been a while since Boise State's attacked, too, so I'll be curious, and it looks like for now, we don't see the Monty.
And you don't see the Mozzie either. I'm really hurting by the fact that Cal is not going back to this Mozzie. He was targeted banned the second map when they played the first time. And now they're not even touching him, yet Boise's been playing him a lot. They're not even going anti-drone. They don't even have a mute. This is really blowing my mind that they wouldn't play to their strength. That worked out so well for them last time they played on this map.
I mean, it has felt, though, on the other maps that Boise State hasn't been as drone heavy, so it almost as if Boise State is playing into that, not picking the Mozzie by Boise State saying, well, they countered our drones so hard last time that they haven't put as much reliance on them in the first couple maps.
So why not bring out the human drone?
I think we're going to see him at some point. I would be shocked.
I would hope so.
I would be incredibly shocked if we don't see Monty at some point. Even if it's at a point where Cal's on match point and they're like, okay, we have to bring out the Monty to find a win. I would think we're going to see Sherb do it once. I mean, we saw him in the ban lobby asking for him to be taken away.
And the fact that he wasn't even banned, then why aren't you playing him? Like, you asked for him to ban, they didn't ban him, now you can play him.
Unless they think that Cal's going to have a perfect counter.
Which, as of right now, they haven't. Yes, they have the smoke, but that can only stall for so long. They don't even have a Legion to stall him out, or a Wamai, or a deployable shield they can put on Catwalk to stall him. Like, this would have been a very strong Monty round had they brought him. And in the meantime, all the bans in the world.
This is the most bans I think I've ever seen.
This has definitely been an interesting night for Battle Eye, as just it all comes out of just, we're just getting rid of all of these people. You can go bye-bye now.
You mean you can go make a new Steam account and buy the game again?
Unless it's an IP ban. So in that case, that will deny it.
These are usually few and far between, but looks like we do see a little bit more droning from Boise State this time.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for their more traditional attack strat of just go through stockroom, open up underneath. We're going to see Sherb on the Jackal with Danny trying to take out possible roamers. They are able to scout out that a member of Cal is in the basement, so they should be aware of a possible flank from him, as that is something that Cal did in the past, and they got a ton of value. We're going to see possible crossfire come on to Fox, but he was just barely able to avoid it, so now he knows there is a member in construction. He's going to try to self-drone him out. Boise back on the drones.
That's the most drone play we've seen from them this entire series. Something that they played a lot. Big reason why they finished up 4th in their division.
Something I really hope we see Cal recognize and begin to counter in these later rounds. We do have a lot of cross angles, but two members holding the same angle weren't able to get shots off, as it would have been actually friendly fire as the Thermite crossed right in front. We're going to see a double kill come out from the side of Cal, taking out both the Nomad and the Zofia. They have control of site now, so they should be able to go for plan. As we see Jugo begin playing, we're going to see Sherb able to take out Raul. So now it is down to a 3v1 situation with Jaeger at 1 HP.
Defenders have located the diffuser.
I don't know if he's going to be able to do this. I'm going to be honest.
It'd be good for Boise to win their first attack round. That should definitely give them a confidence boost after losing 4 defensive rounds on this map.
1 HP. That's all you needed to know there. He just immediately falls over. So yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think the confidence boost for Boise State keeps it close. Pushing it to 4-3 probably gets us more and more likely of some sort of overtime. And probably delays the Monty, because I don't think Monty's going to come out until Cal's on 5 or 6, would be my guess.
Well, if Sherb keeps playing this Jackal, Sherb is the Monty player. So Jackal's been getting value, so until Jackal's not getting value, I don't think we'll see the Monty.
Like I said, I'm expecting it to be Cal hits match point, and Boy's like, okay, we gotta come up with something. We've got to switch it up. But as you mentioned, Jackal's been getting a ton of value. Really no reason to put Sherb on that Monty.
Yeah, and I also think not banning Maverick might have been,
Attackers need to locate and defuse
I wouldn't say
as many
detrimental,
bombs as
but
they can.
has been an issue for both teams, because Maverick has been getting a ton of value for both sides. I am happy with the Ace ban, but I would rather deal with Ace than a Maverick personally. And I think after this matchup, they might as well too, especially since it's getting nerfed. So it'll definitely change up how we see games getting played out in the future. As we see Cal go back to the same site, but not change up almost any of the defenders this time, but they are bringing a mute, so I'm happy that they did recognize that Boise droned a lot more and got some value out of it.
Yeah, that was back to the classic Boise that we've seen throughout this tournament of just absolute drone control. And that was one thing we talked about when Cal and these teams met in the regular season. It was just absolute drone shutdown from Cal. So yeah, as you mentioned, first couple maps, Boise State kind of got off of it. Cal never really needed to do much more. And now Cal's realized, hey, you know what, Boise's back on the drone game because they realize this is do or die.
Yeah, and I think Boise State also feels a lot more comfortable with the drone game, as that has always been their strongest strat to do. Even after losing last round, I think, or no, they won it, sorry, my bad. After winning it, I think they stick to their guns, even against the mute. And after Sherb getting more value on this Jackal, taking out Raul once again, I don't think we're going to see the Monty anytime soon, because they don't need a human drone. Their drones are working just fine for them.
It has opened up server rooms.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Aquatic Athletics in garage, which isn't something Boise State really goes to unless there is that Monty, but he was ready for it nonetheless.
Yeah, it's definitely a good cross angle for Aquatic to hold in case they try to push through that wall opening. But unless they are able to clear garage, I don't think Jugo is going to be able to push in and get the plant off, especially since that entire wall into cache is soft. If any member of Cal is in there, he will be able to spray through it and take him out. Ooh. As we do see Danny on the Sophia get taken out by Geos.
There's a 1-for-1 though. Ral had gone down earlier.
Yeah, the issue is taking out Valk wasn't the best op to take out, as she is still able to look at all 3 of her cameras and get information for her teammates. Whereas removing Danny, the top fragger for Boise, is a huge win for Cal. Nearing a minute here with 3 members all outside of this wall, and it seems only Fox holding a cross angle. They're gonna have to make a move here if they want to be able to get plan off at least.
Yeah, Aquatic Lettuce is the one who's holding it right now for Cal. Needs the smoke though to get Juco in.
Bomb located by attackers.
Very quickly, all 4 members just rush into sight, and we see a quick trade happen as well. So now it is a 3v3 situation with almost all members at full health except for Sherp, who took very minimal damage. We're going to see the plane attempt to go down, but they are able to take out the other 2 members of Cal. So it is all down to the Maestro here, who is on the other side of red, who's now completely zoned out by the fire. So he has to push through that cache rotation if he wants to be able to stop the diffuser. Things are not looking too good for Cal on this defensive round as he falls to the Maverick. Maverick as an op has just been a huge key player right now.
Yeah, Maverick, I mean, you mentioned it about maybe going forward, whoever advances. Well, we know if Boise State advances, they'll ban the Thatcher. It's been Cal who's been banning the Ace, so you wouldn't maybe wonder if Cal will start banning the Maverick. But Boise State, just like that, they've evened things up. And, I mean, as you mentioned, until that Jackal starts getting no value, Boise State's going to be more than happy to just keep putting Sherb on it, because Sherb has also had a really, really good series for them.
I really hope Juco on the Amaro pick doesn't stick, but I also want it to stick. But it won't. No. Okay, I didn't think so. Never see Amaro. She is definitely the definition of a rush op. She has a grappling hook, so she can definitely charge through any time. But we're going to see that 6-pick to the Thermite, and we're also going to see a 6-pick onto a Jaeger.
Bombs from being defused by attackers.
I'm very happy with how Sherp's been performing on this Jackal and how we actually haven't seen a Monty yet, because I don't want to see a repeat of Oregon. I think they finally realized that only going Monty isn't a strategy anymore. He's more of like a one-time thing to throw them off their game, like they did with the rushing strat on Ying and Villa. And that's something I would love to see from them, of just a quick little wrench in the gears and then go back to their strats just to throw Cal off their game by that much. And now that we're in a 4-4 situation, I think Cal's also thinking, all right, how can we step this up? As defenders, they haven't been doing the best, because like we just saw last round, Boise State, when they rush, they excel at it.
Yeah, Boise State just like throwing bodies through bullet fire, and one of them died, 2 of them lived, and they were able to take over CCTV, and from there it was pretty much GG for Boise State. I still, something in me tells me we're going to get a Monty round some way or another, because eventually Cal's going to just say, hey, they're not going to play it.
I really hope so, because Monty's kind of been like this staple of the Boise State attack strat on Clubhouse. So if they finally decide, hey, we're going to ditch the Monty and commit to, you know, using a Jackal instead, which has been working for them, and I applaud them for finding something different, but give us at least 1 round, please.
Maybe they're saving it for when it's their match point. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to get maybe closer to that right now, as Fox has been taken out.
Yeah, losing that Capitao is a lot of zoning that you really needed and that they've utilized in the past for pushing through CCTV. And now that they're having to push all the way in basement, they're still trying to take 2nd floor with Aquatic Lettuce holding in bedroom all by himself right now. Really stalling out Boise as we're getting towards a minute 50 and Boise's down a member.
One on Boise going dirt yet, somewhere where Aquatic Lettuce got a ton of value.
Yeah, we do see both the Maverick and the Thermite going towards Kitchen, where a possible C4 through the floor could happen, But very few members on the side of Cal actually have a C4 to attempt that in the first place. So they may just use their C4 as anti-hard breach utility on that kitchen hatch.
Oh, Danny's going to find out aquatic lettuce, so it's Boise State's roamer that's going to win that battle and should basically free up everything that isn't basement. Once again, another band wave coming through.
They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. It's definitely been the motto of the bands tonight. I am happy to see a mute on the side of Cal, but I still wish that they committed to more of an anti-drone, as we see 2 drones from Boise come out immediately, and Boise having only lost 4 drones technically. Foxes still might be alive in positions of value for his team, but he's unable to drive them around and utilize them. We're going to see Fox drop Moto with Diffuser. And now they know he's there as he sprayed a few bullets through the wall into blue.
Got a teammate behind him.
Yeah, they also have that Maestro cam watching everything they do, so they finally end up taking it out as they have to swing into church, and Sherb is taken out on the Jackal from blue. But then his teammate immediately gets to refrag on him with the Maverick, once again getting a ton of value. Just being in this game, we're going to see almost every member of Boise State fall from that push. He has to go for the plant here.
5 seconds
But
left.
with 2 members of Cal remaining, they have to push him and just take him out. But I don't think they even heard the diffuser go down. No, they did, and just pushed a second late, so they get the diffuser down, and Cal wins this defensive round for them.
Yeah, and, you know, unlike last round where we were talking about how Boise State just kind of rushed through, that time they literally just rushed into some guy shooting and lost about 2 or 3 of their members.
They all pushed through the same doorway from Moto into church. They didn't go for main entrance at all through the hallway. I think it was just running out of time and indecisiveness at that point of, hey, all 4 of us are going to push through this one doorway so this one guy firing can get damage on everybody. It was not a smart call on their end, but other than that, I think they played very well clearing out the rest of the building and get rid of Aquatic Lettuce, who has been such a key player for Cal. So I at least applaud him on that end of that round. So now we are in a 4-5 situation. If they win this, it is almost be round. But
I saw the 6 pick on Sherb, and
I think he's just going back to his comfort pick, which we saw him play Ash on Villa all the time, and he did get a lot of value on the Ash.
I was excited because I thought he might 6 pick it into Monty. I was really...
Got to keep your fingers crossed for that.
Like I said, I think it feels like a match point scenario. Where either team gets the match point, I think the Monty comes out. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Boise State is, you know, we saw them not droning because they were worried about the anti-drone from Cal. Maybe they're just too worried that Cal has the answer like we saw when these teams played. They don't want to bring it out. But tournament life on the line, as you mentioned, has been an integral part of their attack this whole time. Would be shocked if they don't bring it out.
Yeah, and I especially want to see this go to overtime if we can, because that would allow for both teams to be able to swap sides once again and test out possible new strats after playing against each other one-sided for 6 rounds and then being able to change it up again. I would also really hope to not see possibly a repeat of last round of, you know, it's 5-5, then it quickly goes, they win 2 rounds back-to-back, and that's it. I definitely want to see it just go back-to-back to back-to-back and go the max length here.
No, how about we just get 3 Boise State wins? Why you gotta be so why you gotta have
I enjoy the back-to-back. It keeps things interesting. These are 2 very good teams, and after Boise lost to Oregon, I think they've learned a ton, and they've definitely gotten better. So I want to see this go the max length for both teams, especially since this is playoffs, and whoever loses this is out of the playoffs.
They are done. They are focusing on their solo queue ranks after tonight. Winning team, like we said, gets to play the winner of CU Boulder Black and the University of Central Missouri.
Yeah, we do see 3 members going for that security wall once again. Maybe not even going for a solid thermite charge. He might just be mavericking the entire wall to destroy the entire wall this time. You're going to see Danny able to take out Geos this time. So that does put Boise, giving them a leg up. They have 1 roamer remaining. The other 3 are all second floor near site. So Boise State should feel a little bit more confident to push this. They are able to scout out the Maestro, who is at the top of red stairs. I think doing a garage push isn't the worst idea here, but like you've been mentioning, where's the Monty?
I mean, Aquatic Lettuce is ready for it. He's been in garage every single round, waiting for either a Monty or something. Crossfire into server room. As you see there on the drone, he is staring at that server room right now.
Yeah, and they're able to even notice that as Valkyrie, he's sitting on his cam. So they could have easily pushed through like that, take out the Maestro, who's just standing out in the open watching stairs. Aquatic Lettuce is able to get a refrag for his teammate onto Sherb. We're going to see him have to make pushes against the attacking BSU. So the 2 more members of Cal fall. We're going to see Aquatic Lettuce able to take out Danny. So now with Plant going down and him running through Capitão's Firebolt, things aren't looking too hot for him as Diffuser has gone down.
Gonna try to get something through the floor there. Now he's gonna have to push through the garage. You have to like Boise State's chances here.
Not sure what his plan was with destroying that. Maybe he's trying to get a person repelling outside of it, as there is one member of BSU outside, but they're no longer repelling. I think they're rotating around. Nope, they're going back to the repelling right now, but he ends up getting taken out by Jugo, standing on top of the table, watching the window. A very good angle to hold once you get Diffuser down. Boise played that very well on attack.
I mean, you might get your wish of the back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back.
Sure seems how it's been going so far, as we are now 5-5.
I mean, this is probably the most important round of the night, assuming we don't go to overtime, because winner here is going to be on match point. And I think that's going to put a ton of pressure not only on whoever wins, but whoever loses. Because this is, as you mentioned, I mean, the mental fatigue at this point has to be setting in. I think we're nearing 2.5 hours.
I am happy, though, it's been more engaging than our last game at Oregon State. So
that is true.
It's less mental fatiguing for us.
That is true. We're having a lot more fun, but I mean, for the players, I'm sure 2.5 hours, nearing on probably 3 hours.
Especially a game as stressful as this, where last time they were 2-0'd, and now it's a 1v1 situation. It's 5-5 as well. So each team has an equal standing chance at winning this. So I can't imagine what's going through their head is anything but stress.
Yeah, that's why I think that it is good. This is probably, I think, the most important round because, like I said, assuming we don't get to like a 7-7, whoever wins this is going to have a huge upper hand. I think that the Monty's coming out next round regardless.
Yeah, because assuming this round and the next we go 6-6, they'll swap sides.
Yeah.
So then no more Monty.
Exactly.
So unless we see Monty next round, that's it.
Yeah, I think this is a pivotal round. I'm really watching to see who gets the first pick, Danny or Aquatic Lettuce. I think whoever does, his team wins.
Possibly. Aquatic Lettuce has still been the biggest factor for Cal right now. Even when they lost Geos pretty early on, they still had a solid holding on second floor. There's Ral holding all of Garage by himself with the Valk cams. They've always gone for the exact same push with a little bit of variability here. I really hope we see something change here, or else Cal will win this round simply based off the fact of Boise State's doing the exact same thing.
Ton of utility going to go out from Boise State. Now they're going to open up server room.
Yeah, Thermite used all of his flashbangs. We saw Zofia go from underneath, destroying the charges. So she's probably now out of impacts or used just the one. We weren't able to see that.
Attackers have located a bomb.
We have 3 members in the same spots. This time Geos and Aquatic haven't been taken out. We're going to see Geos rotate in through bottom of Garage, and we don't know where Aquatic is. I believe Aquatic is probably over in bedroom right now, as all members of Boise State right now are just looking towards sight and not really worrying about this roamer who could very much change the course of this round.
Said probably relying on Danny to find the roamer, something he's done a lot for Boise State.
Danny right now, I believe, is actually first floor by stockroom. We are not able to see, but Fox in this kind of pivotal position where he just got C4'd. So that really puts
Aquatic Lettuce.
He's been the factor. And without Boise trying to do the anti-roam without running that Jackal this time, I don't see this ending well for Boise. But with Siege, if you can click on heads, it's possible, so.
Right.
We're going to see them push in, which I really enjoy. Even without the Capito smoke, they're able to get through. We do see the Maestro get a kill, and then we're also going to see Zofia go down. Another wave of bans, so we can't see anything else that's going on, but it's all down to Danny, who is now down, but with Zofia, he can withstand, but gets taken out. Aquatic Lettuce is the #1 factor for Cal. If Boise State cannot take out Aquatic Lettuce, it is so much more against them.
Well, it's now match point. Even Aquatic Lettuce saying that the ban wave there, confusing him, taking out the whole kill feed. Do you think that it's Monty time?
I sure hope so, because if we don't, with Sherb on that Ash, unless we see a 6-pick to Monty, we need more anti-roam here. Aquatic Lettuce and Geos were very much key in that final 30-second engagement that went down. So 6-pick to even Jackal at this point, because that got so much more value for you rather than Ash all stacked up on that one wall outside of server. And now that they're going back to basement, I don't see this ending well for Boise, simply because they don't have that secured entry point. They always did that through dirt with the Monty Ace. You can easily switch out Ace with a Thermite or Habana. So I just have the question of, why is Boise so afraid to play a single Monty this time? Because if they lose this, they're done. So why not play to your strengths and just be like, hey, Monty works for us. This is the type of push we know we can pull off, so why don't we do it?
My guess would be that they're just worried that Cal would have the perfect counter, and then you'd almost be throwing your last round, which is understandable because Cal handled it well, and Oregon State had some success against it. So there is always that thing, well, they play it well, why don't they play it here? But it's also, if the other team gets the perfect counter, they just almost sort of threw away this last round. So this is match point for Cal. They win here, they win the series, they're on to the round of 32. Boise State wins, they can force overtime, something that they're very familiar with after last week in our 8-7 Oregon State game on Cafe.
With how far Sherb just spawned away, I don't know why he wouldn't play the Jackal and just start clearing as much as he can, because Aquatic Lettuce and Geos, who have been roaming pretty much this entire defensive time, have been huge factors. When Danny took Geos out right away, they won the round. When Aquatic Lettuce takes out a member of Boise earlier on, they win the round. So taking out these roamers is the key to essentially winning at this point, and Boise just seems to not be doing that. And if they are joining right now, we simply can't see as we have a line on basement, but they're sure taking out Aquatic Lettuce, so that should give Boise the confidence they need to attack this site well.
Yeah, this should give them the edge. They've still got to watch out for Geo, who, as you mentioned, has been the other roamer who's gotten some decent value.
Seems like Cal was also wised up to Boise's plant strat from behind bar in church, so they electrified all those hard walls, hard reinforced walls, which I'm very happy to see. It seems that they might want to try to force a moto push once again and just mow down all 4 members as they push through one doorway together. But again, if Boise brought the Monty, they would not have this issue, and that's what drives me crazy this time.
The only thing you gotta hope is that all 2-3 members of Boise State just don't push through Moto again like they did last time into church and just get immediately taken out.
And here's the issue we talked about seconds ago. They didn't clear out the roamers. Geos on second floor with Vigil takes out Fox on the Capitao. So now they have to worry about, there's a possible Vigil who might come for us from above. And until then, we just have to get more aggressive and push this. But right now, it's not really happening for them.
Open up some feet holes there. Nice pick. Fortunately, they lose the diffuser.
Maverick being a huge key player on both sides. We do see Danny Wiss standing, trying to get back up and help his team. We're going to see Ultrasang go for the plant this time. Danny was able to get himself back up, but now with only 1 HP against a 3v3 situation. We're going to see Sherb taken up by the Maestro. Things aren't looking too good for Boise because they need to win this round if they want to continue this series.
See the bullet fire. Danny, he's going to get one back before he gets taken out. So it's a 1v2. Got to hold on for about 20 seconds. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. So outside a crazy team kill, which I don't think is going to happen.
They can only hope so, just to throw the round to let it go one more. But Cal takes the series, and Boise is out.
I mean, huge props to Boise because they went from being 2-0'd by Cal to 2-1'd and extremely close. 7-5 victory in game number 3. So great job to Boise State. Unfortunately, as we talked about, their season will end in the round of 64 against Cal. But, I mean, Boise State cannot be upset with how this season went. I mean, they're top 20 seed in this tournament, so an upper half team. For whatever reason, they took on another team that was also in the top half with Cal. So maybe if they had played a team that was maybe you say like the 20-40 or whatever as you'd see in the NCAA tournament, maybe they win, but that's not the case. But still, I mean, like I said, to go from being 2-0 to take it to a game 3 and have a couple of chances to win, you cannot be disappointed in how Boise State played tonight.
Yeah, no, especially after the first round showing of them going 7-2 on Theme Park, you think, all right, they got this. They're feeling really comfortable. They're warmed up. They really are coming alive here. And then after Cal essentially having that be their warm-up, they definitely came alive too, which is why second map was such a close game, which is why it went 7-5, just like this one did. These teams were very much closer than they were the first in time. And I really wish we had seen the Monty, as we've touched on many times, because I think that would have thrown a wrench into their gears of let's change it up for one round. That's what worked for them on Villa when they did the Ying push. Yes, they end up losing because of diffuser, but the push worked and they were able to get it off. So if they're always going for the diffuser, why not keep trying those random I just blanked. Anyway,
okay.
Team compositions. Okay. That's what I'm trying to think of.
That's okay.
These random team compositions that really throw people for a loop. This is one thing my team always did where, all right, we're losing. Let's just do something crazy. Let's play a clash into Chanka and spawn peak. And you'll take off 1 or 2 members from the other team and just be like, all right, it worked this one time. Let's go back to normal. And they won't expect it. They'll expect the ridiculous. But if we don't do it all the time, we'll constantly keep them on their toes. And that's one thing I really wish we saw BSU Blue do here today, but instead Cal came out up on top, but it was all around a great series. Yeah, I mean, you cannot be disappointed. I cannot wait to see what lies ahead for this Boise State Blue team, and maybe if there's something around, the November, December months, if there's something in the spring semester. Like I said, to go from being 2-0'd to taking it to a third map and a 7-5 loss is a huge, huge just nod to how much Boise State Blue learned and improved from that game against Cal just a few weeks ago. Well, that will wrap up everything. As we mentioned, that will wrap up the R6 season. Of course, we're getting to playoffs for everything else. NACE playoffs usually starting in the beginning of November, so unfortunately for Boise State, seasons might be coming to an end sooner rather than later, so we have to enjoy them while we have them. So that'll wrap up tonight. Big shout out to Waiting for all the Rocket League action. Huge thanks to Brenner Bear for being with me for a ton of this R6 action we've had. Cannot wait to be with him next semester and see how Boise State Blue does, or have Danny alongside me and watch how Brenner Bear's team does. But that's going to be it for us tonight. Huge shout out to production, everyone who's in the chat as well. We'll have Overwatch coming up tomorrow, so if you want to stay tuned for that, make sure you drop a follow on the Twitch page so you always know when we go live. But until then, have a great evening.